Who the hell is that?
M&S
Boom.
Prime 21 with the resub. 7 months.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Okay, now I have to figure out your
listen,
camera while I'm
yeah.
here.
I'm gonna see which scene here is gonna look great with Niku and I. Hold on. How about this one?
You like super tiny on mine.
Does that work for everybody?
What does yours look like? What do you got going on? I have to I've got so many windows open. God.
Dupus is in the house. What's up, Dupus? Hey, Dupus. I think maybe for this format we'll do a shortened. We'll just do some woos for everybody as opposed to the long claps. Miko Sandy's in the house. Hey, Miko. Miko's here, everybody.
Okay, there we go. Now I can see yours.
Now
I got
to do this for about 45 minutes, Niku, and then we'll be
right. Yeah,
Shannon,
yeah. We'll figure it out.
Hey, Shannon. What's up, Shannon? Can everybody see and hear me and Miko?
Dude, too many of us have like almost the same name. I know you're talking about me.
What's up, Shrilamid? And Trickster Goddess is here. Hey, Trix.
And everybody who's looking at my stream just gets to hear you talk about it and not hear any of the walk-ons.
No, it's all right. Where they can see the walk-ons in chat, right? It still works. Lana's in the house. What's up, Lana? And Ace of Shrades is here as well. Thanks for coming in, everybody.
I'm doing something on my screen.
Hey, Gemstar. And Girl Horst in the house. What's up, Gabby?
I sit down here.
Hey, you guys. Man, I managed to get to the desk on time and start the stream pretty much on time.
More or less, yeah.
Together, pretty much working right away. I think we beat the final boss of streaming. I think we're done. I think that's it. Gothberry Jules in the house. What's up, Jules? And Flame Assassin. Hey, Flame, what's up? Cenarian is here. You're stupid. Hey, Cenarian, what's up?
You're stupid.
Not you, Cenarian, of course. Not you, me. Well, Flame Lycanthrope in the house. What's up, Lycan?
Okay. All right.
That's Nanix Prom. We got Nana in the house. What's up?
The quality of my camera on your stream is crazy. As in not good.
a little fuzzy, yeah.
It's a little fuzzy. I promise. I promise I'm using a 4K camera, you guys. And I look so clean and good. You look pretty good on my side, but what?
I'm using a 1080 camera.
Wow.
My 4K camera makes me look like I have the Black Plague. It's all of my acne looks
right.
Awesome. So
yeah, it really looks it
1080 camera.
Catches every pore.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
Well, you should just have flawless skin like me. Problem solved.
Problem solved. Yeah. Well, I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Raleigh be gaming in the house. What's up, Raleigh? And Troopage is here as well. What up, Troopage? Thank you guys for coming in to hang. The door to darkness means that Spooky is here. What's up, Spooky?
This fucking guy.
Oh no. Sean is messaging me about about parental woes.
About my bad
She's
camera
got it.
quality.
Yeah, she was very upset with you,
Yeah.
Niku, about
Me? This is your fault.
this is my fault. Okay, well, fine. I'll take the L then. Don't worry. Mansa's in the house. What's up, Mansa?
Mansa. Cool. I've got you kind of small. Not kind of, but like you're the shape of the camera. You're here. You almost look like I'm talking like you're the reporter on the field. And I'm like, oh, how is it out there? And like, I'd say like, and your toupee is blown off entirely, you know?
Completely.
So, but hey, guess what? Your camera quality looks great.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Right? As long as it looks good, then we're fine. The show must go on, Niku.
Yeah.
Guess is in the house. What's up, Guess?
Perfect. Got the perfect setup.
Oh man. Like a nightlight. Nightlight's here. Hey, Nightlight. I have been trained with your walk on for your song, for your theme song, Nightlight. Curiosity Flossity, what's up? Curiosity Flossity's in the house. What's up, Flossity? Graven's a little quiet. Am I? My microphone is damn near all the way up.
Mouthing that thing at this point.
I don't know what else you want from me. Kitsune Sam in the house. What's up, Sam?
He's quiet only on Niku's side. Oh, I can fix that. I know why that is.
Oh, quiet on Niku's side.
Sorry.
That's not.
I fixed it. I fixed it. I had my desktop audio turned down for something I had been doing, so you were quiet. I have now turned it up, so you sound okay.
I love it when chat tells me the game that you're quiet and the game is loud and the game is quiet and you're loud. And I'm just messing with OBS settings so that the next time I do something else, it's also ruined.
It's all
for reasons.
It's all screwed up forever. Yes, yeah.
Continues to do this on me all the time.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what else to do about it. All right, I panic and I just go to my OBS settings and try my best.
You panic, but like in a controlled way, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
We're live, so it's an internal panic.
Yeah. You gotta keep the face up, you know. Yeah. As you said, the show must go on.
Had a dragon in the house. What's up, Hat?
Why is there like this empty little
man? Thanks for jumping in, everybody. I'm sure everybody knows what is happening, but we'll say it anyway, right? To start.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 1 is done.
Done.
I played it.
Did it in the can.
I totally finished it.
6 feet under.
I've done it. I can't go around saying I've never played it anymore because I've played it. And now Niku
and dare I say you enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. And dare I say I did pretty well too. I think, if I do say so myself, I think I did pretty good. We pushed through almost all of the content. The only things that I have left to do in the game, as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will, that I have a few Coliseum timed fights to do.
Is that
I have old Sephi to rematch again.
And again.
And I have the what's it called? The synthesis to do.
Yeah.
That synthesis tree I have to get up through that. So we're gonna go back to the game once in a while, on not on a set schedule or anything, just kind of whenever we feel like it. We'll go back to it. We'll do a day of grinding up. We'll get some levels. We'll maybe do some Coliseum work. We'll get some materials for the synthesis and stuff, and then we'll keep messing with the end game and stuff until we're all the way done. But for the purposes of completing the game, we've definitely done it.
Yeah, you've done a lot more than most people.
Yeah, I think I have done the boss.
The yacht, the Ansem boat of darkness,
the evil Yacht of Darkness. Yeah, I beat it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah, for clarity for those asking, because every time people would come in and they're like, "Oh my god, what has he done?" Beaten the game, beaten all of the, you know, extracurricular bosses aside from Sephiroth, and then hasn't done like synthesis, which is
And I haven't climbed through the synthesis tree much, a little bit, but
little
not.
bit.
I didn't go out of my way for it ever.
You never do the cup time trials. Look, I also didn't do much of the cup time trials, but you know, but this guy did.
I wonder. I'm actually curious about the time. You mean the Coliseum stuff?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the timed Coliseum fights.
Mm-hmm.
Pseudo Dragoness is in the house. What's up, Pseudo? Um, I'm curious about the time trials. I wouldn't mind pushing on them a little bit, just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Mostly because I'm interested in what I started to like at the very end of the play was adjusting my equipment and my perks and abilities a little bit for each fight. So like I thought that was kind of I found it satisfying that one of the things I think that put me over the edge in the unknown fight from the other day on Wednesday night was those little adjustments to not only my perks but Donald and Goofy's perks. So giving them the ability to take their last hit and then keep 1 HP, which kept Donald healing me in clutch moments.
Keeps
and
them
stuff. So,
up
like,
and alive.
those adjustments making a difference in a big fight like that, I found pretty satisfying. So, so I'd be interested in seeing how adjusting my build for the time trials can help. But if it's if it's super tedious, then I probably won't care much to push all the way through it. But I will check it out. You know, I'll give it a shot.
Well, you know, take a look at it. Why not? It's a game for fun. Yeah.
And the other thing the other system I didn't push on at all is the gummy ship.
Yes.
I meant to. I wanted to kind of, and what I wanted to do was I wanted to look up some sort of
guide
for it so that I can, because something like that, I don't care to like figure it out and go, oh, this piece does this and goes here. Like, I'd rather just watch a guide on it to understand the system and then see if I could build something cool. But I didn't have time over the past few weeks to really like take that dive on YouTube or wherever to go look up.
Well, you didn't have the time of a child on summer vacation who had hours to burn each day just figuring. And they also can't read that good, but like, God, they are gonna try. You know, you didn't quite have those
on my YouTube get to list. You know, sadly, but maybe when we go back through the game, maybe we will build some kind of ship as well or something. I would like to just engage with all the systems, you know, at least a little bit.
No, I think it's a good idea, because it's like, it's also something that as the series goes on, these things vastly improve, I would say, especially the gummy ship. A lot of
people keep saying that, and I'm sure that is the case. Yeah, where it's
the
easier
gummy ship
to...
in KH3 is so good, dude. It's so good. It's like one of my favorite parts about that game. Genuinely,
that's awesome.
That's so
awesome
fun.
Because I imagine it also looks much more impressive as well. But the initial gummy ship system, kind of, it makes me smile in like looking at how it looks like baby blocks, you know, that you build a ship out of.
Well, they don't
just
necessarily
makes me smile because
stop
it's one of the
that
parts
way.
of the game that particularly looks its age.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. They definitely still look like that, but like maybe just a little more intentionally polished, but they definitely are supposed to be like big. They're called gummy blocks, right? They're just big
they're blocks.
cartoon blocks.
Sure.
So they're kind of, they're primed for Legos if they do anything with it, but well, I can dream, I guess.
Yeah, right. I guess I guess aesthetically it looks its age, but in an intentional way. But that system of customizing and building a ship just for traversal between levels, I think was probably a little ahead of its time. Yeah, they crammed
a whole lot into that game. Like, for what it was, especially the time it was. It's kind of bonkers how much they were doing with Kingdom Hearts 1.
Well, for a PS2 era game, I think it's
early
it
PS2.
Definitely, and for an early PS2 game that was probably in development through the PS1 era.
Yep.
I think it definitely did a fantastic job with content, like just the amount of content, but also like the quality of the content. It was a lot of fun.
Hi, Mr. Guides. I see him in there. There are people showing up, just by the way.
KH Guides in the house?
Yahoo! Mr. KH Guides, who ran the Reconnect event. Thank you. So sweet,
nice.
So wonderful. Yeah.
That's right. I heard all about that event, and and everyone was out there for it. Where was it?
It was in Denver.
Okay, that's right. Everyone went to Colorado for it. I remember when you guys were all doing it. It was right around when we started the play.
Well, that's because you waited to start it until after the event was done.
That's right. I pushed it. I was going to start, and then I waited so everyone would get back from the event before I started. That's right.
Yeah. Because even then, it was just like at least like a couple of your mods are like, dude, we're going to be busy. We're going to be at this, I don't know if you've heard of it, Kingdom Hearts event. So... it was probably good to start later. But yes, it was a great time.
It all worked out.
Yep.
July turned out to be a bit of a crazy month, but I'm really happy with the way that I'm really happy with the progress of the stream and how the community kind of was able to rally over the summer for the game. It was awesome.
Oh yeah. That first stream, you were hitting like over 1K or something like that, like just
over 1,400. Yeah,
it was nuts. It was a lot of people.
Nuts. Yeah, it was
going
really
from
great.
Like 80 maybe on like a high day. We're like, wow, it's a lot of people. It's like 80 people, and then it was suddenly. I'm saying a high day.
I think my best stream was around 100 before that. And that was like kind of maxed out, but my regular stream community at that time, like the people who were with me all the time, was probably about 30 to 40 strong.
Yeah,
and then seeing the stream hit 1,400 was intense and very exciting. But since then, because that's obviously like the first game. Coming in to play the game for the first time, Kotaku did a write-up for the stream, and so I kind of expected that to happen to an extent. I didn't know what was going to happen exactly, but seeing how many people in the community came back to play through the game with me and stick with me the whole time made me very, very happy. And now our community is much larger than it was then, and it's been a fun ride.
It has, a ride is definitely one way to put it.
Yeah, well, I'm like, I guess I'm driving the ship, but like not really. I'm just kind of holding on,
Yeah, we're all riding on a roller coaster together.
Yeah.
You're just at the front of it.
I'm just in the front, yeah.
Yeah. You're the guy in the seat when we watch the POV roller coaster videos on YouTube, which everybody does, and not just me. Just like gummy levels, hey! So, right? Well, oh boy. We have so much to kind of talk about. We have little things.
Where would you like to start, Niku?
Oh boy. Okay. So, real quick rundown. I thought I was gonna have a little more time to compose my notes in a reasonable way.
Sure. Sorry about
and I
that.
thought, well, I mean, then you spent 6 hours fighting the unknown and then beat him, and then you're like, we are going to Chain of Memories, and I was like, okay. I had to sit there and I was just like putting a bunch of stuff into a document. But then when I could have finished it yesterday, I was playing Hades 2, so
Oh yeah. Is it great, by the way? Are you loving it?
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm very excited to see
Excellent.
how some things have.
I want to get back and check it out. I did play a bit of early access, but I want to, now that it's all polished up, I want to probably
Yeah.
get into it a little
Yeah.
bit.
Like, one of my roommates had played it when it was in early access quite a bit, and then he stopped because he's like, no, 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 I want to wait and see when it's, like, done. Because if I do it now, I won't come back to it later in the same way. And then going in, there was immediately, like, so much stuff. He was like, I have never seen this. He's like, whoa! They fixed up this, and this a lot. You know, it's a pretty immediate, if it's been a while since you've looked at it, it seems
I literally
plenty
played
of
it
improvement.
like the first week of early access, and that's it.
I
got it day one. I played it for, I think I played it 2 days. I sat and played it for a little bit each day, and that was it. So I really just got it because I wanted it, and then I just checked it out, but I didn't get into it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, now is the time to do that.
Yeah.
I guess you could use stream if you wanted, but you could also just play it offline and never get anything done.
Yeah. Play it offline.
Yeah.
I don't do that anymore.
Dude, that's doing work off the clock at that point, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gamers Union. That's your mandated break.
That's right.
But
I need time away from video games.
Yeah, yeah. I have like music playing quietly and I'm like, no, that's too intense. I need this to stop. Hold on. Let's go. No.
I have my music on. I don't know. I guess you have your...
I'm quietly playing Kingdom Hearts music in the background because it feels appropriate.
Okay.
Is
it meshing with the music I'm playing? Should one of us be playing
No. It's like separately on my own stream. I have my own audio output, right? So it's not like coming.
No, you don't.
No, what do you mean? No, you don't. Yeah, you want to fight me about it? I look like this on your stream, and you want to tell me what my stream is doing? Okay, sure, all right. Craven has hacked my computer. Okay. Yeah, we could barely get Stream Together working before we started, by the way.
Yeah, but we did. But we did. That's all that matters.
Riku Power Hour is becoming Niku Riku Violence Hour. Anyway, I have to be in the void on your side because I have my blue screen up, and I have a great, wonderful checkered background. I've got 2 Dream Eaters running over your head. It looks great. It looks awesome. Nice. But on your side, I look like 480p in a black void. It's very exciting.
Yeah. Well, improvements. There's room for improvement. We'll get better at our setup collectively.
Yeah, we will. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do it together, okay? We'll hand in hand. I'll lead you through the dark, okay? Yeah, as a team. Yeah. Anyway, all of that said, I have my notes and I have very general things in here as well as some reminders and some links and things. Because I wanted to make sure I filled you in on anything that you may have missed, but to be honest, you were pretty thorough, as well as there were some things I made sure you went and did when it was convenient. But there is very notably, because people won't stop bringing it up, and every time I had to be like, guys, it's fine, I'm gonna make them see it, it's okay. And every time they're like, but Graven, did you see the secret movie? And I'm like, guys, we'll get to it, it's okay.
I saw people bringing it up, yeah.
Yeah, they did keep bringing it up.
So Phil, the question I have about that, since I'm the one asking you questions here.
I have at the top of my list in my notes is Graven asks questions he wants to know.
Yeah.
So you're right on track.
Perfect. What is the condition by which you get the extra ending? Because when I finally finished the ending, I had done most of the main content. So is it like the unknown fight? Is it the kingdom? What is it called? The final mix content that was added later that you then get an extra piece of the ending?
So, sorta. There's a whole. where do I start with that? So yeah, there are requirements to unlock certain endings, and before you went and beat the game, there are two like special movie endings, and this is pretty traditional for the numbered titles. They usually have like, and
Okay.
here's a secret ending that's like a cool cutscene, and then there's usually a second one to be seen that's like even bigger.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And
The
so you
secret
saw,
secret.
yeah, you saw the first one.
Okay.
And before you beat the game, I was like, please go do the Hades Cup. I am begging you, go do the Hades Cup, because that was the last requirement just to unlock the one that you hadn't
Okay.
done.
Okay. Okay. Good.
And so then you did that, and so that I was like, okay, all right, you can see that, because I don't want to like stop the pacing, because
Yeah. No, that was a
it,
good call.
yeah, so it depends on like the level of difficulty you're playing on. They have different requirements. So if you're playing
Okay.
on normal, which you were, which won't be the case in the future because you're a little too much of a gamer, and so we need to
So we've
put a little more
discovered
into it. Yeah,
I've gotten a little too good, haven't I?
yeah,
For the,
yeah.
for
I
normal.
think you're figuring it out better than people did when they were 12 years old for sure. But like,
Yes.
but no, you were doing well. I mean, a lot of people hadn't even like played the unknown fight, let alone beat it. So like, you're doing good. And now we need to step it up a little bit. So
Yeah, we will when we get into the later games. I'll turn the difficulty up. I don't mind doing that at all. What's
yeah,
up, Lord Drewby?
I think you'll have a good time with it. Drewby,
Hey, Drewby.
what was I saying? I was saying, all right.
We
So
were
there are
talking about the
different,
requirements
yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
ending. Yeah.
The different like the different requirements. So on normal, which you are on, to get the other like special movie, you have to completely finish your Jiminy's journal, which is a lot of kind of running around. You have to beat both the unknown and Sephiroth. You have to go get any of the missing heartless and bosses, or like there are some like hidden little like
Oh,
special heartless and stuff. Like you have to complete your journal
there's still
entirely.
a few. There's still a few mobs I didn't see.
Yeah, and some of them are just like they spawn in a certain room. You just kind of have to keep coming back in and out and
You have
being
to
like,
go
all
in
right,
and out and
yeah,
see,
and
wait
like
for it
hope
to
they come
spawn
in.
because
Yeah,
it's a low chance in a certain spot so that you can
more
easily
or
miss
less.
it,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
okay.
basically. So if you're just running around casual style, you may just not run into it, and like that's just
Right.
kind of what happened with a couple of them, which
Okay.
is fine. That's normal,
Yeah, that's
But
fine. And that'll be fun stuff to do because once we go back through for those extracurricular days where we go grind a little bit,
hmm
I want to have my mods kind of loosen the grip on chat a little bit and let
uh,
chat kind of go wild and say, "Hey, go do this, go over here, go you missed this, get this chest or what." You know what I mean? Like so everyone can get out the thing that I missed that's driving them crazy and we can go do it, you know?
right.
So then it'll be fun to have chat kind of like guide me around the cleanup session, you know, of like
Yeah.
whatever the little bits are that I missed.
Here's the only other thing. I think that's a great idea. On the special movie is that after you complete Jiminy's journal, you would have to beat the end of the game again because then it
Yeah,
would
I
play at
figured
the end of the
that, yeah.
credits. So I don't know if you want to do that or you can just be like, "Hey, you can complete the journal, but like I can just have you watch it because it's
No, I'll
cool."
do it again. I don't
Okay.
mind doing it again.
All right.
We'll do it we'll do it for reals. We'll do it
Sure.
for realsies. That's fine.
Yeah. You do, and you gotta beat Sephiroth. You gotta. The only thing is,
I
I would
will.
think you should definitely. I know you will, and I know
I
you will.
will. I'm going to kick his ass. I can't wait.
Okay. All right. I
Trust me.
can't wait to see you do it.
I'm gonna do it.
hmm
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna parry all his dumb attacks, and I'm gonna sing his dumb song back to him, and I'm gonna kill him.
And I
He's gonna smile at me and disappear or something afterwards. I imagine. I probably won't kill him, but like
right.
I'm gonna defeat him, and he will be embarrassed, but he won't show it. That's how
hmm
that's gonna go.
Yeah, he's got enough of like a hair curtain to kind of like he just has to turn a little bit, just to turn away and cover. It's fine. And he looks really cool, but we know how he's feeling.
Dumb song. Yes, I said his dumb song. You know, chat. Come on,
I
chat.
love you were like it sounds like it's saying his name, haha, and everyone was like, it is. It says it right there. What else is he saying? Also, it is
The
in Latin.
comments on my clip for that on TikTok are so
Yeah.
funny. Just people just like, and it's not even meant as rage bait. Like I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. You know what I mean? Like I'm just joking around. and people are like, does he even know he can look up the lyrics himself? And it means this and good. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Why
dude?
didn't he stop and Google it in the middle of chat, in the middle of stream, even?
In the middle of my stream, I'll just Google this Latin song about this guy I'm fighting. No.
About this character in Final Fantasy somewhere that I should be definitely knowing about, playing my Kingdom Hearts. Right now, I need to know this. What is it saying?
That's all right. Everyone's gonna love it because I'm gonna post part 2 of my Sephiroth sass today. So we'll see how that goes.
At 2 p.m. Is that when it's when we're
at
nice?
2 p.m.
Let's see. Okay.
It is a fun. What I really enjoyed, though, by the way, the unknown fight. It was a freaking really hard fight.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that it wasn't a fun fight. It was a good fight.
Yeah.
Like figuring out the timing. Like the only thing, and I was very adamant about this, and I don't think chat believed me 2 hours in when I was saying this, but the only thing that was keeping me from winning the fight much faster was the quick time event. That was it. Everything else I figured out. So as soon as I got the quick time event, I just needed to be lucky in the quick time event enough times to get him down to a bar and a half or something where I didn't have enough time to make any critical mistakes, you know, and I could finish the job. And that's
that was something that like
happening.
If you screw that part up, you're just kind of screwed.
It ruins the run. It ruins the run. Because you only can afford 2 mistakes, and the first one costs you Tinkerbell. So you have to be able to get through enough of the fight before your first mistake where you actually have a shot at doing the last bar of health, which takes the longest, you know? And I think as well, the Sephiroth fight, which I have not decoded yet, but I don't think it's a bad fight. It's a cool fight. I think it's going to be fun to beat him, you know, to like, to get to lock into that fight for a couple hours and really figure it out, you know?
Yeah. I remember, like, obviously chatter is going to be like, hey, you could just go, like, you know, level up and do some stuff. And I've been in your same position where it was just like, you could go do this and it'll be easier. And I was like, nuh-uh, I'm raw dogging it. I'm doing it now, today, right here, right now.
I had to remind myself not to be frustrated with chat, who meant well by telling me to go level up. And I was like, no, chat, you don't understand. It's 9 o'clock at night. And I'm going to beat this fight now. Like, this is happening.
And I'm putting this guy in the ground.
There's nothing else to be said about it. Like, I am going to do this right now.
Yep. Oh, yeah. No, but that was me at the end of Chain of Memories.
It worked out because, again, I was just waiting for a lucky run on those quick time events where I got deep enough. And then it did end up happening. So it was a worthy end game fight, I think, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just a really fun fight, and I definitely think that like it sparks a tradition of fights like that throughout, like, I would say the numbered titles largely. I mean, a lot of the games have like a special fight you can kind of go find somewhere, but I think you're going to have fun with those fights as you get there.
Yeah.
Watching you play oh my god, what's the name of it with you have the 4-hour final boss?
9 Souls, yeah.
There we go, 9 Souls. Anyway, watching you play that at all, I was like, oh, he's gonna have a great time.
Yeah. I am the kind of gamer that likes to butt up against that wall of difficulty and then like break through it eventually. Like I get satisfaction out of that. So like, you know, when I beat Unknown, I was like, you couldn't tell because I watched the clip of it at the end and you couldn't really tell, but I was shaking a little bit.
I believe it 100%.
Like I had so much adrenaline going from pushing that last combo and he picked me up right before I did the last combo to beat him. He picked me up again and I went, oh, if I die right now, I will freaking break everything. So it worked out, but like it was really satisfying. So I'm sure I will enjoy those messy, controversially difficult fights.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I look forward to you playing them. I've made a point of going out of my way to play them on, like, I would say the hardest difficulty available, because KH1 doesn't have the same setup as the later games do where they have a critical mode.
Right. So
But
KH1 just has proud.
yes, it just has
Okay.
proud, so that's just like hard, essentially.
Yeah.
And you know, it is harder, and I did do it on proud, but like past that, there is critical mode, and you are not going to start there. Not because it's like so unendingly hard. It just like is almost kind of a different game with how much you have to utilize your tools for
Yeah.
situations.
Someone
And
was
it's, you
when
know,
I went to Houston
yeah.
for the convention, I was talking to one of the fans at my table for a while um, about the modes, and he was explaining to me like the how proud mode and critical mode work, and that proud mode is mostly HP bloat,
Yeah.
so that it makes the mobs and the bosses just have more health so that it takes longer, but doesn't necessarily make anything more difficult. It just makes it everything take longer. And
Yeah.
then critical mode messes with like damage modifiers and stuff
Yeah.
like that, where then
Yes,
it
very much so.
actually changes the difficulty of
And you,
fight.
yeah, you die fast and hard.
Yeah. So I
And
imagine
especially
it
like,
probably halves your damage and doubles theirs or something to that effect, right?
I
Where
can't give you
you're
the
not
numbers
doing
off
as
the
much
top of my
damage.
head, but yeah, more
Yeah.
or less. And it's like a lot of like, it'll also start you off with like some different abilities. Um, that,
Oh, it changes the abilities you get at the beginning, your AP stats.
yeah, just a bit. You have like a few different
That's
ones like at your
interesting.
disposal, basically, that like I said,
To
it can
give
make
you
for almost
some
like
kind of leg in the early game
a
when you're
little
under
bit. Yeah,
leveled.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
it's super interesting how much it can like change it, because like I played through KH2 normal style, and then I went back and I was better at it this time, and I played critical, and I was like, oh yeah, like it really like lets you get your kind of fingers in there and like play it. It's really fun. I really super enjoyed it, actually. But it's something where like I think people who are insane and they're a little too deep in, who go like, why didn't you play it on critical mode? And you're like, can you just like let a guy play a game first? Like, this is
Yeah,
not
and
normal. Why don't you play the game standing, you know, doing a handstand and like
yeah,
have
you're
like
not
at the same time?
blindfold speedrunning? No, I'm
Yeah.
not. I've never played before. I know also, chat, for everyone who maybe thinks that my mods are full of shit, they're not. I never played the game before. So
It's
this
true.
was the first time I'd ever played through it. When I got Kingdom Hearts 1, when after it was released, they sent me a copy of Kingdom Hearts 1 for the PlayStation 2. I did open it up and pop it in and check it out. But all I really remember um, from that was just kind of the Destiny Island stuff. Like I just kind of ran around a little bit in the early level and saw some of the first cutscenes and was like, oh, cool, you know? And then I didn't want to play through the game because I didn't want to sit there and be judgy about my own performance. And
Yeah.
especially when you me and not me in particular, but like I suffer from this. I think a lot of performers do in general, but especially fresh off of a performance, like when I see it, I typically don't like it much. I go, "Ah, I should have done this, or I could have
Hmm.
done that, or what was, oh, that wasn't as good as I thought it was when I did it, kind of a thing. And so I'm not enjoying the game. I'm just sitting there criticizing my work. And so now that it's been 20 something years, I barely remember like the process of making the game. I have my memories from it obviously, but I don't
Hmm.
remember it that well, and I don't remember the game that well, and the lore is certainly complicated enough for me to have forgotten it because I don't live in this
Right.
community space, you know what I mean?
You're
So,
not like living within Kingdom Hearts like a lot of
yeah,
us are,
like
you know.
I don't it's not my favorite game that I grew up with. It's the
Yeah.
game that I grew up working on. So going into it about as blind as I can be, it's
Yeah.
and so that was why I made the decision to play the game on normal mode, especially the first one,
Hmm.
because I didn't
Hmm.
really know what I was in for
Yeah.
content-wise, and honestly, I didn't really know what my mileage would be like enjoying it, if I was really going to be into it, if I was just going to think it was all right, and you know what I mean, like,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
so having played through the first game, kind of getting a sense of what kind of game it is, the kind of combat and content it has, um makes me, one, relieved because it is a kind of game that I like. You know, it's an action RPG that I could definitely play through on. And it also made me more confident in the fact that I could probably step it up to proud mode for some of the other games
Yeah.
for my first run, and I could comfortably, you know, make content with the game that's not just me losing pathetically and not getting anywhere. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
also, as I'm streaming the game to the community, it's important that I make progress as I play the game each time, and that
Yeah.
each stream, you know, I actually get somewhere. So like, I didn't want to turn the difficulty up thinking, oh, I got this. I'm a gamer. I can just
Yeah.
play it on
Yeah.
proud mode like everybody
Which
says.
can really dampen
And then
the
I'm
experience of the
stuck,
title. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like,
And so having
Go
that
ahead.
first game story experience, I think, was important for me for the first game, at least, you know?
That's how I usually treat new games, is like, even if I'm like, look, I know I'm probably going to be okay if I just play it right. I'm like, I'm going to just, I don't want it to like get in the way of like story pacing and like experiencing it kind of as intended, you know? So I think that's always like a good idea. But I think especially seeing how you can play it, I'm like, yeah, you could probably play on proud and it'll just give you a little bit more to chew on when you're going through.
I think that's what
that's
we'll
more
do,
content,
you know?
baby.
Of course. And then later on down the line, when we're a couple of games in, or maybe we play through the series at some point, we can always go back and play Kingdom Hearts 1 again on proud. We can always go back and play something again on critical. Like, that's cool. You know, I'm down with having all of those experiences with everybody here. For the first run, I just really wanted to go easy and get a lay of the land, you know?
Yeah, no, I think I just think that's a smart way to like approach it, especially when everybody's here to like see like your thoughts on the game and the story and the stuff
and
like
my
that.
Thoughts are not just fuck this game.
God damn it! Yeah.
I didn't want to do that the whole time, you know.
Yeah, no, that I probably would have advised against that, but I didn't have to, so it's fine.
You guys like this shit?
This sucks. Also, I completely derailed chat because I picked up my cat and he was on screen for a bit. And everyone was yelling about him and totally ignoring what you were saying. And I was like, I can't interrupt
Thanks
you.
A lot, cat.
Look, his name is Baby Cat, all right? And you better learn it quick. Actually, no, his legal name is Fat Tony. I'm not joking. But we just call him Baby Cat. So, because he's a baby.
Fat.
Yep. Second name Tony.
Nice.
Just second first name Tony.
My bulldog, my bulldog that I had many years ago.
Yes.
Who was my best boy. His name was Brewski, but his legal name was Saint. His name was
that's cute.
Saint Louis Brewski.
St. Louis.
And so instead of making it like Louis, his first name was spelled out Saint, and then Brewski was his last name. And he was a very he was like a big frat boy, you know. He just wanted to like
he's just a big meathead. Yeah.
So yeah, he's a big meathead. So he went by his last name. That was the lore for my pup.
Yeah. That's cute. That's fun. I love big meathead dogs.
Yeah. I adore English bulldogs. That's my breed of choice. Yeah.
No, it's a good pick. That's a good one. I love those guys. I've done like work with a lot of those kind of like, just, I guess people call them, you know, bully breeds or whatever, but like they're huge and they're just so excited to love you and choke themselves on their leash.
Hey, Squirrel. Squirrel's in the house. What's up, Squirrel?
Yay, Blade.
But yeah, I guess off topic. Sorry about that. We'll get back to it.
Everyone has to live with this. They're gonna have to learn it's fine.
Yeah, well, we got all the time in the world. Guess what, Niku? This is our stream, damn it.
This is our stream, damn it. We make the rules.
And talk as long as we want.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah. Can't stop us.
Do you wanna take the reins then and get into questions or I don't know. How would you like to proceed from here?
Okay.
I think we've laid the groundwork.
Sure, yeah, we definitely have. It's probably going to go in and out and not be again, terribly formal, right? Because I have things where I'm like, there are things I want you to know, even like you came across them, but I'm like, I gotta make sure. Do you know this? Keep it in mind. There are some things that are just good to know fresh off the dome when you move forward, you know.
So we have ads in 2 minutes on my end. Do we
Yeah.
want to go off topic for ads and wait, or do we
Sure.
just want to have our conversation and ads be damned? What do you think? We
Dude,
could wait. I typically wait for everybody
yeah,
around here.
well, I know.
I
Brother,
try.
I know. I'm there for it like 80% of the time.
I know. Hey, Wing. Wing's in the house. What's up, Wing?
You could do your walk on. Yeah, get your walk ons in now while you have the chance. You have the chance before I shoot you with a gun if you do it while I talk.
Seppi Red's in the house. What's up, Seppi?
You missed dearly beloved.
Oh man, you called it, and now they're gonna start coming in again.
Good. Get it out of your system. While they do that, I have to talk about my tragic thing that happened to me. I got that really cool new Sora statue that there is going to be a matching Riku that I hope will arrive just fine given the mail situation currently. But like, I was dusting my desk now that the sun was out, and it was like, oh wow, it's so nice. And the sun hit my desk, and it was just like a graveyard of like cat hair and dust all on my black desk that I was just like, oh my god. So I was like dusting it, and I was like, I'm gonna dust my little figure and everything. And I was trying to get into some nooks and crannies of on the base, right? So I was like, okay, I just have to like take Sora off of like the crown he's standing on. And he broke off. The plastic just clean snapped off. It's so I was on call with a pal, and I was like, what? Like, what happened? Like, I thought I had just pulled him off. It came off with such little resistance. I was just like, yep, I'm just popping him off really quick, putting him down, and I went to go, dust it like I was, and I was just holding it in my hand, and it's just like the two little pegs that go into his feet are snapped. I mean, you can't see it on my blue screen. You can see it. They're snapped off into his shoes, and it's just, why? Why did this have to happen? I had a friend, though, they were like, it's that see-through plastic is just really more prone to breaking than others.
Yeah, it's very brittle. I mean, you can probably fix most things with some strong glue, but it won't be the same because it's broken, right? That's how I feel about that stuff too. Cheer up, Charms. What's up? Cheer up, Charms is in the house.
Cheer up, Charms. Cheer me up.
And Phantom Pingu is here as well. What's up, Pingu?
Gorilla Glue. I got recommended a lot of different kinds of glues, and one I got recommended like several times, so I'm probably going to check that out. But, I have more than one figure, unfortunately, that needs fixing. That has just, it's every time they break, it's some really weird extraneous circumstance. It's not like I'm tossing this shit around, you know what I mean? I was just I'm going to dust a statue. And then it just crumbled in my hand, you know? I have I have Halloween Town Sora. I have the figure because I love Halloween Town Sora, and we're going to have to talk about some of that stuff.
Of course.
But like, he was part of our Halloween decorations. I had him leaning against a big toad. He was really... And then, unfortunately, when we were taking the decorations down, he fell onto our carpeted floor, God forbid, and his foot snapped off. So he is now missing a foot, and it really sucks because this guy's kind of expensive now. I have the foot. I got it, but the joints are small. And it's
my Riku that sits on my computer over here. Yeah. Also had the broken foot. I recovered him from my mom's house. My mom had this Riku figure like in the dish cabinet in the kitchen.
That's
like,
cute.
Standing in the window of the dish cabinet for like 15 years or whatever. He's just in there,
just hanging out.
And so once I went to my mom's place to get some other stuff out of her basement. My mom has all of the stuff for my career in her basement. I call it the vault.
The vault.
And I went to go get like some scripts and stuff for the Seventh Heaven pod, and my mom was like, "Here, take all this Kingdom Hearts stuff. You like this stuff now, right? Here, take it, take it, take it."
You like this now, right?
Okay.
Get it out of here.
You know, my mom was like, "Just get it out of here. Just take it." So I ended up with my my little mascot here, and I fixed his foot with some glue. Hash Brown is in the house. What's up, Hash Brown? I saw you. And we just had someone else come in. Hold on, let me find it. Where is it? It's here. It's Azure, Crystal Drago in the house. What's up, Azure? With a duck? Tennille's in the house. What's up, Tennille?
My good buddy Tennille. My close friend.
I love seeing I often see either on my either on TikTok or Instagram or sometimes in the stream and chat or whatever, I'll see people in the comments or in chat go, "Oh my god, so and so is here."
Yeah,
and I'm like, "Oh shit, that's cool." Like people from because so many people, so many creators in the Kingdom Hearts community have come in here to hang, and then I get to see the rest of the community like freak out about it, and I love that. It makes me smile every time.
It's all please. Sorry, I just got brought in by my partner. Canary's matching standee of Sora. Oh, my blue screen's messing it up. You can probably see it, but I'm turning. Hold on. A bunch of our merchandise just came in. This invisible
statue.
This invisible statue. Turn my blue screen off. Fine, don't. I gotta do it myself. There. Now I'm just blue. So anyway, let me pop you back up here.
I can't believe you don't use a green screen so that most of you can just disappear. You're just be a disembodied
absolutely.
face.
Anyway, I gotta put it up in like the corner over here. Canary, who had made, where is it? I have it on my desk. I swear. It's right in front of me. So Canary had made this beautiful Riku standee. Canary drew this. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. Great stuff that you, Graven, could have your hands on if you so desired. We have the goods here. Canary finally made a matching Sora, so they stand together. Like, and they could be back to back.
That's a late game design, right?
This is Kingdom Hearts 2 specifically.
Nice.
So, yeah. Let me. Yay!
I'm excited to get to 2. Everybody talks about 2 like it's the one, you know?
Yeah. Kingdom Hearts 2 is definitely like the poster child a bit of the series, even though that doesn't mean that, like, some people will use that as being like, Kingdom Hearts 2, it's the best one, as if any of the other ones are like bad. And I think there isn't really a bad game in the series. I also got, this is a lot smaller than I thought, I got my Charmin lanyard that I made. Ta-da! I got it! Hooray! Don't look at it too hard. Don't commit it to memory, Graven, or anything like that, right? But everybody, I need you to look. It came out super cute. Close your eyes, Graven. It came out cute. But I will say, printing brown on fabric is a nightmare. It's like, it's brown because, like, listen, color time coming in for just a quick sidebar, because brown is a lot of colors put together, that when you're physically printing, right, it's just a lot that you have to put in, and it will inherently make it, like, darker than you expect. As well as, if you are drawing and making art on your computer screen, it's all backlit, so it's not going to be as bright on a piece of paper or in fabric as it is on your computer screen. So you have to try really hard. Samples. Yeah, well, yes, you have to make samples. So I got like a low amount of this, but like the browns, especially if I'm like, I have a light brown and like a dark brown, and they're touching, and they're like, it's all one brown. I'm like, nah, stop. I was trying. It still looks fine. It's just like, that's just what it is. And like fabric, especially, it really just soaks it all in versus like printing on like to plastic or something like an acrylic charm. But anyway, it looks cute. I'm happy with it. Otherwise, it go me. I did it. But now we've got, and it's like perfectly like, now we got Canary standees. We got all of our stuff. Hooray! What a fun time to announce that. I got to hijack your stream to promote my merchandise a little bit, which is all up in my shop. Hooray!
Links down below.
Yeah, there you go.
Not really, but
yeah, no, but you know, but like, anyway, I mean, I was gonna say if anybody linked it, I wouldn't stop them. Then I remember that there's like things in place to keep you from posting links in your chat, and I'm like, never mind.
Yeah,
never mind. Just envision.
Nothing against you, Niku, of course.
Yeah, no, I get
that
special
is not
treatment
put in place to stop you necessarily. Okay, this is put in place for the for the internet at large.
Yeah, for the bad faith actors
to protect
of the internet
from the evils of the internet.
Yep. Oh yeah, big time. I've definitely dealt with that myself. So you know, it's out there. How's ads? I didn't. I'm a mod. I can post. I just I was playing coy about it a little bit.
I didn't even notice. They're gone already.
Tiku, you're a mod? What? Huh? I definitely don't absolutely take advantage of that when I know everybody else can't speak. We have like slow mode on for like 30 to 45 seconds or something because people are crazy. And I'm just in there firing off like 50 messages at once. And then you read like 2 of them. And I'm like, no, it was like a whole paragraph. No.
All I ever see is ignored Ku. I look up and I just see the last message of everyone posting ignored Ku. And I'm like, what?
What did I ignore?
What happened?
And then you ask that, and then you go immediately back to it, and people are like explaining, and then you don't see it.
Well, here's what happens. I go, ignored Ku, what? And then I stare at chat for 30 seconds, and nothing happens. So then I go back to the game, and everything happens.
Because there's a stream delay.
I know. I'm well aware.
Aurora Peachy
I haven't quite like internalized the timing for like
I know
looking for my responses. Clearly.
Hey, I know. We all know. But hi Peachy. Peachy has rated my stream, so I get special treatment.
Awesome. Shout out to Peachy.
Woo-hoo!
Friend of the channel.
Hi Peachy. When I was selling at a con recently. I was at Rose City, where everybody kept telling me that you were streaming, and I had to be like, I do know I am one of his mods. And they'd be like, but when I was setting up for that con and I was like getting everything, I started hearing sounds from my pocket, and I was like, what? Huh? And I pull out my phone, and my phone had not only opened up Twitch, but opened up Peachy's stream. And so I had to be like, hi. Hi from Con, Peachy. And then I had Peachy speaking out of my phone a little bit while I was setting up, but it was funny. But yeah, we had a lot of people at Con very excited about your streams. It was very sweet. I know I sent you some messages about it. One of my favorites, and I hope she's watching out there, that had this like really cute Sora cosplay, and she had this huge keyblade that was like made out of cardboard, had been like very crafted, which sounds cheap, but it was very like meticulously made and like layered and sculpted, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. And I remember, like, we're like the Kingdom Hearts booth, basically. And people will be like, oh my God, I haven't seen this forever. Oh my God, you have so much. And then they'll leave and find people and they'll come back. And so, like, she had been like, oh wow, bought some stuff, took our cards, left, and then came back. She's like, I had to come back, right? I couldn't, what else am I doing but coming here? And after she came back, and I was like, I had brought up, because I was like, oh, now we're just talking. And I was like, well, did you know you know, Riku's voice actor, he's streaming, and she was like, yeah, I've been watching like on YouTube because that's just, I haven't been able to catch it live, all of this stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I'm one of his mods. And she was like, I knew I recognized your name. And it's like, my name is all big on like my business card, you know? And she's like, I knew this from somewhere. I knew it. And like the guy she was with was like, she did say that. Like they had walked away. She's like, this name is so familiar. I know it. I swear. And anyway, I guess that. So if you're out there and you're watching this right now, hey,
hi, shout out. When I went to Houston, I also my con experience in Houston recently.
Yes.
I've had very few con experiences. First of all, so people know.
Yeah.
In 24, I did 90s con. But I did that with the cast of Seventh Heaven. Most of us went through for that as like a reunion con thing. So 90% of my fan base that came through there, the community that came to my table was from Seventh Heaven. But I still had a couple of Kingdom Hearts fans come through, and I signed some Riku pops and some game covers and all that kind of stuff that I usually do. Some Keyblades. There was some cosplay. That stuff was there, but it was just very little bit. In Houston, it was the other way around. It was 90% Kingdom Hearts and 10% Seventh Heaven, which made me very happy, but I didn't expect for whatever reason. And so one of the fans came back to my table after getting a signed picture and stuff, and then came back and was like, "Here, I made this for your table." And it was a QR code that linked to my stream, so people could easily like follow the stream. And I was like, "Oh, this is amazing. Thank you so much." And I had it at my table. So then I was able to tell everyone, like, if you want to join stream, the code's right here. You can join right now, you know? And it was really fun to kind of interface with the community, now being a streamer, now being here on the platform, having a platform where I could say, hey, come hang out, as opposed to when I was at 90s Con, I was just like, it was nice to meet you. Bye. And like, where can I find you? Nowhere. Bye.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not anywhere.
My house, so, which like, I'm not telling you. Bye.
Yeah. So now I had a place to kind of to send people, to bring people in, you know, to come and hang out. And my plan for the future, so everyone knows, with cons and appearances and stuff, is that I do want to try to incorporate the stream into that process. So maybe I'll go live at my table when I'm at a con, or you know, something like that. So I haven't been able to really wrap my head around that too much. But next year in 2026, I do have a con that's lined up for January already. And I am going to be doing at least, I'm told, 6 that year. So I'm gonna be doing appearances at a more regular cadence, and I will, I'm sure, get better at the process where I can bring you guys with, you know, when I'm working there. So so that'll be something to look forward to, I guess. But again, it's like everything else around here. I'm learning as I go. So bear with me.
Bio says, please come to the East Coast.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to, Bio. So I'm not sure. I don't think I'm in a position in the circuit to kind of call my own cons, you know. I'm going to go kind of wherever my appearance agent can get me invited. But I like my appearance agent very much. He's a good dude. He seems to know the circuit very well. And so I told him, I said, 26 is the year. I'm just going to follow your lead. I'm not going to turn stuff down or be picky or whatever. You tell me what you think we should do, and we're going to go do it. Yep. And then I want to get like kind of the lay of the land. So I'm going to spend the year kind of following his lead on the circuit, and then getting to know kind of where I fit in that process, you know?
Yeah. Because I hope, because I keep driving like, here is a con that's here, and here is another con that's here, and I'm like, this better do something at some point. You got to get the say in.
Watching Longley from the UK. Sam, I am, that was Sam who said that, right?
Yes.
I am I talked to my appearance agent when we were in Houston about international shows, and he can book me on international shows. There is some like politics around that not politics per se, like con politics around going overseas for shows and how that's structured, like business wise for someone like me. So that's
because it is
something
kind
that
of like
we'll
a
have
business
to.
venture. So that I'm sure that involves like visas and
Yeah,
other
I mean,
stuff, and it's just
I'm
like more
going and
complex.
like it is for you, right? Like I'm going to
Yeah.
these cons not as a guest, but as an attraction, as a booth, as
Right.
a part
Yeah.
of the con, right? So,
Yes.
um, so I would love to go and do some shows overseas as well, and I probably will push to do that at some point. But like I said, this first year of doing the circuit, I'm gonna let him kind of do what he thinks is best,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna
Yeah.
follow his lead so that I can learn at least the scene around here a little bit in the States. And then, from there, I can maybe ask to prioritize maybe a trip overseas once in a while. And so
Hmm.
I can come and see you guys who were across the pond, so to speak.
Just a hop, skip across the pond. Why is my chair squeaky? Stop it. Also, I need it to be said. I saw Queen had said it earlier that the person that I was talking about from Con is in chat apparently, and I missed it, so I don't know who it is.
Nice.
But you're
Welcome.
here at hi.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool. Oh, I stopped my music. There we go. A little something. Sometimes it just hits the dead silence, and then I'm like, wait. For me, anyway.
Yeah.
You're fine. You got yours going. It's okay.
I'm just cruising down this playlist. It's a long one, so we're good.
Oh.
All right. Well, Niku, hit me with the hard questions, I guess. I think it's that time.
Do you want questions? Because I have a mix of, I have like information that's cool to know, things to discuss. I have Graven ask questions he wants to know, which we got one before we talked about anything else.
As I think of stuff, I will careen us off course. Without issue. So I'm not worried about it.
For sure. Okay. So for those of you who do not know, I had a small question submission form, because I, figured it would be a little easier than trying to read a rapidly flying chat as we're trying to catch a question from somebody, which that's going to happen kind of naturally anyway, because we're just talking and then we read chat a little bit and we're like, oh, so-and-so said something. And then we talk about something adjacent to that for a while or whatever. But I had some because I knew people were going to want to ask and they were going to be asking in chat anyway. So what if we had something a little more non-moving and I can look at it? So I had this submission form for a little bit, and it was like mostly in like the Discord. I put it like in my own Discord too, but I kept it small. So anybody who was like, wait, I wanted to submit it, don't worry, it's fine. You'll get more chances. It's okay. I see. Hi, I have a question. Sorry, I have a question. Hey, excuse me, I have a question. Could you, hey, hi. That said, I got 43 responses. Some of them are kind of repeat questions, which is fine because that's something where I'm like, okay, people do want to know this thing, right? So that gives me at least a sense of things. I also left open a little section for bonus comments, which a lot of people left very sweet comments thanking you for streaming. I might read some more specifically. I could even just send it to you to see like the things that people said. I will say one of them said,
"You're welcome.
Graven, learn to read your HUD." That was their one comment. It was like, Graven, learn to read your HUD.
No.
Then die.
No, I will not. All right? I don't need a HUD.
I don't need to
play
read.
Turn that shit off. I don't know what these buttons do. I don't care.
And I don't care. I'm gonna figure it out, okay? We're playing this on my time. My time, my button mapping. Nothing will tell me anything to do.
Yeah.
Bro, you sick. The HUDless obey me now, Sora. That's good. That's a good one.
Like that.
It's funny because, like, I read that and I, like, laughed. And then I was like, I mean, I was going to bring that up anyway. But, like, now I have a very easy excuse to talk about it. The HUDless obey me now, Sora.
So what? So wait a minute. So hold on a second. So what is this gripe with my HUD? What did I miss about the HUD?
Okay,
I'll tell you what I think I missed.
You ask a question and then you're like, what is this? I'll tell you.
I'll tell you.
So go on.
Tell you about my HUD.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it when? Because some of the AP moves that we activate.
Yeah.
And some of the summons as well, right? I would use them, and then I'd go, they don't do anything, and that's because the prompt would come up on the HUD, and I'd miss that. But those would only pop up.
Of course, it was Queen.
But those would only pop up circumstantially, right? So like if I'm in the right spot, it would pop up.
Yeah, sort of.
So that's I think why I missed it, because it was usually when I'd get in for a fight or a combo, and the only one that I got used to was Ragnarok, because I did leave that on for a while. I did like that combo.
And Ragnarok is cool as hell.
It is a good combo, yeah.
No, Graven, it's
work
cool
in every
as
scenario.
hell.
Yeah. But was that it though, or was there other things about the HUD that I just didn't get?
I mean, I definitely there was. God, where do I start? You definitely struggled for a while, right, to learn that you're like, oh, a triangle, it's a prompt, and it shows up, and it tells me to do something, and I have to press the button, right? And you definitely got better at it as it went on. You got better at, like, menuing and where to go and stuff, and that's all just, like, learning any game, right?
Just time spent,
and that's something where I was like, yeah, you'll figure it out as you go on. It was also, I think, combined where it's just like sometimes there was just words on screen and you just like nothing would go in and you would just be like, wait, what did that say, chat? And then like later, like it was like you unlocked Red Trinity and you were like, and you'd read it out loud and then it'd be like 2 minutes later and you're like, wait a second, we can do the Red Trinity? Like and we were like, yeah, dog, you said it out loud. Like, just nothing.
I'm just reading and streaming, baby. I don't know what's going on.
It was also like, it took so long. The whole time, anytime any of the party levels up, that includes even any of the Disney characters, if they do in your party, in that top left corner, it'll be like, so-and-so leveled up, and it'll be like learned ability, and like if you got some bonus stat or something out of it, right? And every time we were like, oh, Donald learned a thing, and you were like, how do you guys know that? What do you mean he did? And then eventually you at least got enough where you're like, I saw it was blue. Donald something, and like no reading, but
when someone told me it was color-coded, that stuck.
There
I was like, oh, it's color-coded. I can remember that. So then, because I'm usually like in the middle of a fight or whatever when it happens, so I'm not looking at the corner of the screen for an excerpt of a paragraph to tell me about how my stats changed, you know? So I wasn't able to I don't have the readability for it at least through the first game, and I'm sure I'll get better at it. Understanding that. But yeah, the Trinity thing, I couldn't even remember that they were called Trinities for the first 3 or 4 games. I was just calling them Banksies. Yeah,
which was funny, to be fair. To be clear, it was very
and now
funny.
That's what they are to me, because that is some strange artist ran around the Disney worlds painting little things, marking stuff. Illegally on the floor and the walls.
You don't know that. Maybe they got a permit. I don't know. Speaking of Trinities, the shirt I'm wearing today was made by a friend, a fellow artist, and these shirts were sold at Reconnect, and they were very popular. That they're all based on the Trinities. Cool. So this is Green Trinity.
Oh, nice.
Stack.
Yeah.
Isn't it cute?
The stack one.
Yeah. And
I
so
really
a red
loved
and a blue one.
I really
Shout
loved
outs to
the
Nini.
Trinity animations. And
Aren't
there
they
were
so
moments
cute?
in the game that it was things like that, those details in the game that the mechanics were there, and it was already nice to have all of those different mechanics to play with,
Yeah.
but for them to go the extra mile to actually animate it, not just to animate it in a silly way, but to
Mhm.
animate it in a very Disney way, to
Yeah.
really the game kind of, that's why I said it's impressive to me that it doesn't lean on Disney as a crutch, it stands next to it, because
Yeah.
in so many
Yes.
ways the game took its original mechanics and then paid homage to the Disney around it, to the world that it was in. And I all that stuff made me smile. I thought it was so well done.
Yeah, it's so unbelievably charming. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, yeah,
something where
yeah.
like on the surface, it's so easy to like look at this and you're like, "Well, I guess it's some kind of Disney game." And I can't say, "Wow, Disney games in the early 2000s had such a great reputation." You know what I mean? It's something where you're like, "I guess Mickey Mouse is in it and it's some side-scrolling platformer or something, I don't know, on my Game Boy, you know." But like it was really just like we're going to use it and like we're actually truly going to be like we are making something of our own out of this, and like it's so respectful to that, like to the original like source material, in a way that it's still kind of hard to find something of that caliber like around these days. I don't know if you know how prevalent, it's so funny, I was literally talking about this like the other day on stream, where the like Kingdom Hearts renders of the Disney characters are so like everywhere because people don't know where they're from, you know? And so they're like,
Mhm.
I'm just gonna get a pic of Jack Skellington to put on my shop front for whatever. And I'm using this as an example, because there is a weed shop that we always end up passing at one point, and it's just
Nice.
like, yeah, it's this smoke shop, right, that has like specifically the Kingdom Hearts renders, and I know them and I see them and I know them from my heart, right? It's not a maybe, I know what they are. And it has the Cheshire Cat and the White Rabbit from Kingdom Hearts plastered on their front windows. And they're everywhere because they did such a good job. Like the attention to detail, whether it's the just the models or even just the worlds, or how they include animations, like recognizable
Yeah, the
animations from the
animations, the
movies.
posing, all that stuff really,
Yeah.
really is incorporated beautifully.
Yeah, no, it's something that I think can, especially even if you go in and you're like, I don't really like Disney, for any reasonable reason, for whatever, you're just like, it's, or you're like, I don't like animated movies, or I think it's for me, or whatever, it doesn't matter, right? But you go in with any preconception you may, and you go in and you're just like, this is such a magical game. Like I said, like the charm of it, and like the way they really play everything very straight and earnest, and they're really like utilizing the Disney properties without necessarily like, there's a difference between being like you said, standing beside it versus
Yeah.
like just being like, look guys, and Belle is here, woohoo, it's like,
Yeah, I
wow,
th that
Belle is a
that's the thing
character we
about it
talk.
that made me really proud, was that
Yeah.
the game didn't feel gimmicky, even though when you
Mm-hmm.
explain it, if you explain it in one sentence, you go, "Oh, it's like a Final Fantasy Disney mashup adventure game," and you're like, "Okay, it's a gimmick." It's
Sure,
the gimmick
yeah.
is how you explain it in one sentence, but the game doesn't feel like a gimmick
Nope.
at all. And you could tell it was made with love, and all that attention to detail put a smile on my face. I mean, you guys
Mhm,
saw it all the
mhm.
time when
Oh,
when
yeah.
things would come up, and I would just be like, "It's so cute." You know what I
I
mean? Like
yeah.
it has this. And I'm not even a big, like, I'm not like a Disney adult. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I I,
not a
I grew
big,
up
like,
with Disney,
Disney
and I
head,
love
yeah.
Disney projects, and I've worked for Disney in different capacities over my career as well. Um, but I don't get like passive Disney nostalgia just
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
Disney characters are there. It's not like my universe, but the fact that they were still able to give me that sense of nostalgia anyway, shows that they did a good job with it, you know?
Yeah. I think so. Like like I said, it kind of catches people off guard in a way that like you would for any reason go, and you're like, well, I'm not invested in Disney things, but like Kingdom Hearts really stands on its own while also
Yeah.
like highlighting the best parts of any of the Disney anything that it includes. And because I
Yeah.
also like I went into, and I gotta be clear, I played Kingdom Hearts as an adult. I knew about it growing up like a lot. Like I was surrounded by it, but I just didn't have the means to play it or anything. And so I went in as an adult with like no real like, you know, allegiances to Disney properties outside of just like culturally, obviously it's very permeated and everything. Like you're not going to grow up without
Yeah.
seeing at least one. Um so, you know, and I went through and everything, and it's something where I was like, wow, I'm so taken by this in a way that like I did not expect, which made me then revisit a lot of the Disney stuff that was like I feel like I can approach this versus like its relation to this larger like corporate entity, I guess, but now I'm just looking at it as like an artist and looking at something that fellow artists made.
Mhm.
Because I feel that when like it's like Kingdom Hearts and WoW, and it's like it's very much like these people are artists who looked at other stuff artists made and went, we're gonna do it right, you know, and put it in and really just like respectfully like implement it top to bottom. um which really just, like I said, it just brings out the charm, I think, in both sides. I'm rambling, but like, you know, I'm also seeing there's like a huge beam of sun trying to blind you.
Yeah, the sun's trying to kill me. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll be all right. My blinds are closed. It's coming in through the side crack between the
Oh,
blind and the
that's fun.
window, so
That's exciting.
it's out to get me.
So cool. I love that. I feel like I
Scarlett
was
Johansson resubbed, by the way. 5 months. 5 months, hand roll. Thank you very much for the resub.
It's great to go back and watch a Disney film that appeared in Kingdom Hearts and have a newfound appreciation for them, because I can go like, "Aw, that's Sora's friend Ariel."
That's right.
I think
That
that's something
time
that
Ariel
it
and Sora
hung
sang
out.
at Boyfriend Rock, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Singing at Boyfriend Rock about the boys they love. We love to see it.
Oh man, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun trolling with the community playing the
Uh-huh.
games, and I'm happy that the community uh, um, was able to, in large part, joke with me and not take anything I said terribly too
Uh-huh.
seriously and stuff. I wasn't quite sure how my gaming like style in general was gonna mesh with the community. But and that's why a lot of times on my stream I always preface it with like, thanks for hanging out and talking shit with me. Like this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
like
yeah.
this is
We're
how I
having
like to
we're
play my
having
games.
fun.
Yeah, I like to mess around and talk a little shit and that's how I like to have fun with my games. So it
Mhm.
was it was enjoyable to see the community kind of lean in sometimes to some of the dumb stuff that came out of my mouth while I was
Uh-huh.
playing.
That's part of the entertainment. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
part of you're being up here and you're just entertaining people. The job, if you will.
Yeah, the job, yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Everybody is saying that you did great. We had so much fun. Loved everybody says that you're funny. They liked the jokes. Keys open doors, Sora. Lots of
Keys open
lots of
doors.
little.
That was our that goes that's like song 1 on our greatest hits
Yeah.
compilation.
Yeah.
Keys open doors. Yeah.
The streams have been a blast, which, to be fair, is a lot of what people were saying in the comments of my questionnaire form that we quickly abandoned.
What's up, Ix? Ix is in the house. Hey, Ix.
Hey, Ix.
Well, what do you got for me, Niku? What kind of
Okay.
questions what are the burning questions for me now that I'm an
Okay.
expert?
Now that you're an expert on Kingdom Hearts 1 specifically. So I'll get this one out of the way because it was asked several times, because I
Okay.
did put I like propped the question up is like keep it, you know, generally with Kingdom Hearts 1 or like the series in general, because obviously they're gonna be like, this thing that happened in Kingdom Hearts 3, how did you feel about it? You're like, I don't know.
I don't remember.
So
Yeah.
like we gotta narrow the scope a little bit here.
Yeah.
So, you know, I got some repeats. There's only so much people can ask at a certain point, but some of them are some good questions. But I'll ask this one because it's most general, and I think we already know the answer. But what is your favorite boss fight? And I've also been proposed a boss fight ranking. I have a tier list and everything, if we so desired to do it, but we can start small. What was your favorite boss fight, Graven?
My favorite boss fight, I think, was the Riku fight in the Hollow Bastion after what it would be the dragon fight.
Yeah, you got it.
That was my favorite boss fight, and part of it, admittedly, is that
you have a bias.
well, sure, yeah, but part of it was that I always, growing up as an actor, like I always wanted to be. I always thought of myself, and maybe a lot of actors say stuff like this, and it sounds pretentious or something, and I apologize if it comes across that way, but sadly, I do mean this shit. I always kind of thought of myself as more of a character actor than like kind of a leading man kind of actor, and so I always had that. I always loved characters that are broken or that have flaws or that are or that make bad choices or that are, you know what I mean? Like those are always the characters that I am interested in trying to embody. And so that's why I often say, like, if I had the choice to pick my own character in Kingdom Hearts, I would have picked Riku anyway. You know, like he is my favorite character, and I was happy to encounter him in the late game boss fight and hear how my performance had changed. So in the early Riku fights, and I mentioned this while I was playing, but you can hear in the early Riku fights like some of my Zelda influences in my combat thrusts and things, like in my attacks and stuff like that, and all that stuff makes me smile and makes me very happy. But then in the later fight, when we were in that boss fight, you hear more frustration in it, more there's a bitterness to it in the even in the attack noises, and so I immediately picked up on that, and
there's almost like
immediately felt very proud of myself.
You know?
Yeah, there's more callousness to it. There's it, and so like those little changes, and it's not huge changes, but
they're there.
But the fact that I immediately picked up on those little changes in my performance, I instantly felt like very vindicated and proud of myself, that because I know that those were all intentional choices that I made, and and they registered with me as a gamer all these years later when I hadn't thought about those decisions at all. And I made these decisions when I was like 16. So I was very proud of that. And so I had a lot of enjoyment in that fight as a performer. I felt a lot of satisfaction getting to that point in the game and really enjoying my turn into the darkness part of Riku's like arc. And then my villain's sacrifice, as I coined it when we played it, where Ansem takes his step and Riku embodies and tries to block him, and says, you know, and that in that performance, you get a bit of desperation. There's a bit of regret maybe in it, and that and I remember, and I did this often, and I've talked about it maybe a little bit on stream, but not too much, that when I do my voice work in the booth, because I'm a regular actor and not a trained voice actor, I'm the kind of actor that like when I have like a physical scene with another actor, and then you practice it and you do it slowly and you do the thing, and then I will grab the actor and I'll say, hit me, do the thing. You know what I mean? Like push me, get in my face. I don't mind. You know what I mean? Like let's let's have this altercation. Let's get it to where it's almost the real thing, you know?
Yeah.
And so I like having that kind of physical um portion of the performance that kind of drags out like little eccentricities in the performance. It makes it weird. It gives it some, I like voice cracking and other, you know what I mean?
It's
Things
like
like that when that stuff happens
it's
is like a
organic.
happy
You know what
accident
I
for
mean?
me.
It's
And
organic and it
yeah,
feels natural because of it.
it
It's
feels also less like
staged.
uh staged, right?
Yeah.
And so um getting uh getting those little bits of frustration and anger
Mm-hmm.
and stress. And I remember being in the booth like I would do things like I'd push on my diaphragm really hard for impact noises to try to get some kind of like strain out of myself. I would
Mm-hmm.
doing the that moment where I hold Ansem back. I remember holding on because I just have a little stand, like a music stand,
Right.
right? Like if
With
you were
your
playing an
lines and stuff
instrument
on
with the
it.
lines
Yeah.
on it. And I would grab onto that or the chair that I have and just push on it to get that strain out of myself.
Yeah.
Doing things like that, showing that it was worth it in the end and that the performance kind of reflects those little moments,
Mm-hmm.
um, made me really happy. Um, so yeah, so that was my favorite part of the whole experience, just because that was the moment where I decided that I was proud of myself and that I did a good
Aw.
job,
I'm so
So
glad.
like, um, so you know, um, so yeah. But I mean, other than that, there's lots of great boss fights in the game. I'm afraid that at some point through the mid game, I really kind of knocked over a lot of boss fights and probably didn't give them their due, because I didn't have much of a struggle through some of them. I know I kind of wiped Ursula really fast,
That's
which a
not a
lot of
fight
people
that you
said
need to
that.
spend a lot of time on.
No, but I had a lot of I got a lot of
Yeah.
comments at the time that fight is usually a sticking point for people or
Yeah.
something, and I don't
Yeah,
know
it
if it
is.
is or not, but you know, I know I knocked over a lot of boss fights on my first try, and so that'll be the reason why we'll kind of step up the difficulty a little bit, because
Mm-hmm.
I think that butting up against those fights a few times and then finding the way through makes you appreciate the design of the fight a little bit better. It makes it more
Yeah,
memorable, you
yeah.
know?
You spend more time
So
with it. You
like,
get to chew on it some more, and
yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah, it
yeah.
sticks in your memory a bit more than if you just kind of
Yeah.
blow right through it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that that's true for even like playing a game versus watching a game. Is like it's different, and it like writes itself in your brain differently if you're like experiencing it, versus just watching it, which isn't necessarily talking down like people watching through a game and stuff, but it's something where I was just like, I am glad that you're playing through it and like you were really taking your time to like explore the game, because that's what
Yeah.
everybody wants so bad, because
Yeah.
it's like we love Kingdom Hearts and we want to see it and we want to see people enjoy it, and you
Yeah, I'm not
taking your time to
not just running through the story or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
And that's how, and I made sure I told everyone, like, look, I'm not in a rush to finish the game as fast as I
Yeah.
can. I want to play it the way I play games, and I like to poke around. I like to stop and mess with things.
Mhm.
I like to talk shit to NPCs. That's
Have a-
how I
have a
play
good
all of
time,
my games.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
Puzzle it out.
it was a lot of fun to, that's why sometimes I was like, let's go back to Traverse Town. I don't know. Let's go do a lap,
Yeah, let's just see what's going on.
And just
over
kind of
there.
like, yeah. And that's it was, and I plan on engaging with all the games that way. So
Well, I'm happy to hear it. It's great content for us in this
Yeah.
trying time of nothing for years at the moment. So
right.
everyone's been so appreciative. They're like, this drought, and then the one oasis is you playing Kingdom Hearts right now for a lot of people. So
it seems to be a happy accident, but I'm very pleased that
I like to call
I'm
that
pleased
good
to have the
timing.
community come through and hang out with me. Obviously, it makes the stream successful, and it means that spending my time and energy on the stream is worthwhile, and so I'm very grateful for it. But it also is very satisfying to know that the community was like was on one knee at the moment and needed something,
Needed it so
and
bad.
I'm perfectly happy to be that guy to come through and give everyone some content, some fresh eyes on the series, in a way,
Yeah.
kind
I
of,
mean,
sorta.
it's rare people get an opportunity like this where it's like, not only is it like somebody who was in the game, but like, you're Riku. Like, that's not small, you know what I mean? That's one of the two main
I've been in
characters.
every game, as far as I know.
Yeah. Yes.
I think I've been in every game. Maybe I wasn't in one of the smaller ones, the handheld ones.
No, I think technically you've voiced in every game outside of like, there's like mobile games, and that's kind of a different story. But even where you don't show up proper because it's like a different cast of characters, like there are still instances where like you specifically voicing a character at least pops up like once. At least once. So technically you're in like every game.
I know this passively because sometimes they call me in for a game and I'm like, oh, like I got a call to go in and do like another Kingdom Hearts game. And then I'll show up and I'll be done in like a day. And I'm like, oh man, you know?
I have
and then
to
other times I'm like, oh, I'm going in for a week, like that's a lot of work,
game. Yeah. Cause sometimes I'm sure, and you've kind of alluded to it here and there where it's just like, you've recorded for essentially like multiple things at once, which makes sense because, it's not just like they make one game and then they're done and then they start the next one. Like usually game dev is juggling a few different projects at once, things being kind of made, something's a little more ahead, but you already started on the next one a little bit before you finished, it's always kind of juggling pieces and parts. So
I'm not entirely sure that I'm completely right about that Melody was done at the same time as 3. If it wasn't done at the same time, it was done very shortly thereafter.
Yeah, so
I just can't
Memory,
remember exactly.
as far as we know, was in development alongside Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah,
so that wouldn't
I'm
surprise
I
me
think
too
I did
much,
do it
but
at once. I think we did 3, and then we did the Melody stuff was tacked on at the end.
Yeah, because it would make sense to me just timing wise. So there's Kingdom Hearts 3, and then a year passed, and then we had the DLC, which almost exactly a year later in 2020. So at the very start of 2020, before the whole world caught on fire, that's when we got Remind. And so I'm just like, as I'm speculating, I would think that you probably recorded for at least Remind, which is still Kingdom Hearts 3. It was like the DLC additive part for KH3. That it would be KH3 and Melody of Memory probably, or at least I Remind and Melody of Memory. I would think. That's what I would think. But if they had you doing all of that at once, I'm like, damn, they had dubs ready like a year before the DLC came out, which is not impossible. Just impressive, just interesting. Dude, Bergie, what'd you get?
I got Chick-fil-A. Hey. Not sponsored.
Not sponsored. Burger.
All right, well, I guess I don't know. Was that a cop-out answer that my favorite boss fight was me?
No, not at all. That came from your heart, and that's an answer. That's all that matters.
It really
doesn't have
did.
to be like, I really like the gameplay part in this one and the blah blah blah. It's just like, what was your favorite? That one for many reasons.
There were some really cool fights. Like I thought that it was really cool. Some of the fights were cool because of what they were, like just the nature of the fight. Like what comes to mind is the Fantasia demon, the big Fantasia,
my boy Chernabog.
Right? I didn't remember his name, but when that showed up, I was like, oh, I recognize this guy.
Yeah,
like, I remember Fantasia. And so that was like a cool, memorable moment.
It was sick.
I don't think the fight was particularly difficult or memorable.
No,
honestly,
but it's cool.
But it was cool. You know what I mean? And like the big Ursula fight is obviously cool because that's how. Spoilers. That's how Little Mermaid ends, right?
Yeah,
with the big Ursula
spoilers
fight.
For 1989's The Little Mermaid.
I thought the Maleficent, like going into her dragon form was a great shout
really
out to
cool.
the end of Sleeping Beauty. Like, that's why I was saying, so the Disney really got the long end of the stick on the deal here, because like they were really lifted up by this game series
Big time.
they were put on a pedestal in like all the right ways. You know, they were.
Yep.
It felt like this real like highlight reel of like some of the coolest moments from those films that we all grew up with, right? So
Yep.
So there was a lot of great memorable moments. I think probably mechanically, I think the best fight for me was Unknown, and that's because it was the one that took me the longest to crack. And
it really kind of pushes
and it was
you
so satisfying to finally crack it, you know?
Yeah, you really got to lock in for it, and it feels good. Because now you're like, okay, I got to use this tool, and I got to do this, and when he does this, I can do this. And, you know, you really got to, like, puzzle it out. And it feels so good. Oh, yeah, you're eating. I was just like, says something. I was just
having a little
bite,
I'm going to try not to...
You don't want a mukbang on stream for the people?
Yeah, not really.
No? Okay. Yeah, I similarly, because I went through Kingdom Hearts as an adult, right? My friend was playing, and he already loved Kingdom Hearts, but he was like, okay, we're gonna go through, and I knew stuff. Right, but like I not like firsthand by any means, and so I got, you know, pleasantly taken by surprise by many little things throughout the game, and Chernobog was one of them that I had no idea he was there, and I loved Fantasia. I watched it a lot as a kid. I love the Sorcerer's Apprentice. I love so much about Fantasia, and I love Fantasia 2000. And going in, and the music.
I've seen Fantasia 2000, but I don't think I've seen much of it. The original is the one I saw a ton as a kid. So that's the one I remember well.
I remember I saw Fantasia 2000 in theaters when it released, like in an IMAX theater. And I went with my mom, and it was cool. And I love Fantasia 2000. It has a lot of good bits and pieces. So if you ever want to take a look at it again, I definitely recommend it. But definitely going in, and like you go in and the music starts to kick in, and you're like, I know this song, and it's just like actual Chernobog. And I was like, it was one of those moments I just remember being like, whoa, this is really cool. Was the Chernobog fight. And it rules hard, so I'm glad, because when you also wait a second, what? The guy, and I was
I know him. That's awesome. And again, I had no idea that he was going to show up. It was a surprise to me. So like, you know, it was, I love that the series, and that's why, chat, we emphasize that I am going in blind. Yes, I did record all the cutscenes that involve Riku, but I don't know much of the rest of the story. I was only given a bit of context for other things that happen in the game, the stuff I needed to know. It's a very need to know kind of process. Yeah. And so moments like that in the game are a total surprise to me, and I got to, you know, be surprised and enjoy it live, you know. So yeah, that's that. I think those are the kind of boss fight highlight. Kurt Zisa was a great fight. I did go to fight him a few times. I didn't feel great about the win for Kurt Zisa, and that's because I ended up just cheesing his spin attack against the edge of the arena. And if that didn't win me the fight, I would have laughed about it and said, haha, good fight.
Right.
But because that alone kind of won me the fight, it didn't feel like a great win. You know, it felt like I had to cheese him to get the win. So, and that was, I think part of my beef with that is I don't really love the timing for guard. It's too slow. And so like hitting and then like dodging that attack was very, I don't know. It didn't feel like I had enough control over that moment in the fight. So. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sound like someone was not. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. I think, did your phone make like a noise or something?
It did, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because your phone went off, and I was like trying to find my own phone for a second. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah.
No, it's time.
We're
It's
just
time
hearing
for
things.
Sephiroth Sass Part 2.
Yeah. I feel like I was gonna say, oh, right. I wanted to say, so I know that ads are coming up. I'm gonna get this out. So one of the things about Final Mix, because it added a lot of content, Kurt Zisa is a boss that got added, and
Right.
Kurt Zisa is named Kurt Zisa because of a sweepstakes they held here in the States. And so a guy got picked to have some kind of character named after him in Kingdom Hearts, a boss, and that's the fight. So that's just some guy's name, and I always think it's a pretty cool name.
It is a great boss name. Yeah.
It could have been like John Smith, the boss, John Smith, you know, but we got
giant
Kurt
Egyptian
Zisa.
snake god.
Yeah,
John
Smith.
Smith.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's a cool name and it's a cool fight. It's a great boss design. Maybe my favorite, just the design of the boss itself. Maybe Kurt Zisa is my favorite.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Really cool design, interesting to look at. Did have a good move set. I just, because I wasn't able to really overcome that one spinning attack in the late fight and I cheesed it, I just didn't walk away from the fight as satisfied as I wanted to be. But still a good fight.
Yeah, it's something where, like, even though, because I know you had him, like, hitting the wall a little bit when you were doing stuff, but, like, I feel like if you were just standing there, you were probably still gonna catch strays anyway.
I think I did even catch at least one pass. Like, it wasn't a perfect strat, but what it did was it kept me from just getting bullied in that segment where it killed me every time. So I did lean on that strat to win the fight, and it had to be done.
I think that's utilizing your environment.
Yes, of course. As gamers, we know sometimes you do what must be done, and you stand up on something and shoot down.
It's fine. Look, I'm not against cheese.
And I do it in Silk Song and Hollow Knight. Like, if I can tuck myself in a corner where I know I'm safe and then jump up and slap you until you're dead, then I'll do it. I'm not above it. You know what I mean?
That's just playing smart. Like, there's no honor here. It's a video game.
Exactly. There's no honor in war, right?
Yeah,
but it's because the Kurt Zisa fight was such a kind of moment in the game, the big secret bosses, it was the first one I found. I totally found him completely on accident. I just went back to Agrabah to like look around for like Banksies and stuff. And then I was like, why is the carpet like freaking out? I don't remember
carpet,
that.
What's wrong?
And so like, and then I was very pleasantly surprised because I thought I'd just go back to Agrabah and I'd walk to the to the big gate in the back of the zone and there'd be a boss there or something. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't expect there to be some kind of interaction to trigger like a unique arena fight, in the way that the boss fights were. I also think that the Phantom fight was, I think probably maybe the Phantom fight was mechanically just as or even more interesting because it was a magic forward fight.
It's really like a specific little puzzle you got to do.
But thematically, having that boss fight not in Neverland but in London was, I also thought, just really cool. It's using Big Ben as the centerpiece and as a mechanic in the fight.
Yep.
Both really good choices by the devs.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool.
Yeah. So there's lots of highlights in the combat through the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of like memorable little fights and things. Especially like a lot of the, like, again, you get to that end game type content and it's very much like, okay, what did we learn, class? And then you have to go in there and like figure out and remember your tools, And I like that. I personally like that they're all kind of like varied enough. Like, again, like Phantom is so just like, okay, we work one way and one way only, and you better figure it out or die.
Yeah. And I did quite a few times until I went around the clock on accident, I think the first time, because I was just off to the side and I was kind of like my camera and I was just kind of flying and I flew off to the side of Big Ben and then he missed me and I went, oh.
Yeah, that's kind of like that's not even like a cheese strat as much as like that's just kind of the strat. Like you're just like, well, you have the whole clock to fly around, and as long as you make it around a corner, you're like okay. So you did it. You figured it out. I was like, I don't even have to say anything. You got it. Like, you know, I never
It took me a second,
feel like
but
I
got
have
it,
to say anything. But you know, you usually figure it out. So, like, people are so desperate for you to know immediately, and I'm like, guys, just let it. And every time you just puzzle it out like relatively quickly, and I'm like, when will chat learn to just let him cook a little bit?
I stand on the fact that I think I have pretty decent gamer skills, like instincts, gamer instincts. Like I have a good understanding of what devs are trying to tell me when they set things up. I can read games pretty well, and that's because I've been playing games since I was 4. You know what I mean? I've always played video games, so like I'm pretty good at picking up what they're putting down. You know, that being said, it's not a perfect system. Sometimes I do miss things and stuff, but you know, that's for us all to do. So
you know?
It's part of the fun, right? Watching me not figure out stuff can also be fun, and you know, as long as it doesn't take forever.
Yeah, to some extent there is.
I still think that postcard's bullshit, by the way.
Yeah, it's not very intuitive to find. I think it's a fun idea that gives you, there's nothing that tells you to do that. You know what I mean? There's nothing that's like, what if you hit the ceiling fan? And you're like, there's a ceiling fan up there? Like, you know, it's...
I saw a lot of people in the chat or in the comments and the different things on the platforms had said after the fact that in the old games, the controls were as such that you cycle target locks
you
more
can still do
easily,
that, but
and you could still do that, but I feel like in a modern
as necessary,
controls in a modern control setting, that's not as relevant. Like it was useful in very specific scenarios, but most of the time I could just point at what I wanted to lock onto and get the auto lock there and then lock onto it. So I didn't lean into shuffling my lock ever. But a lot of people in the comments said on the original PS2, you would cycle lock-ons more often, and so that it was more likely you were to figure out that you could lock onto the fan, which I never figured out, by the way. I never locked onto the fan.
To be fair, is still stumbling into it. You know what I mean? It's still like, oh, but it was just a little more setup that you might accidentally do that more naturally than if, you know, especially now, like, where you're just going in and you're like, all right, Ducks, what you got?
And I think, chat, that's going to be our go-to in the for the series. Like, if there's something that I'm just not getting, then we can make a game of it, and we can do like a hot or cold, and we can bring chat in to kind of show me the way, you know? And doing that hot or cold game, I think, was one of the more memorable parts of the playthrough, you know?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was a lot of fun, I think. I agree. I think that's a good idea. The chest was so funny. Anyway, everybody loved it. The crowd loved it. They're all cheering. They're clapping, and they're going, "You're so smart. Your brain is so huge." I feel like there was something I was going to say, and I'm trying to remember. Because there's just so many things. Let me pivot and look at my question list here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I got this one. I got like a few variants of this same question. Of kind of like, what was your favorite cutscene, or what was your favorite scene? And another one that was like, what scene had the most emotional impact on you?
Again, I think emotional impact for me personally was the villain's sacrifice, was Riku after the Riku fight coming back to give them an escape. That was impactful for me, but for personal reasons, admittedly.
Mhm.
I think let's see. I think my favorite cut scenes, a lot of this stuff will be Riku stuff because that's the stuff that
Oh,
I
yeah,
really
and that's
just
fine. That's
yeah,
okay.
I loved I loved the cutscene because I completely forgot about it until it happened, and then I went, "Oh, that's right." When
Yeah.
I take the Keyblade from Sora at Hollow Bastion.
Yeah, that was
And when
real
that
good.
happened, I went, "Oh," like, I as a gamer, I went, "Oh, no," and then I went, "Oh, yeah." Like,
Oh
I
yeah.
completely forgot that I do that, and,
That scene goes really
and
hard.
so that moment was really cool, I think, for the cutscene and
Mhm.
a great kind of story pivot, you know,
Yeah.
a story anchor for the narrative, you know?
Mhm. Yeah.
Getting the Keyblade taken from him, was really cool, from Sora.
Yep.
I think that kinda covers that stuff.
Yeah,
What was the other thing?
how did we feel about Riku being locked behind the door? Like the big like Kingdom Hearts end of the game
Oh,
and he's stuck back
um,
there cuz I know people definitely cuz that's definitely a scene that sticks out to a lot of people and the series definitely looks back at that scene more than once. It's like
yeah.
the end of the game, right?
I know it's a pivotal moment for the narrative across the series.
Yes. Yeah.
And in a way that's Riku's like true sacrifice because he gives
Mhm.
himself up behind the door so that it can be sealed. I mean, it's a great moment and I thought it obviously I think it lands and it works well.
Mhm.
It was less impactful for me in the playthrough only because I do remember that I recorded more
Right.
games. So I'm not
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm not lost on the fact that Riku's not gone. So it
Mhm.
I but I know that as a kid playing those games for the first time, you go, what happened to Riku? It's uncertain, right? And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that makes that moment, that's what carries the weight of that moment for the audience, especially the younger audience. And
Mhm.
so I didn't get the benefit of that in my playthrough, but it was well done, I think.
Yeah, I think even if you do cuz it's like, I knew like going through, but it's something too where it's like I think there's something about the resignation even in like your delivery where it's just like take care of her is very much a like I'm not going to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's something that I
it's a
feel is really
sacrifice.
yeah.
It's full
It's
Riku fully
good.
understands that he is that his future is now uncertain and that's
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
And so I was really pleased with the way all of that stuff kind of played out, the way it looked, the way it sounded. Um I was very happy with my performance in it and also
Mhm.
Haley's and Hayden's as well through the game
Oh yeah.
are all the voice acting is really stellar and that the platform on which we all stand is the long line of Disney voice actors that
Yeah.
reprised for the game.
Oh yeah.
That's a big deal, you
The
know?
original voice actress for Alice came back and
Yeah.
did her part. It's crazy.
And I remember them telling me at the time
Yeah.
when we were recording the game, they were like, "Oh yeah, we're calling everybody." And I was like, "That's cool." Like
Everybody? Yeah.
because because to
And
me as
Wendy
an
too. She's also
actor,
Wendy. Sorry, I forgot to say she also Wendy and she also did Wendy. So anyway.
well, I for me when they
Mhm.
said that, I
Yeah.
kind of selfishly went, "Oh, so now
Yeah.
I am a part
Oh, I'm a part of the Disney
I am a
pantheon, huh?
part of every single Disney movie,
Yep.
and it's canon." Like,
Yeah. This is like a
it is
real
like,
big
this is
thing. Yeah.
real Disney canon, and I have interacted with not just, "Oh, I was in this one classic Disney animated film." No, I
Yeah.
have interacted with them all. I have
You got to hang
scenes
out
with
with
Hades.
every Disney,
I
like
have
all of these
scenes with
major Disney
Maleficent.
villains.
You
Yeah.
know,
It's
I
sick.
have scenes with them all.
Yep.
And so that even when I was a teenager, that was not lost on me that like
Yeah.
this was like a cheat code that I got to become a part of all of the Disney canon at once.
Yeah.
And I was super excited about that, as
Yeah,
like a
reasonably so, I think.
a check mark bucket list kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
in a way, this game single-handedly allowed me to kind of touch each one of those franchises
Yeah.
with my performance, and so I was grateful and happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, you really, like, you and, like, your character got to stand with the greats, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't
Yeah,
just one or two, it was, like, the greater Disney pantheon all at
that's
once,
right.
and it's,
I
like, one of
kidnapped
the pivotal
Princess
characters.
Jasmine,
You
chat.
kidnapped
I didn't
Jasmine.
remember that. I went, oh yeah, I kidnapped
Oh.
Jasmine. What a jerk I am.
Yeah, oh yeah, because, like, in stream, you're like, oh, I kidnapped Princess Jasmine. Like, that was me. Right.
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for it.
Oh, the lows he stoops to. On that note, here's another thing I wanted to bring up. So, with Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, how this kind of functioned, it was like a ping-ponging a little bit. So, like, Kingdom Hearts comes out in Japan, right? Successful. Is being worked on. Disney's very much taking it seriously, trying to, like, really, they're like, or, like you said, we're bringing everybody in. We're getting, like, big names and stuff. Like, it was like a point of, like, that they put on. They're like, Sora, voiced by Haley Joel Osment, and they're like, wow, they're serious, and they did all of this, and so it's very much, all-star cast, yourself included, doing a great job. And
I think truly, and I'm not downplaying my contribution at all, but I think I'm very lucky to have been chosen for it, and
Right.
circumstantially, like,
yeah,
I was a known child actor, certainly at the time. I had a very long career before I did the game. I was in films and television for a very long time, but I was not like, in the 90s, I was like a film actor kid. I had a couple of movies that I was in, but through the 90s into the 2000s, I was more of a television actor. So, to get pulled in, and again, I've said this before, but the director of the original game, Ned Lott, he told me flat out that he was struggling to think of who he wanted for Riku, and happened to come across a rerun of Seventh Heaven and heard my voice and said, that's Riku. And I was like, what episode of Seventh Heaven could have possibly given you that impression of me?
Glad you did, but I'm so curious.
Seventh Heaven as a show is obviously Simon is not a dark character and doesn't have, and I don't know what episode it was, but it was, he said your voice has a dark quality to it.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah,
that's cool. Like, I remember being like, thanks. I like that. But but also like, all right, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like,
but thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and so I was brought in as a name actor, and I took it very seriously, and I'm glad that it all turned out well for my performance and stuff. But
bang up fucking job.
but for me to go in to voice a lead role alongside Haley and Hayden and all of the Disney voice actors, that came through was I did feel it was not lost on me that I was lucky to be there.
Yeah. No, I understand, because it's interesting, because a lot of it is just like, oh yeah, like, it makes sense. Like, Haley was like really also a big child star at the time.
Well, he was a film star though as well.
Yeah.
So
but I know he was also in the Disney pocket
internally. Like, the industry does kind of, especially back then, I think, holds like film actors, television actors, voice actors all differently. They're all kind of weighted differently by the industry itself. And so, getting to the fact that they were hiring all of these film actors to come in to do this game, and then also me, felt like I was given a shot to come in and do something, and I tried my best,
I mean, whatever dark quality he heard in your voice was, I mean, he was right.
and for that, I'm forever grateful to him, because it's the, he heard something in me that I didn't know was there, and
Yeah.
so then I got to find it, and I think it was there in the game. It came out, so that's really, you know I don't know. It's awesome. It's one of
Yeah.
those moments in my career where I was given an opportunity to kind of, to carry my weight, and I think I did. So
Yeah. No, I think you did great, honestly. And I was going to elaborate a bit in that, like, so when we got Final Mix, right? We hadn't had Final Mix for a really long time because basically, came out in Japan, came over into the United States, got the big dub treatment, right? Disney was like, yeah, we're putting our all into it. And then what they did is they took all of that and the English dub and everything and brought it back over to Japan. So Final Mix in Japan, Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, features the entire English dubbing. It just has like Japanese subtitles. And so for a lot of people, basically since the beginning, because this wasn't like a super long time in between, they were like, we're gonna re-release the game with a bunch of bonus content. Here's some extra bosses. Here's some extra like lore bits. And here's all of the official Disney English casting, and especially because like Disney is American, right? So getting it in English is like,
and
you're
so
going
in
to
that
the
context,
source.
it makes sense to bring it back internationally with the English dub as a highlight. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where and I'm trying to remember, I'm more than sure there was an interview that like this was stated where it was like, yeah, so for like a lot of people, their first interaction with the series ever was in English. Like it's something where I remember I wanted to say this at the beginning because, especially as we're just starting out and we're kind of feeling out the pace, you're just starting streaming and everything. You're like, no, I'm just the dub guy. I'm just the voice. And we're like, understandably, you come in, you dub, you leave. You know what I mean? And I get that, but it's just like, but the value of which people hold your performance and your contribution is very big on a global scale, even because for a lot of people, like, you are just as much the official English Disney voice for this character as are all the original other characters in the greater pantheon. Ursula sounds like that and Riku sounds like this, and that's you. For a lot of people, that was their first exposure to Riku, even in Japan, was your dubbing. So it's something that's just really cool to think about. And there are very, very few, I think, examples that can have this where like the English and the Japanese are kind of held in the same regard. And I think it's kind of a unique situation, being a Japanese game about largely, this American IP, all kind of meshed,
a Japanese
together.
Love letter to a set of Western IPs.
Yeah, which actually is not that strange. Animation has a really long and interesting history of like animators from like one country being inspired by another, being back and forth, and it's just like everybody's just kind of like ping-ponging off of each other. And it's really cool to see how we get from Donald Duck with his big eyes to like current like anime aesthetics with giant eyes. Like it's not unrelated at all. So it's pretty normal, but it is just an interesting thing. Not many games, especially in 2002, getting the dub treatment and the lip syncing that it did, unheard of. Absolutely insane.
It was a big deal at the time that they were like, oh yeah, we like they put a camera in the booth. And so all of our booth work is filmed so that the animators can not only hear the line that they've chosen, but they can watch our mouth and they can then model using that as a reference.
Yeah, there's something, because like oftentimes too, voice acting isn't just, you're not just standing there like looking, you're like, into the mic. It's like people inherently, they're just gonna like speak and they're gonna be like, when they're doing stuff in
which
the
is
booth.
the precursor to like motion capture, right? Because that's basically the same thing. Like before they were doing motion capture, you would just film a performance and then the animators would use it as reference. That's what all the Disney films we grew up with, that's how they made them. Like
they work from
famously
reference.
for The Lion King and for Tarzan and for all those movies, like the animators would go to the zoos and they'd watch the animals, they'd film the animals for hours so that they had all of these kind of mechanical references to animate. And so in a way, that's kind of how it was done, for the same reasons. Like they would film our booth work, and then they would use that as a kind of a baseline for the mouth flap, what they called the flap.
Yeah.
Know?
Yeah. As it turns out, most all art comes from life somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got to take it from somewhere, and it's usually life, and then filtered through this, and then spat back out. Rotoscope. Yeah, there is rotoscoping in earlier Disney stuff. Yep.
That's true. There's a lot of great old techniques that really that feel ahead of their time when you look back at them. There's a great lineage of art techniques there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy to like see what people figured out with the tools that they had. They just made it work. And it's just fascinating. I feel like I had something. Oh, right. Somebody brought this up. I have to tell you, especially you mentioned Tarzan in passing. So we're never seeing him again.
Okay.
He's not coming back. They won't even reference him. So Disney lost the rights to Tarzan after a certain point. That's why he doesn't show up in the parks. There used to be a big Tarzan like little house, and now they turned it back to like the Swiss Family Robinson house or something like that.
Oh yeah,
like
the Swiss Family Robinson house at the parks. Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be like a Tarzan one, and they had to remove that, right? Because they basically they still have a finished product that they can be like, here's Tarzan on Disney Plus. Like they can do whatever with that, but that's why we don't
the Tarzan IP be like wide open by now? Because it's old, isn't it?
It's held by I forget the name, the estate of like the guy, and like the thing is, the copyright is like really, really long, and when it first goes in, it'll usually be on like the first printing of like a book, so it'll only be so much of it. So it's like Steamboat Willie now is like in like Creative Commons, like we can access it, but it's only Steamboat Willie. It's not the rest of the shorts.
It's not the other variations of Mickey. It's just that one. Yeah.
So it's Edgar Rice Burroughs. There we go. The Edgar Rice Burroughs estate was like, nuh-uh, no more. And so they basically, like, you can see it when you launch KH1 that it's credited separately, as well as like Winnie the Pooh. In like there's like Disney blah blah blah, and then Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, yada yada and stuff, and it'll say that when you go in. And basically they lost it like right after this, and so you're gonna go into Chain of Memories, and it's gonna be like, don't you remember all of your friends from all of everyone but Tarzan that we won't look at or acknowledge ever again? And that's why they lost the rights to it.
Nice.
So this is all you get. He's here and nowhere else.
Well, he made it.
He got it in, he got in there just in the nick of time. Not Tarzan. Deep Jungle isn't necessarily my favorite world, but I do like Tarzan. I went back and watched it again, and I was like, you know what? This is all right. This is a good movie. I had a good time watching it. It hit me emotionally more than I expected, because I hadn't watched it in a really long time, and I was like, oh, this is really sad. Mommy, no. So I was like, oh, this is good. This is a good movie. It's also animated like crazy, so, it's cool. The respect. Artist to artist respect, but...
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, they had a lot of... They had their fun. No more. We talk because Phil Collins. Yeah, because Phil Collins it's making the music for Tarzan, and it's good. But none of that. No more. What was the question? Oh yeah, your favorite scene, and then we had the. Okay, yeah. Oh, I will say I love when Riku takes the Keyblade, and it's so personal for him. But the line of like, "You were just the delivery boy," is so. Goes so hard.
It does, yeah. And as soon as I said it, I went, "Oh, I remember that."
Yeah,
I was like, "Oh," because I remember getting to that line and being like, "Oh, I'm such a dick."
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's
good.
Such a mean line, Yep. And I loved like leaning into that, like having that moment where where I knew that the audience was gonna be like, Riku, you bastard.
Yeah.
How could you? You know?
Could you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that, and then followed by Donald being like, well, Sora, we gotta go, you know, and you're like,
Oh,
I knew it!
Donald. Instant backstab from Donald.
Oh, God.
What a duck he is.
Of course, Goofy was like the first one. He's like, well, you know, I don't want to fight Sora. All right, see you, Donald. And he's like, wait a second. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that's why I said it and I meant it. Goofy's a real one, okay?
Goofy's always a real one.
Goofy's the real one. I
He's
didn't know how much I loved Goofy until we played this game. All right?
Yep. He's kind of also frequently the one guy with the brain cell in the group. Because he's so observant. Goofy, he's always noticed, he's like, well, what if we tried this? And you're like, Goofy, you're so right. Goofy, what if we tried this?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The innocence. The observance of innocence or something like that.
Yeah. Just there's no filter, there's no preconceptions for Goofy. He's just out here living life. There's also a on that note specifically, at the very early in the game, when you're first, like, you're seeing Donald and Goofy, but we haven't, like, met them yet, and they're in Traverse Town looking around, and Goofy is like, oh, what if we went over there? And it's like, it is the alley that Sora is in, and Donald's just like, oh, what do you know, you big palooka? And he's like, what do I know? You know, and then they leave.
Goofy gets tripped up by philosophy.
Yeah, well, what do I know? You know, and then they just totter off, knowing? You know. It's
hey, TIE Fire, thank you very much for the resub. 15 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed it. Thank you very much. It's a Prime resub. 2 months.
Sorry, we were talking about Kingdom Hearts.
Sorry, but thank you.
Donald the Gaslighter. Donald is a flawed man. Duck. He's a flawed duck. I think that's why people like him. Just like people like Riku, you know? We're not so different, you and I, duck.
No, it's the flaws that make characters relatable.
Oh, yeah, yes.
It's the mistakes that characters make that make them lovable because you get to watch them course correct. And those are the things that ingratiate you to a character.
Yes.
I've said it on stream and I've said it my whole career, but it's tough. It's a tall order to play a leading man. To play a lead of any kind where you are in the right and you are doing what's right and you stand for what's right and everything you're doing is right. Yeah. And it's just like, you're so right. Go away. You know what I mean? It's not, it's harder to make a character like that relatable because the things that make us human are the mistakes and the flaws and stuff. Like that's the stuff that kind of it's the time worn nicks on the item that makes it an heirloom. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gives it the personality, makes it it and not, you know, or a person.
Not one of many.
Perfect.
Yeah. One of one. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. I think obviously, like, people having flaws don't always necessarily mean that they've done the worst thing ever, but you know, it's just something
or that they're
like,
irredeemable.
Yeah.
You know,
though obviously some of the more extreme cases, like Riku, is very much like, it's just so fascinating, but it's so mirroring like very real experiences for people, like just jealousy and not knowing how to handle that. And
well, I also have said always that a good villain is right. Like, in a movie or in a story of any kind, if you have a villain that's like, I will destroy the world because I want to destroy it, he just has like stupid reasons for whatever he's doing, then that villain is not impactful. You know, the villain who thinks he's saving the world, or that the world must be destroyed to be reborn, or that, you know, you frame it in a way where the villain has
some rationalization where you're like, I know why you're doing this, you know.
The villain in a way has to be right in some kind of way in order for that struggle with good and evil, light and dark to be impactful, to matter. You know, otherwise it's just, you're wrong and you need to lose. And There's no like gray zone there to play with, So like and to bring this into relevance, like
Right.
Riku wants to save Kairi too. And
Mhm.
so to him, it's an obvious choice. Why would I not accept the power given to me by the darkness so that I can save my friends?
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He has the same intentions as Sora, but he looks at Sora's inability to accept the power of darkness as fear or as weakness. That
Mhm.
you're not going to
Mhm.
go the extra mile. You can't take
You're
it.
not gonna do
But
what
I
needs to be
can.
done.
I'm going to carry the burden of darkness and I will still be able to do what's right. And he fails at that, but the fact that he still has the right intentions and that his perspective makes sense, in a
Mhm.
way, is what makes him a great like counter to Sora's innocence, and it makes him the good villain for Sora.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely like the active antagonist, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of like complexities there in that like I have a great little interview excerpt I have for you on this. I will say funnily when you had kind of half joked about like Riku he really wanted to save he's gonna save Kairi, right? He's just like, but I'm saving Kairi so that like Sora can't find her, is like hilariously not
Yeah,
that offbeat. Like genuinely you're
yeah.
making these jokes and I'm like, you have no idea like how how on you are about this kind of thing. And that he's very much definitely like he's not necessarily making all of these decisions purely out of the goodness of his heart, and he is going through like obviously like he's like, I will go to the extremes to do what I think, like whatever he's like rationalized to himself, this needs to be
Yeah.
done, but there is this bit from Nomura, right? When he was talking about like their designs and everything. So let me read you this little passage.
Please do.
So Riku, his design was born from balancing with Sora. I drew him as a good old-fashioned rival character without any particular curveballs. He carries the responsibility of playing a more worried protagonist than would suit Sora. In that way, maybe he's more of a classic Square Enix style character. The things Riku does to restore Kairi's heart are perhaps less about feelings for her and more about his regret over sins he has committed, or so I think. He's a surprisingly immoral guy. So like it's definitely been kind of discussed as like he feels guilt, right? He definitely feels guilt for like the state she's in, and like he's still trying to save her, but I don't think you're wrong when it's like there's definitely a Sora focus in it, because he's clearly really mad at him for all of these things he's struggling to put into words. But at this
And
point,
that's why I love that the community has that the Soriku thing and but I love that you can frame the Sora Riku dynamic with whatever subtext you want.
Yeah.
It
Yes.
the foundation of the relationship stands through all of those interpretations. And so like
Yes.
it
However,
makes for
whichever direction you're taking it, it's still the core of
Yeah.
like their stories, more or less.
But
like
they're, as I put it on street, their brolationship, right?
Yeah.
Is
The
like
word that made everybody like go
yeah, including me.
Yeah.
The it that tinge of jealousy is there no matter the interpretation.
Yeah.
That all of the emotional content kind of maps onto whatever your favorite version of their subtext is,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
and that's why I think it's so fun that the community gets heated and turns it into like that kind of a discussion, you know what I mean? Like, because
Mhm.
it just shows how good the foundation of the relationship is in the series.
Yeah.
That it
It's
really gets to a core um uh um emotional connection that they have.
Yeah, I will tell you here and now that their relationship is gonna just that shit just keeps going. The whole like literally like there are stories that are like about other casts of characters like here and there, but like even then they're all like typically like there's repercussions and things that all have to do with it's always Sora and Riku over and over because they are I'm not there's no exaggeration, like they are the two like main characters of the series, the protagonist and the deuteragonist, and that remains true even now.
Deuteragonist.
That's the phrase for it, where it's kind of like a secondary but like still main protagonist. Like you have your front leading guy, you have Sora, and then Riku is literally Sora, like right next to him. So it's just what it
Yeah. Well, Sora sometimes is a support for Sora. Sometimes he's antagonistic, and Riku gets to shift his supporting role across the series, I think in different flavors, in different ways, whereas Sora kind of has to be that leading protagonist pillar that is always, the driving force of the narrative, but again, that's why I think Riku is my favorite character, because I loved having all of that variety built into the challenge,
Yeah. Sorry, I had to answer somebody in chat really quick, so I didn't want to interrupt you.
A romancer-ragonist.
A romancer-ragonist, yeah.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
sure. No, you're definitely gonna see it's pretty universally agreed, regardless of, it doesn't matter if Riku's your favorite character or not. Like, everybody can, the consensus is in, Riku is definitely, like, the most, like, fully developed character in the series, in that we watch very, obviously aided by the fact that he's here from the very beginning and is one of the main characters, but, like, we get to see very much on screen, like, him going through, falling into the worst pits of decisions he's ever going to make in his life, and then trying to claw his way back out of that for many, many games, which gives it, like, it affords it a pacing that's hard to find anywhere else, you know what I mean? Because it really gives it, like, the space and the time to let these things, like, play out over the course of many events. So it's like, you're going to see it, and you're going to be like, damn, this shit is so good. Just like the rest of us. Like, obviously, you were there for it, but, like, zero context. It was like 20 years ago. You're not gonna remember everything you said, but like, boy,
no,
I cannot
but even
wait.
between games, like, we'd go back in for a later game. It'd be a couple of years later, and they'd go, "Oh, just so you know, here's like the broad strokes of like where we got to here, like kind of a thing." And so we're playing through the series consecutively, like I want to on stream, is also just going to be a better way to digest such a vast narrative, across all these games. So I'll be able to I'm sure that over the course of a few games, I'll start to go, oh, I get all of this now, Yeah, so I look forward to it,
Yeah, that actually leads into another kind of, people had asked this, a few times in that, like, oh, now that you're playing through the games, do you think this would, like, affect your performance? Or, like, how, I guess, the actually knowing, how do you think that would, like, change? Because obviously they do give you the broad strokes. They do tell you what you need to know to do your job, which is act. Yeah. But it's something where it's like, now you're going to be working with a lot more firsthand personal knowledge with the series. And I guess people are wondering if you feel that would, like, inform your performance
moving forward.
Yeah. No, going backwards.
It by default it must, right?
Right.
Like if I'm playing through the series and I feel like I've learned something about the series, and again, playing through all the games consecutively like we are on stream is also going to do a better job. Like, I understand Kingdom Hearts 1 better today than I ever did, because I just spent 70 hours in it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, that's a
Yeah.
lot longer than I spent recording the game in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, by a lot, by a
Yep.
factor. So, like,
Yeah, kind of
it's
incomparable.
yeah, so, like, playing through the games like this is definitely going to, I think, help me possibly, with any future work with the character because it'll just it's not broadening this. Well, in a way it's broadening because I'm seeing other aspects of the story, but it's
Yeah.
deepening my understanding of Riku's place in the
Yeah.
world that has
Yes.
been put together by the narrative.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it definitely helps. I'm and I'm glad that it does. You know what I mean? Like I think it could only help,
Yeah.
honestly.
I'm definitely like I'm just so curious, especially as we go on through because we only got one game under the belt. And again, that was so long ago, and there are so many more things that you got to do even as well as just across the rest of the series. And I'm so curious
Yeah.
to speak on that when we get there. Because there are like little things even just like having questions about it, but like we're gonna get there. We're gonna get in there and you're gonna see and also on that note, I think you're gonna be so pleasantly surprised by Chain of Memories. That one is drama city, dude, and you go
Yeah.
crazy. So you're gonna have a great time with that one, I think. And I want to bring this up because I remember it came up one time when you were discussing a little bit. And you were like, yeah, I'm really looking forward to KH2 because of all of these things. And obviously, us with the functioning knowledge of KH2, we're like,
Right. That was
some
the
of those,
cage too.
that's not in KH2. But here's the thing. This is
It
sort of
shows
as
you what I know.
Well, I'm gonna explain why I think that those memories are kind of mixed. So, Chain of Memories, right, is the second game in the series. It came out
Yeah.
on the Game Boy Advanced in between KH1 and 2. We
Right.
got KH2. And then, everything's popping off, everybody's going crazy, they're loving it, right? But like because Chain of Memories was on the Game Boy Advanced, not everybody played it or knew that it was there cuz a lot of them you're a kid and you're just like, I'm playing Kingdom Hearts 1, and then you're like, I'm going to play the second game, Kingdom Hearts 2, and then suddenly
Yeah.
you're like, I don't know what is going on. But like, not everybody had that. So in this kind of effort to like unify things a bit more, they were like, let's take, all of our fancy little gussied up assets that we completed KH2. Let's remake Chain of Memories, but now with the 3D models in a 3D environment and release it for the PS2. So now you can have Kingdom Hearts 1, you can have Chain of Memories, and you can have Kingdom Hearts 2. All on the PS2. Easy peasy, no worries. And
Right.
that's become kind of the definitive edition. So that's what you're going to be playing. That's why it's kind of, people be like, but like, what about this one? And you're like, no. He's playing story order. We're playing Chain of Memories because that's what happens next. But yes, technically this version came out after KH2. That said, because they kind of happened around that same time, my guess is that you were probably recording lines for both of these games at the same-ish time.
Yeah. Or in short succession between them.
Yeah.
It used to be there was a time where I was doing like a Kingdom Hearts game, it felt like once a year. And then it became like every couple of years. And then it became like, oh wow, they called me for another game. It's been a while.
Yes. They
So like
definitely
but originally it we went back, it felt like every year to do some more game. And I
Yeah.
remember just being happy about it and being like,
Mhm.
"Oh, it's awesome. I'm in all these games because I did this
Woohoo!
one game and now I'm doing all these games. That's
Yep.
great." But yeah, I have very specific memories about the Riku storyline
Mhm.
where Riku splits. And so I remember them presenting me with okay, this is Riku, and this is like this is a different Riku, and this is a different Riku, and so we want all of these characters to sound like Riku, but they're also going to talk to each other a lot. So we need you. We need to be able to pick them apart. And I remember being like, okay, just being like, oh my God, like what? And only in a video game kind of context would you ever even get an acting challenge like this, you know?
Yeah.
So I remember being very like satisfied being given that kind of challenge, and I'm sure that my accuracy with that is varied, but my memory was that was around the time of Kingdom Hearts 2. But if that specific thing is not from that game, then I'm not going to argue the point. You know what I mean? Like I just remember it was back then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, this makes sense to me because of like the order in which they came out. Yeah, you're gonna have a great time going through Chain of Memories. That's where I'll.
And then I also
so much
remember
going on there.
I mean, I don't know. Do I have to worry about spoiling things? No, right? Like everyone knows more about the games than I do.
If you remember,
but I remember recording the Riku playable stuff. As like a secret for the ending of the game. And I remember just being completely hyped about doing that. So I'm really looking forward to getting through whichever game that's from, and then getting into the end game where you then unlock the ability to pilot Riku through the story.
Yeah.
So like, so all that stuff is in whatever game it's from, whether it's Chain or 2 or Dream Drop or friggin' I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's hard for me to parse it all out, you know, this far in the future from when it all happened, you know?
Right. It's also like, you know, you're doing it from like the back end too. Like you're not saying this with any firsthand experience with the games. You're just like, I voiced a project and I was in a booth and I spoke.
Yeah.
And then I left.
The first game we recorded at Disney and in a Disney building.
Yeah, you mentioned that before.
Every game, all the other games we recorded in this beautiful studio, this third-party studio that's down in Burbank that I adored and loved going there and loved the ladies that ran that studio were awesome and like just the nicest vocal studio I've ever worked in, hands down, like not even close. And then, but then the most recent recordings for the latest game we did in some other place, and I don't know why, but then that was also changed again. But most of the games, besides the last thing I did and the first thing I did, were all recorded in the same place. So
that's really cool, though.
That doesn't help me pick them apart.
Yeah,
it
does
not. You know what I mean?
No, not at all. It all just blends together. Well, I was in that building.
Yeah, I remember the place and I remember different moments of my time there, but which one was which one, I couldn't tell you, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very curious as you continue forward, some of these getting a little bit more like organized in being like, okay, and then this game happened and then and I was doing and it'll just start to like piece itself out a little bit over the course of you know, actually going through the games. And now they're not just titles. It's like, that is a full game with a story I played, you know? So it'll be a little different. Baby cat, what do you want from me? He's looking at me. He's waiting. He wants something. Hi. He keeps knocking my blue screen around. Like, he's so excited and his tail is like straight up. So he walks under my blue screen and like takes it with him, you know, and I have to like grab it. Hi. What do you want? I'm busy. Do you want to come up here and say hi? No? Whatever. Whatever, man. Everybody's excited. You can see my baby cat emoji, my little emote. That's a picture of him.
Nice. That's like the equivalent of my Pele emoji.
Yeah, exactly. Mine isn't dancing, but you know, don't bite that.
We can't all be as cool as Pele, I guess, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We can't all be as cool as Pele, who bit you on stream.
It only makes her cooler.
Yeah.
She showed me who was boss on stream.
Yeah, she showed all of us who's boss on stream.
Oh, is this the streamer that's gonna show?
Oh, you guys think he's so cool? Watch this. Yeah.
Yeah, that sums up my relationship with Pele.
Yeah.
Totally.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me see. Let me peruse these little questions. Oh yeah, I guess because this is kind of, I don't know if there's much to be added. Don't, buddy, come on.
I'm a spicy
biting
chicken guy, Awit, but I think Shauna got me a regular one.
Dude, spicy chicken sandwich. Oh,
Oh no, it
The
looks like
best.
it's got regular cheese on it, which is not the spicy one, I don't think. The spicy one has pepper jack,
yeah.
which is better.
No. I do have this one question that says, what was your favorite Riku line to voice in KH1? And I think part of that is like, well, if you remembered voicing it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, now that I've played it,
Yeah.
I think that you were just the messenger.
Yeah,
you were just the delivery boy.
Yeah.
Is a great one and
Mhm.
probably up there. That's a top 3 for sure. Um,
Thinking,
some of the
running through.
taunts I think would be up there. Some of the
Yeah.
combat taunts were fun. You know, I had a lot of fun doing that stuff.
Mhm.
Because and they would always tell me like they would always compliment me when we would go in and record and they'd be like, oh, you're so good at this stuff, especially like on fight day, like we don't have to explain so much of this stuff to you. And I'm like,
Right.
I play games.
I'm
Like
a
I know
gamer,
what you
actually.
want. You know what I mean? I understand this part of the job really
I know
well.
what you're looking for.
I know what you're looking for. And I play game. I know what I'm hearing, like the Japanese versions of this stuff. I recognize these motifs. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
so I was able to do what I call that performance translation because they didn't just want me to do fight noise A, B, C, and D. They had to kind of match the Japanese equivalent ones in some kind of recognizable
it has to be
way
some
because
kind of translation between it.
yeah. And because the approval of everything, even fight day, had to come from Japan. So the American team would record and we would either have some of the Japanese producers would be in-house. They'd travel out to LA to come and sit in on the sessions and they'd be there and they would decide when we moved on. Or they would be over the phone, like remotely for hours with us. And still they would get played the recordings and they would get approval before we move on. So like the Japanese teams were very hands-on, even with the dubbing process, which was awesome because, again, it gave some of that perspective to what we were doing. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't just kind of your traditional run-of-the-mill like recording session that you would do for a cartoon or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I really enjoyed that, all of that part of the process, but when it came to the real gamified stuff, the combat and the quips and all that kind of stuff, I was like, I got this. Don't worry about it.
Guys.
I know what to do.
Step back.
Watch this.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'd be like, they'd literally sometimes play me something and be like, I don't know. What do you think of this? But I'd hear it and I'd go, oh yeah. No, I got it.
Yeah, like
and
this.
they were like, oh, okay, good.
Oh,
you know what I
God.
mean? Because a lot of the directors and stuff, they're not gamers necessarily, they're like
right.
They're older and they're voice directors and they're working in the not necessarily.
It's not like their wheelhouse
at
per
the
se,
time.
but
They're not necessarily like working on games at this capacity yet. Like this wasn't that common of a thing back then for a lot of games.
Yeah, this level of dubbing was like not.
Yeah, exactly.
Really, this was new.
So there were moments where my comfort level with gaming really informed and helped the process move. And so they always were just like, oh man, you like, we love it when you come in and it's everything. It goes so fast and you know what
Uh-huh.
you're doing. And I'm like, yeah, it's
Oh, you're
because
so
I
good at your
love
job.
games, you know? Yeah, but it was like they were like relieved because there
Yeah.
was working with some of the other voice actors, and I think in particular, and again, I'm not down talking anyone's performance or anything,
Oh
but
yeah.
like with some of the Disney actors that were much older and stuff who definitely were not gamers,
Yeah.
getting them to having to go through the process of explaining to them why they had to grunt 6 different ways for whatever
Uh-huh.
reason for a combat thing was more difficult for them, right?
Yeah,
Whereas
yeah,
for
yeah,
me,
yeah.
I was like, "Oh yeah, it's fight day, let's go." Like
Right.
I love it, you know?
Yeah.
So like it was the part of the process where I really got to like flex a little bit and be
Mm-hmm.
like, and be the one who kind of
You got to
knew.
be the expert for the day.
Yeah, I had solid ground to stand
Yeah.
on,
Yeah,
as a
yeah, yeah.
gamer.
Ads in 2 minutes, apparently.
Yeah, I see him.
In your element, yeah. In your gamer element. So cool. So cool, so sick. I think I was gonna bring this up with the with favorite lines that you voiced or anything. What I have, I'm gonna say a couple, some of my favorite lines, if you don't mind.
Go,
That
please.
that
Yeah.
you have that one of my favorites, and there's something about it. Something about it just makes me laugh. When you first meet up with Riku in Traverse Town, and he shows up and he he's like, and he gets rid of stuff, and he's like, hey there. He's like, hey guys, what's going on? And he like kind of flips his hair a little bit. I love that line so much. There's something about the what's going on. Like really gets me. He's so ready to come in and just be like, I'm here, don't worry. Sora,
Yeah.
I've arrived. Aren't you excited to see me? And Sora is, and he loves that. But
you get the impression you get the impression that
there you are.
like Sora's out there, he's worried about finding Riku and Kairi, and he wants to know where they are, and he's so worried about it. And Riku's like watching from behind a corner somewhere in the distance, and he's like, "Oh, not yet, not yet.
Okay, now."
Okay, all right, he's not looking. Hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah,
he like makes his entrance. He was waiting for his time. Yeah. So he could come in looking cool as a cucumber, while Sora was panicked.
To his advantage, he's like, oh, finally. You needed me. And then the second, he's like, these are my friends, by the way. And also Sora's special, he has a Keyblade. And he's like, what? He's like, no, hold on. That's not what I signed up for. What are you... It's a great, I love that scene because it's a great point where it's just, you can see, what he cares about when he comes in and how that affects it. Because it's, even when he's like, Kairi's not with you, he's like, is Kairi with you? And he's like, isn't she with you? And he's like, well, we'll find her. He kind of just doesn't care. He's just like, we're out, Sora, you and me, we did it, And then later
we got off the island.
Yeah,
finding Kairi to Riku, finding Kairi
We'll
is a guarantee.
Yeah, it's we're gonna find her. It's okay, don't worry
Kairi,
about it. Yeah.
Just like I just found you. You didn't find me, I found you.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And that's the thing about his entrance, right?
Yeah.
That hey, what's up, buddy? You lost?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm not lost. I found you. Look, you're right where I thought you'd be.
Yeah,
that kind of that bluster, that confidence, and I think the interesting underside of that relationship that's highlighted there is that on the island, if you think back to before the story, right, when they're growing up together as friends, and you're setting the baseline for their relationship, Riku is the big kid. Yes. Riku is the one in charge. Riku's the one. He's older. He's cooler. He's faster. He's stronger.
Smarter. He's better at everything.
So Riku has this main character energy, by default, and so part of the twist for his character is him learning that Sora was chosen to be the main character in this defining thing that's happening in their lives, and not him. you know?
Yeah.
And so like that, I think that is a part of his swagger in those scenes in the game feels a little bit put on, a little bit
Yeah.
pronounced,
Yeah.
but intentionally so, because this is Riku trying to reestablish the fact that like I'm the guy, you follow me. I'm going to protect you. You don't protect me. You know what I mean? Like I protect you. Don't hey, Sora, don't worry. I'm here now.
Yeah.
Everything's good, you know?
Yes.
And so having that bit of subtext to it is what makes all of those scenes kind of hit, you know?
Sora wasn't just picked, Riku lost due to his pettiness. He got humbled real good, is what a comment says.
Yeah.
No, what is that? Hold on, I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was something specifically I was going to say off of that, and I'm trying to remember. But then I read chat, and immediately it like went out the window. Oh yeah, see, there's even as well, because it's like there's something too where he's like, you know, he finds himself like important, and he's the guy that they're like, you know, you kept joking, you're like, you guys need me, what are you gonna do? And it's like, yeah, it's pretty accurate. Like he's there being like, I need you guys to need me, actually, I really need you guys to need me. And then the second that like Sora doesn't need him, that's when he like turns, right? That's when he's like,
yeah,
well, who
that's
are these
when
guys?
jealousy comes out.
Exactly.
That's when the tone shifts.
Yeah, big time.
And that
also,
moment is the window.
Yeah.
With Riku standing outside with Maleficent.
Yeah.
Watching Sora walk in and have all of these strangers in this strange world turn to him like he's the chosen one.
Yeah.
And he has these new companions from another world.
Yeah.
And Sora's very unbothered, which he is kind of, he's that kind of lighthearted character that's unbothered naturally. But Riku seeing Sora kind of take that spotlight, that's the moment that Maleficent kind of gets in his ear and says like, see, he's replaced you. And that's why when we watched that moment, I went, oh man, I totally believe that.
Yeah.
And it's, and because again, I'm being sassy or whatever with the game, and I'm kidding, but it's true. Like that,
no, it is true.
That in that moment, it's clear that Riku is vulnerable to that kind of manipulation.
Yes,
you know,
very much so. And like Maleficent definitely strikes on it. You know what I mean? She very much is like, I can get this guy. You know, this is he's gonna be my little guy.
Yeah.
And like you see it too, where like she keeps kind of like following up on this, like in Monstro when you're there, and like Riku is like, "Hey Sora, why don't you chase me around about it? I don't know." And he like runs off and whatever. And then Maleficent is like, "Why are you still bothering with him?" And Riku's like, "I was just messing with him." And she's like, "I'm sure you were." Like quietly, she's just like, "Yeah, okay, but like, you know, why do you keep bothering with this boy? Like, he has abandoned you, leave him alone." And Riku, like, can't quite let it go, you know?
Can't let it go, right.
Please, Sora, be on my side.
Right. Well, Riku's need to be needed was stronger than Sora's need to follow. So, like, Sora sets out on his own and is able to find his footing and lead with his heart and have good intentions, and he you know, he goes out to do what's right, and Riku's like, how come you don't need me? Why don't you
why
need
am
me
I
anymore?
not a necessary part of this? You know, you can go out and have all this fun.
Why do you
like,
think
I don't
you
even
could
have to
do
be
this
there.
without me? Because I didn't think you could do this without me, but what I really mean is I can't do this without you. And so like you have that, all of that emotional context. That's why I love just living in that Riku Sora relationship, because it's there is so much great emotional subtext between them that is valid and important to the narrative as a whole.
I mean, it's like the drive. It's genuinely like, this isn't just being like, haha, yeah, they're so important and I like them, but it's like genuinely like the things they go through are the driving force of the story.
Yeah.
Over the entire course of the story. Like, everything that happens is because of the things that they do, and they do these things because of each other. And so it's like, it's regardless of how you read it, it doesn't matter. It's like the two of them are so essential to each other's story, and you're gonna see that even more as you go forward. Like, we're just working off of KH1. You have no idea what's coming down the pipe. It's like so crazy. It is wild what's coming. You have no idea. You're walking, you got your AirPods in, and we're like, the car, Graven, watch out. No.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to playing through the whole damn series, and I'm looking forward to the community yelling over my shoulder while I go through the stuff, and you know, I'm having a great time, honestly.
I'm so glad. That's something where maybe we have a shared hype train, by the way. Yahoo.
Oh yeah.
That's something that I remember because, you know, obviously you were, you know, you're like, God, I sure hope I enjoy playing this game going in.
Yeah.
And I was so,
you know, I wasn't sure, you know?
Yeah, I was so confident, like watching you play just even like a few games, I was seeing like all of I was like, yeah, yes, you're gonna have a good time. And I know you are. And I know you're gonna keep going. I think your Chain of Memories is kind of divisive. It is like, because the story is fantastic, and I wouldn't say the gameplay is bad.
I know it has the card play mechanics.
Yeah.
So like I know that it's built on a different combat system that people love or hate. Yeah.
Yes, and that's something where I'm like, even then, I'm like, I don't know. I think you're gonna have some fun with it. You have to like dig into it a little bit, but like once you kind of like just situate yourself in it, you're like, oh, okay, that's not so bad, you know, and it's a lot of fun. And I'm like, I think even when things are like off the beaten path, you're probably gonna enjoy those too. So lucky for you, the series that you're one of the main characters in is also really fun to play. Turns out you're gonna have a good time while you play it at the same time. And I say that with confidence.
It's a good thing too.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Otherwise, we were gonna push you through the grinder. You know.
Yeah.
You were just gonna be playing it and hating it the whole time. And you're like, it's great, guys.
Hey,
eating
everybody,
your vegetables.
welcome back.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts, part 163.
Where I play another 20 minutes. You know.
Yeah. Is it over yet?
Is it over? Hold on. You keep checking. You're looking at it. I set a timer, you know. All right, and done. Back to Persona 4.
No, Chad, I don't care. I don't care about the extra content. No,
Chad, it's fine. Just show me the video. I don't care.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. You know.
Yeah, I'm happy that the games are enjoyable. I suspected that they would be, but it is nice to. I still had a bit of that anticipation, you know.
Yeah.
Going into the games, not having played them, and I'm also glad that I know that chat yells at me about this, that, and the other thing that I'm messing up or not getting or whatever. But I think largely I've adapted to the games pretty well and played through them, you know, well enough at least to kind of be confident running the series moving forward. So.
Oh yeah. No, you like, I mean, as I'm sure you'll see, because you have on the one hand, you have people who are like, excuse me, you didn't turn on this ability and do this and then block that attack and do, you know, blah, 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 blah. And they write the whole fight out for you. And then you have people who are like, I never got past this part, you know, or I never even saw this boss. I did not fight them. You know, or people who were like, I had to fight this, but I had to like level max and like go in with like the strongest weapon in the game and yada yada and do all of this stuff. And like, honestly, you're out here, you're like, level 65, I am brute forcing the unknown for 6 hours straight and then pulling it off, you know? And I like, I think you've adjusted well.
I've come a long way, yeah.
I mean, it's just like, you just have to like acclimate to it a little bit, learn things. I remember when I first played through it, I'm like, I'm also an adult who plays games, and I was like, okay, I'm playing, and man, this block is clunky and weird, and like I was having a little hard, like it took a little while to adjust to like get good at the games at all, and then eventually I was just like, I got to a point where I was like, I am playing again, and I'm playing on the hard difficulties, and I am throwing myself into it, and I was like, wow, this is the best.
Yeah.
But it
awesome.
takes a little bit, you know. I think too,
Well,
when
I
you're
plan on getting there. That's the
I
hope
think you're
is
gonna
that
get there.
yeah, I'll play through the series. It'll all grow on me and click, you know, all the little nuances and stuff. And then we'll, you know, we'll go back through, we'll amp things up. And then I'll be with the community doing critical runs and whatever, you know, like the good stuff, you know.
It'll be fun. There's a lot of fun, especially KH2 has a lot of fun, like, challenge type battles for sure that I think you're probably gonna have a lot of fun with. I definitely did.
And honestly, like, can I just say this really quick?
Yes.
The thing I'm looking forward to the most through all of these games are the worlds, because I don't remember which ones have which worlds at all. And I know some worlds come back, and I know there's a bunch of new worlds that show up.
Oh yeah.
But I'm sitting here going, man, the first game was great. I totally like forgot that the 100-acre woods was a thing. I totally forgot that like the Fantasia boss was there.
Right.
I totally, like, you know what I mean? And
like,
so like,
why would you have known? It's such a pleasant surprise. You're just like, wow, this is fun.
And so like, I'm really looking forward to just getting into the next game and then seeing what worlds come up, because I'm just gonna be like, oh man, that to me is like the easy fun of the game. Of just like
I agree,
seeing what sandbox they're gonna dump me into next, because
how
the options are so rich. You know what I mean?
Yes. Suddenly everything's on the table, and you're like, wait, but what if they put this movie in? You know? Yeah, it's there was another question on the list that was asking about, like, obviously knowing nothing about what worlds show up later, like, what is a movie or like a world you would want to see? Obviously not answering if it's in or not, but curious if you were to, you know, pluck one out and be like, yeah, that'd be so cool to go to this world. That possibly isn't one we've already been to.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest pleasant surprise so far is Halloween Town, right? Is the fact that Nightmare Before Christmas made it in there. And that opens up even more possibilities, because now we're talking about like things outside of the Disney kind of mainline canon.
Yes. Outside of just like Disney Renaissance animated
outside of
movies.
Disney princess films. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, so like,
there's one in particular that is my favorite. I can't say what it is because it's such a like, holy shit, they put this in there.
I mean, there's so many cool things they could do. Like, you have all the classic kind of, you have all of the mainline Disney films, but then you have like the OG Disney stuff as well, like the pre-Disney film IPs, like Steamboat Willie and stuff. You have have the I'm assuming in the later stuff you have Pixar on the table. You have like, there could be like, there's a ton of there is an embarrassment of riches when you're thinking about all the options.
Oh yeah. And like, we're currently at a state where there's like a handful of ones where people are like, we love this movies, and why haven't they shown up yet? Like, they haven't even
I'd love
for as many games as there are.
Sword in the Stone I loved as a kid. I love Merlin. I mean, Merlin was included in Kingdom Hearts 1, but I loved the I loved like the transformation sections in that movie, like in as the fish and the squirrel and the the different like,
and then the
little
one squirrel's like, she like falls in love with him and everything.
Let's see. I'm sure this is something I'll think about later and be like, oh, that would be cool. You know?
Yeah. I can't even speculate, because then it's like, then I'm giving away what is or isn't in the series. You know?
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, I think that the main thing that I want from them are curveballs.
Yeah,
I want
you're
to
gonna get some.
I want to get thrown a curveball, and it doesn't have to all be curveballs, right? I want some
Yeah.
big classic staple
The
lands, right?
curveballs
Like,
curve because
you
there's
know,
something standard around it, but
Lion King and Beauty and the Beast and
uh
Little Mermaid and Pinocchio and right? Like I
yeah,
want
yeah,
all
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
the tent poles to be there.
Mm-hmm.
But but as long as each game has a couple of curves, I think that's good enough. That's what I'm looking for. It doesn't really matter what the curveball is, as long
Yeah.
as I get thrown into one world. Like for me, the curveball in the first game is the 100-acre wood.
Yeah.
And not all and what I said it in stream, but I think it's brilliant, is that the 100-acre wood is both a collectible and a zone.
Yes.
And that is fantastic design.
Yep.
Like, what better reward for a collectible that you collect around the different zones than a fresh zone that opens up as you collect more collectibles? Like,
oh yeah,
brilliant
and it
design.
keeps you coming back. It keeps you invested.
Yeah.
You want to see what's going on.
I adore the 100-acre woods design in the first game.
Yes.
And then I think Nightmare Before Christmas is the curveball like zone, right?
Yeah.
That you maybe didn't see coming, if you didn't know. So like, as long as there's two of those, a couple of good curveballs like that in each game, I'm perfectly happy,
Yeah, don't worry. You definitely will have some of those that you're gonna be like, they put this in here? No
Yeah, that's
way.
what I want to say.
And
that's all I want.
that's where I'm like, I can't say anything because one of them is like my favorite world. So like, I can't
That's
can't
awesome.
do it.
And the big games and the small games all have the Disney World zones, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So barring like which I guess Chain of Memories isn't going to give you too much new just by the convention of what it is. As it's very much kind of in between. But once you hit KH2, it pops off. They're like, "Hey, look at this and look at this," and you're like, "Well,
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
you're gonna have
That's awesome.
you're gonna see a lot. So it's
Emperor's New Groove. Yeah, that'd be a great world.
Oh yeah,
That would be excellent. There's so like I said, it's an embarrassment of riches. They have so many good options that it really doesn't matter which curveballs they pick, as long as there's a couple of curveballs that you didn't expect. It's perfectly good.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting too. Like as you get later on, where they talk about some of like their, like why they made some of the decisions that they do when they pick worlds. Because they usually make a big list and then they kind of narrow it down. And then obviously Disney's like, okay, this one, maybe not that, step blah, blah, blah. But they have to work through. But like, it's interesting to hear because they often will use the worlds as well to like paint really clear story parallels and things to like original cast. Is it's usually like, this is happening here. Doesn't that make you think of Riku? It's like a lot of stuff like that. But it's really interesting. And then also it's just cool. You're like, what? I didn't know that this was on the table. Like, and now we're here.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see them pull out a couple of curveballs from the vault.
Yep.
And as long as that keeps happening at a decent cadence, I'm perfectly happy with being surprised,
Yes. On a similar this is kind of still, again, I'm pulling this questions people asked, and some of them are all kind of overlapping or just repeats and stuff. So it's like, a world that you would want to see in the future, whether you know it is or not. There's also just, what was your favorite world in general in KH1 thus far? Which I know 100 Acre Wood is up there. I know you really liked Hollow Bastion. This doesn't have to be a Disney movie, obviously, just any one of the worlds.
No, Hollow Bastion had the best music as far as like original music. The Hollow Bastion theme was really, really catchy and good and really excellent, like vibe for the end game. So that was and I thought Hollow Bastion had a really great like design, the level, like the castle. It felt like a maze, but it didn't feel. I felt both like I was always a little lost, but that I could get around.
Yeah, that's kind of like, it really has like both the the mood of it like contributes, like all of that comes together, that you're just like in this overwhelming like looming kind of castle with all the pipe work and like, you know.
Yeah, the kind of steampunky castle was also
Yes.
like a very cool kind of like off-brand Disney kind of take, you know, which I thought was kind of cool.
Yes.
My favorite zone as far as the IP goes, I think I would give to 100 Acre Woods, just because I was so pleasantly surprised by it,
Yes. Yes.
and so looked forward to going back each time I found a page. I went, yes. You
Yes.
know, like
Yes.
I just like, it was like that slow, slow release, like
Uh-huh. Yeah.
endorphins or whatever, you know, like I just, you would get that little, oh, I found another one, and then you go
Right.
back and you get a new game to play or whatever, and then Pooh is like so endearing and stupid and
Yep.
funny, and like, you know what I mean? Like
Yep.
I just, I loved having that as a safe place to go back to. Also, the fact that the 100 Acre Woods design did not involve combat, I thought was
Yeah.
really brilliant as
Yeah,
well.
it's
Just
really
thematically,
mm-hmm.
it was a
Mm-hmm.
safe place that you could return to, play some mini games, get some character lore, take a deep breath, and then go back out and do something else, and then find a new piece and bring it back, and then take a break and play a
Yep.
game. I really loved that design wise.
Yes. I
Um,
agree.
you know, uh, I think Monstro as a level was a cool idea.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think it's very clear that they were inspired by the Jabu Jabu from Zelda
Yeah.
as a dungeon. I think that the design cues in Monstro were obviously from that, which I think is awesome,
Yeah.
and well deserved as an inspiration. That was cool to see.
You know,
Um,
when you'd seen the inside of one whale creature, you see them
yeah,
all, you know?
you've seen them all, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Monstro's internal map was a bit odd, I'd say,
Yeah.
but hey, you know, we're just kids playing a game, so who cares, right?
Right. I think it's definitely, it services that like you are just lost in like it's just everything is everywhere, and the twists and turns and the
Yeah.
you're just like inside a creature, you know what I mean? Like
I
I think
think
it
some of the
services
worlds
feeling, but it is confusing.
some of the worlds that I feel like were perhaps underwhelming would be both Agrabah and
Mhm.
Neverland, but only because their main zones were very simple and very small.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then you add to those two zones that were very simple and very small, the Cave of Wonders
Yes.
and the Big Ben
Yep.
arena,
Yes.
and now you have two memorable zones that stand with the rest just fine. So I think that like the main areas of those zones were underwhelming. They were cool. They were reminiscent. Like the marketplace in Agrabah was like, it was fine. You
Yeah.
know, it was reminiscent of the film, but it wouldn't have stood out until we got to the Cave of Wonders, and I went, I get to go in the Cave of Wonders.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's amazing. And then all of a sudden, the personality of that film got to pop and shine in the
Mhm.
zone. And the
Mhm.
same thing with Neverland. It was a good idea to make the zone Hook's pirate ship, but it was such a small and cramped zone that um it was nice to have the boss fights of that zone both be outside, so that you
Yeah.
had the Hook fight on the deck and you were able to fly around the ship, so that
Mhm.
it gave it some room to breathe, and it let you kind of take it in as a location a little bit better and appreciate it. But then going back to do the Phantom fight at Big Ben, I think was brilliant.
Yeah.
So again, those two touches, I think, made the difference between a memorable zone and not a memorable zone. Um, Tarzan's zone, the Deep Jungle. Uh,
Not my favorite, but
Not
it's
my
fine.
favorite. It's, yeah, like Not
I
my
don't hate it.
favorite
It's just not my
zone,
favorite.
but it wasn't cramped. It did have some variety. It has the cave zone behind the waterfall. It had the big slide zone, which had multiple layers to it, more than I thought it would. Um,
Yeah,
it had the treehouse zone. I think they tried to do some creative things with the Tarzan zone, but I
I
think
think so.
maybe if one of them was the most underwhelming, it would be Deep Jungle, probably.
Yeah, I think it's something too. A lot of people, especially when they first start out, have a lot of trouble navigating Deep Jungle because
Yeah.
KH1 in particular can really suffer from, especially, it's like games of the era and they're figuring things out, right? And it very much like it kind of tells you where you need to go without telling you where you need to go. And so you're like, well, I need to do something, but like, where? Where am I going? What do I need? Sometimes moving forward and doing stuff is like a little esoteric and a little strange, which is why sometimes I had to be like, okay, you do have to go talk to Sid or something just so the story progresses. Because,
Yeah.
you just happen to not or something. But
I think the problem with and again, there isn't a problem with it, right? It's not,
right.
it wasn't a sticking point that was a bad experience or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the reason why maybe the zone is less memorable, in my opinion, than some of the other zones is because it's just a jungle. So
Yeah.
like not as much of the level is is particularly reminiscent of the film that it comes from. Like there's the campsite,
Yeah.
there's the treehouse. Other than that, it's a jungle and a cave, and that's it. So like you only get the two little vignette areas that really kind of make you think about the film. Whereas a zone like Wonderland,
Yes.
Wonderland is like a freaking topsy-turvy nightmare of a zone that is
Uh-huh. Yeah.
insanely memorable because even though there's very few rooms, each room screams from the film. Like you have the
Yes.
room with the doorknob and the drink me potions with the table. Then you return to that room on the side walls, on the ceiling,
Yep.
upside down. Depending on what door you go in and out of, you come out on a different surface of that world.
Yeah, you're like on the
Not
ceiling or the
something directly
wall
from
or...
the film, but completely reminiscent of the way that film
Yes.
works and the
Yes.
themes of that movie.
It
So
really
like really
evokes that
creative
movie.
use. Yeah, very creative use of the context of the film to
Mm-hmm.
inform the zone. Then you have the Tea Party zone for the Mad Hatter, which was
Mm-hmm.
I saw and immediately smiled. So like even though it was
Yeah.
a small zone, it had so much personality from the
Like
film in it
packed
that
and
it stands
layered
out.
and
Yeah,
yeah, there
very
was so much
layered
to...
with the film.
Yes.
Whereas Deep Jungle felt like, oh, that's from the film and that's from the film, and the rest of this is like jungle
It's a
corridor,
jungle. Here's a
Yeah.
hippo. I can jump on it. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think uh, that's maybe, I don't even know if it is a critique, right? It
I
just
mean,
kind of
it's...
is what it is,
yeah,
but,
discussion.
yeah, but, but yeah, and then obviously Halloween Town is, you know, dripping with theme. Like those are kind of easy wins, I think,
Yes.
because it was the curveball zone. It just has so much of the theme. I also love that the 100 Acre Woods, all the mini games felt very thematic to the film, to the characters.
Yes.
That's also
Very
very
much pulling like
satisfying.
direct,
Yeah,
things
like
that happen
Pooh
within it.
on the balloon, getting the honey out of the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
tree, turning that into a mini game is very nostalgic. Tigger's like kind of bouncing game, all that
Yep.
kind of stuff. Rabbit ruining Rabbit's garden. All of those things
Yeah.
are nostalgic from the IP. So like in most cases, so much of the content is informed by the IP film that they're using.
Yeah.
So whenever that happened less, it felt like less special, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
But given there aren't that many zones in the game, it's pretty awesome. What they were managed to do with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, because even then, like, considering it depends on sometimes what you do with it, and like for example, Tarzan, it really is just like the movie is like, and then there is their camp, and then there is a jungle. You know what I mean? And so at that point, it's kind of just however you kind of execute upon it. Because then you look at like Monstro, and it's like, sure, yes, they do go inside Monstro for a short period within Pinocchio. But they went
Yeah,
really
but how
went,
are we
and then
gonna
they
turn that into a series of rooms?
yeah, but then they made a whole like world out of it essentially that's still very
Yeah.
memorable. So sometimes it's just like the execution, you know what I mean? Like, could a jungle have been more stand out a little bit? Sure, I guess. And like, I can remember because I've been through it enough, right? But it's something where like, I do agree in that like Deep Jungle is one of the weaker ones for me. I also am not as big a fan as of the songs there, but I don't dislike anything actively. I'm just like, I don't need to listen to Going Bananas, the song from Deep Jungle.
No, and I agree.
You know?
I don't playing through the first game, there really wasn't any particular part of the game that I actively disliked, unless you count the gummy ship system, which maybe I did actively dislike, and didn't really. I didn't look forward to engaging with it. That doesn't mean that it's a bad system. It means that it wasn't tutorialized in a way that made it approachable. And I think that
no, I agree.
I think watching some content around that system might actually make me go, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll go mess with it, and then I'll build something." You know, we'll get back to it, but
yeah.
but
Look,
I
I've
think
never done
9 out of 10 things, you know, are kind of like knocking it out of the park, you know, as far as their theming goes.
I think, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like they were obviously trying like a lot of stuff and they more or less knocked the whole thing out of the park. But some things are like, well, yeah, you were trying something new. And the Star Fox-esque gummy ship levels that are like not that challenging, but like, you know, you could also kind of die easy and like, sure, you could go make a whole ship. And again, you're a child, it's summer vacation, and you're spending hours and hours trying to build your cruddy little ship. You know what I mean? But like on the whole, like I've genuinely never like, especially in like KH1, I was just like, look, I can coast on this. You can just make it through. You can survive.
I just used the base ship and I was fine. And
So
then
did
the
I.
one time I changed ships and it didn't have guns, and I was I'm never doing this again.
Because it was like, it was
give
so
me back
fast,
the basic ship. I'm sorry I even tried.
It's so funny because it's like, it really is just like, it's not the most intuitive when you're going in. And like, I love the look of like the menu and the system when you're building it, because it's like very much like Disney, like goofy, big, funny little pipes and hands and things where it's like spitting the blocks out when you're like cycling through. And I think that's all really fun. But then I'm like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys spent so much time on this really nice looking menu, but I don't want to.
I think that system was a bit ahead of its time.
Yeah,
for what they had available to them to use. Yeah.
Like I said, KH3, the gummy ship stuff I love it. I like actively choose to spend time doing the gummy ship stuff in Kingdom Hearts 3. It's really fun. And I think you're probably going to have a good time with it because it's very much like a very big step up from what they had. They were just like, let's just make a whole other game out of this. And you're like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm here for it. So, but it'll be good. But yeah, that's the one thing is like there are like gummy ship missions in Kingdom Hearts 1. All of them kind of have like gummy ship missions. So they're like, yeah, you can do a little challenge, do a little thing. Never done them in KH1. I have not done it. I'm okay. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you know, it's like that one, you're going to be like, where do I start? I'd be like, brother, you're going to have to Google it. I do not have that committed to memory. It's like the one thing where I was like, I don't bother. But it's there. It's there. But truly, it is true. You can just take the ship you already have and put more guns or just a better version of the gun you have and just like take that off and put the better one on and be like, all right. And just, there you go.
Yeah, it's enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What I did for a long time.
I just quickly realized that like I didn't really need to do anything to the ship to move on. So I was like,
no, you do not.
Whatever.
Yeah, you can just coast. Especially, particularly in Kingdom Hearts 1, you can kind of just coast because again, they were trying things out. The one thing I will give it is that it does make the reveal of the next world really fun because you can't see what it is on the map, but when you're going and you're getting closer and then it comes into view and it comes in, you're like, I get to go to Halloween Town, you know? Yeah. It's pretty exciting.
It's a great gimmick for the reveal, the tension to the next world. It is nice.
Yep.
I agree.
Yes. Wait, did I have something? I had something about the The gummy ships. Oh, right. Okay, so here's a fun little story thing I wanted to highlight a little bit. So you read through the Ansem reports dramatically as you
Yeah.
did before you finished the game.
That's right.
What do you remember learning from them? Did it stick in there, or because sometimes you just read it and then it's just like, you know, as we previously discussed.
So Ansem was a king
Yes.
of a ruler
Yeah.
of his own world, his own zone, and the darkness came and the heartless came and he began to study them. And he was trying to unlock a power with it that he could use to rule all worlds. Was it always I felt like in the beginning it was more of a benevolent mission, and then it becomes a corrupted mission in the end.
Yes. So yeah, that is correct in that, like, he was studying like the heart, you know, just like the aspects of the heart. And
right, there was parts about the heartless, how they're drawn to living things with hearts, and then they I'm trying to think of some of the other details, but like
it's quiz time.
at one point it was he discovers the world that the darkness is coming from, or the door, right? This is the door to darkness, but and then he calls it Kingdom Hearts, right? He names this realm Kingdom Hearts,
the source of like all darkness.
It is a dark world.
Yeah.
But then the door opened reveals light.
Yeah.
So
because deep down there's a light that never goes out.
What is the nuance that I'm missing here? You take it from there.
Okay. So over the course of the Ansem reports, we see that he is a guy who is kind of like the ruler of his world. And if it wasn't clear, I guess, the world like is like Hollow Bastion. That's like why he's there. And you know, Leon, Emo Cowboy, and Yuffie, and they're all like, we used to live here, and then it all went to hell, so we had to leave, you know. And so then they came back for it, but they used to live there in Hollow Bastion, and Ansem was the guy who kind of ran the place. And he was like, I'm studying the heart and like the darkness and how it affects it. And he starts doing one of the Ansem reports is pretty like, I'm getting into unethical science. Like, he's like, I got people in the basement and I am putting darkness in there, and then I'm getting stuff, and they're not really moving anymore, but we got Heartless out of it, you know. And you're like, what are you, you know? So that's been happening. They're doing experiments in the basement.
Yeah.
But like, there is a point where he's like, oh boy, you know, I'm really messing these people up a little bit. But like, as he discovers, and this is you'll see why I am connecting this with the gummy ships, and it's one of my favorite little bits of lore. But like, every world has a heart, right? That's kind of what we were doing through the game. We were locking the door.
The keyholes were
yeah,
locking
so then
them.
the heart of the world would be safe. It wouldn't be attacked, brought to darkness, blah, 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 right? So every world has a heart because living things have a heart, and that's very, you know, anything. A world is a living thing. And so what happens is Ansem finds the door within his own world. He finds the door to the heart of the world. And he's like, I found a strange door, you know, it didn't really have it. I wasn't there before, you know, and when he opens it, he sees something inside, and it is the heart of the world, but he's like, there's like a power, it's some, you know, kind of incomprehensible, but like, it's this thing in the door, because he was following, like, I believe he was following a Heartless. I could always pull it up, but I'm like, this is off the dome, and he was just like, oh,
off the dome, Niku, come on.
Yeah. And so he was like, oh, I'm like, you know, following it, and they were trying to get to this door, and I've never seen the door before, and he opened it, and then there's like what we know is the heart of the world inside. And after this happens, there is a great meteor shower that night.
Of gummy blocks.
Of gummy blocks, yes, exactly. And so later, yeah, you got it. So yeah, he's just like, there's this great meteor shower, and then later he finds these what we know as gummy blocks, right? And what it is that like every world is kind of encased in like a protective wall, right? That keeps them all kind of separated. It's all kind of like a bounding edge of the
zone.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so opening the door to the heart of the world caused the wall to fall, which gives you then gummy blocks. And the gummy blocks, because they're made out of those walls, they're what enable that kind of like interplanetary travel.
Interdimensional, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
travel
exactly.
Between
so
world, yeah.
that yeah, which I'm always like, you didn't need to do that, but that's a really cool little detail.
Right. You didn't have to think out the gummy block system, and build it into the lore, but you did, yeah.
But you did, and that's pretty neat. And they don't like let go of that as it goes forward. You're like, oh yeah, because of the gummy blocks. Yeah, because of the gummy this or the gummy that. And you're like, that makes sense, you know. But that's another thing where it's like, oh, there are these interesting like little things where you're like, oh, okay, like the big meteor showers are kind of like, they use meteor shower like visuals a lot in this series, like shooting stars, like you're gonna see a whole lot of that, and they're definitely like, you know, look at them, you know, you're like, oh, oh, there it is, you know. And one of the things too is that like that I wanted to highlight, that when Sora and Riku are little kids, you know, little bit babs, and they're like, oh, we're gonna go into the little secret place, and like, you know, there's a monster in there, and we see that memory twice. We see it from Sora, and then we see it from Riku, and Riku like remembers a little bit more of it, and they both talk about Sora is talking about, he's like, oh yeah, did you hear? There was that girl that showed up on the night of the meteor shower. And so it was like, as we found in a later Ansem report, it's talking about, and I remember because you read it and you're like, I think I know who this is. I think I know who this is talking about. Where it's, again, you know, one of Ansem's reports, and he's like, I found a girl. And, like, I think, you know, I'm not sure if she is, like, you know, basically, like, one of the princesses of Heart or whatever. He's like, I'm not sure, but, like, I'm going to cast her astray, and she'll lead me to the Keyblade wielder, basically. Like, I think that by the nature of, like, if she has this, like, pure light heart, it will just draw her to the Keyblade. And so we have this, like, and then she was sent out there, and he was like, yep, okay, I'm just gonna set her free and just keep an eye on it, I guess. And then later we get, like, oh, there was a meteor shower, and then a girl arrived, as a whole thing. And when you get all the little pieces, you're like, oh, because of and then the walls fell, and so then she could come in with the meteor shower, and it's and just like...
and the door that was in the cave and the islands was the door to the heart of their world as well.
You got it.
And that is the door... That's not the door by which you travel through to other worlds.
No.
Or is it?
Well, no. I mean, it's... not exact. It's supposed to be the door that's pretty much to the heart of that world, which is like a whole thing. And that's why, like, when you show up there and everything, and like Ansem's just like, he's like in a potato sack of his body, where he's just there and he's just like, hey, in the cave, and Sora's like, huh, what are you doing here? Way early on, right? And he's kind of speaking cryptically about all of this stuff.
Yeah.
But also, like, yeah, the Riku being like, yeah, the door is open, like, now we can go to outside worlds and everything. Like, the door, like, the island was falling to darkness.
The door
actively.
manifesting meant that the barrier was gone.
Yeah,
so
kind of. Yeah, it's
can
like
be traversed at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, more or less. It's like, it's there, and it's very heavily implied that, like, Riku threw the door open, which then the Heartless were like, oh, cool, heart, and then they went, and then the whole world was falling to darkness, and then Sora gets thrown out, you know, cast to sea, if you will, and ends up in Traverse Town and everything. And it's just, it's interesting. There's just a lot of little things like that. But yeah,
so
Kairi
it's all
showed up.
Kairi's fault.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I knew that.
Well, I already knew that. Duh.
Of course, it's all Kairi's fault.
Absolutely. No. Dude, they're gonna kill you out there for that. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill you, and they're gonna kill me. They've already tried. But yeah, it is interesting in that, like, you know, there is something, like, to, like, Ansem, like, kind of, like, using her as something for, like, his own ends. And, like, she's obviously not gonna know, but it's, like, also, oh, yeah, other little things, too. You know, Kairi was in Sora's heart, like, the whole game, and so you keep getting, like, flashes and things of, like, oh, Kairi's just showing up in the room for some reason, and other stuff like that, right? There is also one part that's interesting in that when Jane is, like, showing you the slides in the slideshow, being like, is this anything for you guys? Is this telling you something, you know? And there's a big picture of a castle, and Sora's looking at it, and he's like, something about this is, like, familiar to me. I've never seen it before, though. And it's supposed to be because it's, like, it's Kairi within him that's, like, recognizing it. Because she was from Hollow Bastion. She was there. Which was a little, like, when there was the story where it's, like, it's Kairi's grandma. She's telling the story of what happened and everything. And, like, you had immediately gone into this cutscene, and then you went looking right at chat and missed Kairi running into the room. And we were like, look at the cutscene. What are you doing?
My bad.
And so then later you're like, oh, and you started reading it really fast. And then suddenly it's Kairi in, like, the last shot. And you're like, what? Like, it was just so funny because it was like, well, they had all the setup. You just chose not to look at it. But
well, you know, I was so afraid of ignore cooing chat that I was desperate for my my chat time, okay?
This is why we lock you into emote only every time a cutscene happens. We have to put you in baby jail so you stop trying to read words and you look at the screen.
It helps.
It does help. I'll see you glance over, see that you can't read anything, and then you just go right back to the cutscene.
I look over and I'm like, oh, good. It's all nice emotes.
Okay. And then it's just like Riku eating popcorn. You're like, all right.
Yep. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Yep. But yeah, there you go. There's your bit of, there's a clarification that Kairi was, she used to be in Hollow Bastion. There's even, when you're in that library, there is, like, the table where that conversation happened. Like, because we were like, oh, there it is. And you're like, chat, what are you talking about? And we were like, he doesn't know. He doesn't remember. Because that's one of it where you're like, you have this memory before you go to Hollow Bastion, and it's just like one of Kairi's memories.
Yeah,
Sora's
and it's supposed to be like vaguely familiar, but it's designed so that you only catch it if you're really paying attention. Yeah,
which you weren't, so
which I was not.
Yeah, you know? That's, you know,
streamer
whatever.
can only stream so much, you know. There's only so much I can I can look at and process, and you always
never look at chat when chat's trying to talk to you, and then you look at chat when a cutscene is happening when you're supposed to be paying attention. And
that's
we all are
I'm really good at this, Nikki.
Yeah, I know. That's why you have so many followers.
This is why I'm just the best, all right? Yeah. I'm the best at this. I got it down, okay?
Oh, yeah. No, you've got the pattern down, and everybody loves it. Honestly, that ignored Ku emote is so funny. I love that stuff.
It is, yeah.
Riku just like, right at the bricks.
Shout out to Remy.
Shout out to Remy. Yeah. What a great one. It was just like, here's this funny picture, and then but what if it was an emote?
It is but often my most used emote.
Oh yeah, you get like the little alert of just like most used. Yeah.
Well, I look at my analytics after a stream, and I can see like what emotes people are using, how many times they used it, and all that other stuff. And it's either Dancing Pele or Ignored Ku.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Those are the ones.
Those are the ones.
And it's gonna be again. People are blasting it off. They have not stopped.
It's all good. It's all good. It serves its purpose. You know.
Yep.
It's what it's there for.
It serves its purpose of making sure you know you did something wrong, and then you don't read anything to actually fix it.
It makes sure I know I did something wrong, but does not tell me what I did wrong at all,
Exactly.
so
Yeah,
that I could just
exactly.
panic and be
It's
like,
just like a red
but
light, green light type thing. You're like,
nuh-uh,
it's just, you're like,
nuh-uh,
what?
chat. I saw it. What did what did I not see? I saw that.
I saw it,
What'd you
but you tell
say?
me.
I knew.
You tell me what it is. It's a test. It's fine. It's a test. Um, can I need a bathroom break really quick. Do you want to take a moment, or shall I just leave you with chat for a short time while I
Sure.
go
I'll
real
swap
quick?
out to my normal chat. I'll see what chat's getting up to. All
Okay.
right.
I will be right back. Okay? Okay. Where's my mouse? My little BRB screen. Okay, I will return shortly. I returned.
Soul of the Wicked also resubbed. 3 months. What's up, Soul of the Wicked? Hold on, Niku. I'm coming right back.
Take your time.
No. No, I will not.
Rush yourself then.
I'm coming back right now.
For me.
Ba-bam! Can't stop me from coming back right away.
Okay. All right. If you're so eager.
And Rimuru with the sub. With the sub for the first month. Welcome, Rimuru, one of us. And Gold Ruby Production with the Prime sub. Welcome.
Okay.
Thank you guys for subbing up.
I love it. Everyone's trying to talk to me about something you didn't do.
I'm sure I didn't. I'm sure I didn't do it.
You missed Hala's walk-on.
I missed a walk-on?
You said that exactly. That was like a voice clip that you said. I had my headphones on so I could hear you when I was in the bathroom. You're like, I missed a walk-on? The same exact way.
Oh, I missed Hala's walk-on? Hala Queen? Hala Queen's in the house. What's up, Hala? Sorry I missed it. I did not mean to miss it. Zero is getting ignored, Cube. Zero? What's up, Zero? I was gonna say something mean, but then I decided I didn't want to. How are you doing, Zero? What's up?
Hi, Zero.
Your own kin! I know.
That's so messed up. I can't believe you do that.
Zero can believe I'd do that. Zero knows me well enough. This Zero is my future brother-in-law. And we've known each other for a very long time.
Hell yeah. I like how you have to specify future brother-in-law. It's like, you can just, at this point, I feel like, he's my brother-in-law. You're like, cool.
No, he's my brother-in-law. But future is nice because it highlights like the fun things to come. So, you know, we have celebrations ahead of us. So we're looking forward to it.
Hell yeah. Well, I heard you talking about Keyblades a little
Brother
bit.
in common law. yeah, kind of sort of that. Yeah, that works. Nightlight. Something like that, yeah. Who's getting married? My sister.
Hence the brother-in-law part, I guess. Well, that doesn't always mean everything. You could, you know.
I mean,
you could have a brother getting married. That's fine.
I could, yes.
I know. Wow, coming from me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wow, Niku. Wow.
I promise I'm gay, you guys. I promise.
It's Queen. What's up, Queen?
Guys, I promise. I'm not lying.
Niku hating on the gay community. Confirmed. Confirmed.
I'm gonna look right at the camera. I hate the gay community. Coolsville sucks.
No. Burn it all down.
Clip it. Ruined my life.
You're going to Twitch jail.
Yeah.
Forever. Internet jail.
Oh, God. Riku voice actor destroys homophobic fan. I hear Canary laughing.
Oh, man.
Anyway, I heard you talking about Keyblades. The Keyblade of Heart. Pretty cool, right?
The Keyblade of Heart, that's the one that Riku has before he gets the one he has later.
Yeah.
Does he have a different one later? No, he has the wing, right, at one point?
Yeah.
Or is that later in a different game?
So right now he has that that thing. That's called Soul Eater, which is also pretty sick. That's Soul Eater, and it sort of continues through this. You're gonna see how it's like around.
Right.
But yeah,
that's one of his go-tos.
Yes, that's his little sword of darkness that he's using because it looks cool. That Nomura specifically had said when he drew the art where they're like, oh, and there's the moon in the background and like he's back there, and he's like, I really wanted him to have something that if he held it on his back, it looked like a wing. So I made this. And you're like, it's pretty cool. It is pretty sick. So, but that's Soul Eater, and then when he's being possessed by Ansem, and he has that really cool Keyblade, the Keyblade of Heart. When you look at it, and I can always like pull up the art for it, but it's like when you look at it, the end of it is like you can see the silhouette of a heart in it, but it's like not finished because it is the Keyblade itself was made out of the hearts of like the other princesses, and they still needed Kairi. But Kairi's heart was
an incomplete heart. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So Kairi's heart was stuck in Sora, and so they wanted to get it out, right? So
every time.
Yeah. Every time this happens. What do you Queen is adding me. What do you want? What do you need? I'll get it for you. What is it?
Ignored Ku.
Please teach him how to say Soriku. Okay, I was gonna say something earlier when you were like,
I said Soriku.
You said it. You said Soriku, but listen. I'm just gonna say, I just thought it was really funny how you fought to get it out of your mouth.
No, you didn't. Yes, I did, chat. I said Soriku.
Yeah, okay. Now you're saying it. Okay.
Okay. I think it should be Soraku because I love Sora.
Yeah, it's all,
right?
and it's
you
all
guys
about
all
Sora.
love Riku.
I love them both
so
equally.
You lean on his side of the name.
Look, listen. It is exactly split in
Shame
half.
on all of you.
Okay. The R, look, it's SOR for Sora, and then RI, well, then the R, and then the IKU for Riku. So it's like kind of split right in the middle, more or less.
It's not so Riku, okay? It's so Sora.
That's how I say, well, how do I say it? Now suddenly I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Soriku.
Anyway,
Soriku.
I intentionally tried to lean on the I for you guys, and it wasn't good enough, okay? Everyone still said I said it wrong. I tried my best, chat.
People had been like, please make sure he knows how to say it. I'm like, all right.
I tried, chat. I tried.
You tried, and now you know.
Do better.
Do better. But also being like, it's Soraku. Because, you know, I'm like, that's probably one of the most Riku things you've said. So it's still pretty funny.
Soriku. One day, chat will be proud of me.
Yep. Not today.
Not today.
Not today. Gorillas. Gorilla. Here a little while ago, did I miss the KH1 secret ending? No, you did not miss the KH1 secret ending because Graven here is committed to finishing the requirements and then just seeing it in game. Which is I admire the dedication. I was excited to show it to you.
No, I do want to save that. I want to earn it, and I want to. We'll do the final boss again. We'll do it.
And a lot faster.
I don't mind going back for it.
It'll be good.
Oh yeah, higher levels. Yeah,
for sure. Talk about the Keyblade for. Oh yeah, I did have a note on that. So okay. I do have something that I've been wanting to, and then people were like, are you going to tell him? And I was like, yeah, guys, I'm going to tell him. We're just talking about, you know, I bring up something, discussion, meandering, back to a question again. But so after every game, all right, here's the, you know, I'm giving you the info here. After every game, they release what's called an Ultimania. The Ultimania is kind of like a collective, like, art book development stuff. Sometimes it has a little guide stuff in there. So each Kingdom Hearts has an Ultimania, and within the Ultimanias, they usually have interviews with Nomura and other people on the team answering really interesting questions, basically. And so some of these have pretty, like, explicit clarifying lore within them. Like, it's, you know, word of God, like, intended, like, whatever, where it's, like, Nomura being like, this is what I hear, I was doing this, and it's supposed to be this, you know what I mean? And so, like...
Clarification, yeah.
Exactly. And so there are some things that, unfortunately, can get lost on, like, the English audience, because we never really got these. So all of these are all, like, painstakingly fan-translated, basically. And they're all super interesting. They're all, like, super fascinating to read, like, the thoughts and everything, and then even just being like, yeah, like, just totally clearing up, like, things that, like, he just says it, like, Frank, like, right there, you know? Or, like, the whole time, we've been like, well, what if it... and then somebody finally went out of their way to translate it, and then we're like, oh, so we just had it the whole time. So they're super interesting, but there is... So, like, each game has one, and in the KH1 Ultimate...
And they're all in Japanese? They're all Japanese?
Yes. We have gotten...
lore?
Yeah, we've gotten, like, because you can still get them, and they are originally in Japanese, but, like, especially leading up to Kingdom Hearts 3, they started bringing some of this stuff over, knowing people were, like, you know, everyone's getting geared up, and they were, like, really excited and anticipating everything. So, like, I even have one over here. It's, like, a big fat book that's more of, like, a big... collective kind of condensed of, like, a bunch of stuff. It's not everything, but, like, it's some. So they do be releasing them, but we don't always get them, and we have it historically. Okay. So anyway, there is information from this that, let's see, I should have put it in my notes. Let me... It would be in here. Where did I get that? Oh, yeah, I think that's one of the ones I failed to put in here really quick. I put other stuff in, or I was like, oh, yeah, and then this, and then this. Where's Gabby? Gabby, fetch me the explicit quote about the Keyblade, because I can talk about it. I know what it says, but, you know, reading it is nice. I know Gabby's here. Yes, father. Fetch me the quote, boy. Boy. Let's go. But it is an interesting thing that is also, like, throughout, like, the game itself, just, like, through KH1, that, like, this is just a thing that people don't realize readily all the time, which is why I'm like, I would like to make sure that you know. But even then, I think you kind of, you know, picked up on it enough, especially if you're just reading the journal, like, at all. Oh, librarian, check the archive, please. Okay, all right, okay. I got it now. Gabby has faithfully... quickly fetched me the quote, so I will read it to you. So this is Nomura, right, the director, and the question was, even though Riku was the rightful owner of the Keyblade, as was kind of brought up in the game, right, then why did Sora obtain the Keyblade in the beginning? And Nomura is like, even though I would like to keep it obscure, there is a scene in Destiny Islands where Riku is being swallowed by darkness. You know what, at the very beginning of the game. A light appears within that darkness, and Sora first obtains the Keyblade. With the setting I created, the darkness that surrounds them is Riku's heart's darkness. At that moment, Sora enters the darkness, and the light he sees inside is Riku's heart's light. Sora, who is squirming in the darkness to save Riku, touched the light and temporarily obtained the Keyblade from Riku. So...
Okay. So Riku is the intended keybearer.
Yes.
From the beginning.
Yep.
And rightfully robbed.
Yeah.
His destiny
he got robbed.
And
it's
literally robbed.
And it's all Kyrie's fault.
And it's Kyrie's fault.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've cleared all this up.
Yes.
For everybody. Thank you, Nomura.
Yep. And that's it. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. It's the lesson of the day.
But yeah, he was the original, like, intended, like, bearer of the Keyblade, and when you look at the Keyblade too, it's kind of just like his colors anyway, with like the big kind of golden yellow hilt and like the silver blade and everything. And it's made a little bit of a point through the series. So like in Traverse Town, when Leon kind of whoops your butt and Sora's like passed out, right? And they're like, we had to get the Keyblade away from you. He goes to pick it up, and it immediately leaves his hand and jumps into Sora's. And he's like, oh, you know, it's like not Sora doing it. The Keyblade just automatically will, like, do that. right? And
Right.
so other people can't pick up the Keyblade. Like, if it's not theirs,
But
if they don't
Riku
have...
can.
But Riku can. And so when you meet back up with him, remember how he takes the Keyblade? And Sora's like, well, what do you mean you took it? And he's like, hey, give that back. And Riku's just kind of like holding it aloft and everything. He's just like, Keyblade, huh? And then he like throws it back to him. Like, it doesn't leave him at all.
Right.
It's him giving it back.
And that's
right?
the foreshadowing of that's the tell. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
yeah,
really cool.
and so, and then that's why later when he's just like, because like Maleficent's like, yeah, that was supposed to be yours. And he's like, yeah, it was supposed to be mine.
That's right.
And so then he goes in there, and then he's like, let the Keyblade decide, you know, who the real like master is, like which one of us. And so then it goes to him for a time.
But at that point, he has been corrupted too much, and so he can't hold on to it anymore.
Yep. Yeah, basically. So like he for a short time like takes that from Sora, and then Sora being like, you know, I don't need the Keyblade to do what I'm doing. Like, I have my friends. Like, I have the support of others. Like, Beast helped me get here. And, like, I'm here. If you're going to do this, like, I can come save Kairi, you know? I'm going to do what I need to, like, do what has to be done kind of a thing. And then the Keyblade's like, I like that kid. And it goes back to him. And then Riku's like...
The toy sword. That's the toy sword section. Such a diss.
I know.
Gives him the toy sword to play with. It's so petty and mean. I love it.
Yeah, it's a really good like portion, especially. That whole bit, I love that. I love Hollow Bastion.
I mean, the idea that Riku, I will say this about it. The idea that Riku is the intended and true Keyblade key bearer.
Yeah.
Only to lose it to Sora because in real time, the blade itself decides that Sora is a better fit. Is kind of like a lovely like narrative underpinning to everything we've already said about Riku and his struggle. You know what I mean? Like
his insecurities big time.
It is a great underline to all the points we've already made, that he is the leader, he is the big brother, he is the protector, but at the end of the day, he didn't have the heart to do the right thing. He would rather take the power. He didn't have the confidence of self to do the right thing, to reject the power and do the right thing. He took the power to guarantee his win. And so like I love that that all of that is kind of hidden in the narrative.
Yeah. Yes. It's all very like, you know, you can just be like, wow, it's, you know, oh, now it's Sora's lowest point or whatever, and then like, oh, but we're gonna teach Riku a lesson, but it's all very much like functioning in universe as like statements to their characters and like where they're at. You know what I mean? It's something that like informs their own like narrative and story of like what's going on versus just like, and then I took the cool weapon from you, you know? It's just like, yeah, the magical key that comes from like your heart or whatever, and now it's mine, I'm taking it back, you know? Like, this is mine now, but like, it's like, now I can't have it anymore, it just like rejects me and goes to you. Like, it's imagine trying to walk back from that.
Yeah.
Imagine being in Riku's shoes. And I mean, granted, after he does that, he immediately, like, he just runs. He just books it. He's like, I'm not staying here. And he just takes off. And he's just upset and confused. And, like, nothing he's doing is working. And it's so good to watch. But yeah, that's a point of lore that a lot of people don't typically get all the time, because like it does say it in the journal outright that they're like, the Keyblade was supposed to be Riku's, you know, and then it went to Sora. That. And it's just like, oh, okay, cool, sure, whatever. But it's like, no. I mean,
nice
it's
to see that that's underpinned in the cutscenes and stuff, like in subtle ways. It makes it juicier.
Yeah. There's usually a lot of like, you know, attention to detail and like thought to it and stuff. Usually, like Kingdom Hearts itself is very rife with like, if you are paying attention, there is something in there for you. Like, there's a lot to sink your teeth into. And that's also another thing I wanted to highlight, that like to consider as you move forward. I don't think you're gonna have a problem with this, but some people need the framing Kingdom Hearts runs for a long time, and there are a lot of things that get brought up and then not resolved within the same game because the games, are all interlinked, and so
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts is like, people want to be like, but it's so confusing, and then they didn't answer this, and they yada yada yada, and it's like, Kingdom Hearts is a mystery. It's kind of just like not like we don't know what it's doing. Like it predicates on like there are reveals. You are dealing with mysteries and puzzles. Like you're going in and they're not giving you all the pieces, but you're like, I'm gonna store this for later, and then you get the answers later. Like it's something where like if you run into things and you're like, I do not know what they're talking about, you likely aren't supposed to know what they're talking about yet. So like keep that in here where you're just like, I'm not sure what that is, but what could it be? That's what they want out of it. And then later they pretty much always follow up on it, just being like, and it was this, and it could be a game later, it could be a few games later. There are some really good reveals that come out later that are hype as hell. That are incredibly good, that everyone celebrates, it's a good time. But like moving forward, there's a lot that it's just like, if you leave it open to let yourself kind of chew on it and consider and extrapolate on it, like that's kind of how it's built. Which is another reason why you have to play it in release order, because people go, no, but what if you played this one before that one? And it's like, it all functions on just the working knowledge you had from the last game. So, it'll like, it messes up like reveals because it gives you the answer before you got the question in the game that you were, so it's
right. Yeah.
We're not listening to those people.
No, and again, when I went to the con and stuff, like I heard many opinions about which game I should play next and why, and none of them agreed. It was all over the place, with a lot of people saying I should just skip straight to 2, and then some people saying that obviously I should play Chain next, and some people saying, well, you could play Chain next, but if you played this one first, and then when you play Chain, like this makes sense.
No, I know exactly what they're talking about, and they're crazy.
Yeah. Well, I was like, look, like, I get that I'm very happy that there's like different ways to go about it that are satisfying to everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But what's hard to communicate to people in the short amount of time that I have with them in a place like that, is that like, look, I'm trying to play through the games to a broad swath of the community, and I'm also trying to appreciate the games for the first time. So I don't want to take this convoluted, like, expert path through the narrative. I just want to play it as if I played them when they came out. I just want to play them in release order. I want to get the information that you're supposed to get in order, and if things don't make sense, then it probably isn't supposed to make sense until I get the next thing.
Yes,
and that's fine. I don't care that I'm gonna get to it all anyway. And I was like, look, like, I think playing it out of order, or playing it in chronological order, or playing it in whatever kind of order you decide is more
everyone's very excited,
streamlined or whatever. That's what you do when you already. That's not first
when you already know
stuff. That's
exactly.
Like, that's when you already know what's going on, and then you go back through it for your own enjoyment. That's second playthrough stuff.
Exactly.
So for the first playthrough, I'm just gonna play them in the order they came out, and and when I don't get stuff, I'm gonna be like, what the hell? And I'm gonna move on.
Hell?
You know what I mean?
Then like all right, it's for later.
It's not the end of the world. Like it's totally gonna be fine. And at the end of the day, I am excited to kind of get a handle on all of the lore, but it's not like what I'm doing this for. I'm doing this to like enjoy the games and get to know the community at large, So that's the focus that I have,
Yeah. I mean, I think that like you definitely have the right mindset going in that it's just like, I'm just going to experience the story for I'm going to meet it where it's at and just experience it for what it's supposed to be, and then just keep going. And that's the best you can ask for. And again, I think people sometimes they just don't realize that they're coming from a place of they already know everything, and so they're like, oh, and then you play this one first, and then if you jump to this one, and then you do that. No, no, stop it.
Yeah. But I can see how, like, if you're in the community, you've played through all the games, and then you go, oh man, if you play it like this, and then this, and then this, and then this, then then this makes sense or whatever. That's cool. But again, that the context of that is for someone who's already had the first dose. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The initial run. So let everyone gets so excited that I think it's easy for them not to appreciate that I really don't know the games that well,
don't know.
even though I worked on them. You know?
Right. Yeah. You came in, you read your lines, and then you left.
Admittedly, it's a bit of an oxymoron to say that the voice actor doesn't know the game that well. I get it, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. Like, I worked on the games in a really professional context.
Yeah.
Where I only got so much context. I didn't get all the context of each game.
Mm-hmm.
I really only got to know what I needed to know. And I did it very quickly and a long time ago. So, yes, I have been there for all these cutscenes, obviously. But there's still a surprise to me when they show up in context of the game.
You don't know when they're showing up.
I don't
what
know what's coming up
before,
next. And then it shows up and I go, oh yeah, that's cool. I remember that, or a piece of that or something. So like, it's I think I think it's been going really well. I hope everyone has enjoyed my first run through the first game. I did. So
I did.
we'll get into some chain next week.
I'm so excited
it'll be fun to ramp up into a new game. It might be slow going for the first few sessions or whatever while I get used to the next set of things I got to learn. But but I mean, geez, it's so far so good,
I mean, yeah, I think it's honestly gone great. I think it's just like oftentimes it's people who just kind of lose perspective a little bit on, like, they've been in it for so long that they forget what it's like to just be new, and it's like, well, you just gotta let people figure it out. You just gotta give them the time to whatever. There's no like going in and playing it so optimal. Like, no, you need to do this and use this ability in this fight and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, let me just hit a button, like leave it alone.
Yeah. Let me figure that out though, Yeah. So like, and I think I'm perfectly capable of of blindly finding my way through, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's nice to have this conversation with you afterwards for like some clarification, some perspective, you know what I mean? On the narrative and stuff, like, cause I talk shit to chat, but I always will be the first to say that chat knows better than me. You know what I mean? When it comes to like whatever we're talking about, like, I am not the expert here. So, and admittedly so,
I mean, we didn't all start as experts. I do remember going into the games again as an adult and then having my own questions and then having to I'm like on Reddit, like, what is, trying to figure stuff out. And then eventually I found better ways to get it, and collect the information. I also think people are chronically bad at summarizing things.
But that's how I engage with puns of games that I love.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's like, it's part of the fun.
I've done
sometimes.
That for the Zelda series, and I've done that, you get into the game, you dive into the, how many times I've watched like Zelda timeline chronologies trying to link all the games together and everyone says that this happens over here, but, and then you get an hour out of a butt, Yeah. And I love that shit. You know what I mean? Because I love that game. So I've played through them all, so I'm ready to dive into the lore in from different angles. And I'm gonna get there with everybody here too. But first, I just got to play through them. That's the first things first.
That first step, play the games at all. And boy, as far as like theory stuff goes, I have a whammy for you once you finish KH3. I'll say that much. If anything, for many people, my claim to fame, a really, really big theory document that you are going to have to. I'm sorry, I've already signed you up. Your name is written down. All right, I'm logging the time in however long it takes to get to and through
I
Kingdom
will
Hearts
read
3.
the document, Niku.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I will do it. I will do my homework. Hurriedly and probably late, but I will do it. You know?
Everybody's so excited about it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I love that the game is rich enough for the community to have things like that in their pocket, you know, to have big theories and different, like, only the best series have those kinds of debates and discussions and things to have, you know what I mean? Like, it's community discussions like that are reserved for the best of series.
Yeah.
So the fact that Kingdom Hearts has all of that in spades, I look forward to
so much of it. I will also, I have to highlight our good buddy Tennille, which again, before we were like, they have so-and-so there. Tennille is one of the other guys that's very much had, and we saw it hilariously being in your recommended videos one time. I think when I had you watch Riku Sports or something. And
was
it was
the
like
Riku is gay?
Riku is gay 6 hour. Tennille made that. And it's also really
Tennille.
good. It's a really
Thank you, Tennille. I appreciate it. And we need to do a watch through of that because
I'll
tell you what, I don't think anything on my clips has been commented more than haha, Riku is gay in the background.
It's
like
literally
the number one comment on that clip.
It's
all
the
over
Riku
on
is
every
gay video.
platform.
And then right next to it is me and Tennille talking about the, like, for hours, like basically just talking about it and all of that. And it's just like them coming up together was so like, oh my God. And it's just like in big text, it's just like, haha, Riku is gay. It's a good video though. It's a very earnest, like, taking the text and being like, here is everything that, like, supports this, you know? It's just, not that I need to convince you, I just like to talk about it.
You won't find me arguing against it. I'm just saying.
Know. Oh, I know.
The comments that I got on that clip had everything to do with the last moment where it said, recommended Riku is gay. And it was just like... And I was like, oh, man, that's like... That's the thing that everyone laughed at. Not my funny reaction. Just Tennille's video at the end.
It is pretty funny. It's kind of a good punchline at the end of it. You know what I mean?
No, that's awesome. Well, when the time is right, we'll get into that.
Hell yeah, that'll be fun.
I need some more Riku context, okay, to build up the knowledge.
Much. There is so much you're gonna see. Again, there's shit coming down the pipe. You have no idea. You have no. That train is coming down the tunnel. I will say, like, light. I know it's like the thing is, like, most people when they play the first game, like, and I'm saying this, you know, KH1 for a lot of people is like, and I'm doing air quote bigger, the straightest one. And everything past that is like,
well,
oh boy, like, oh my. So a lot of people just go like, this is really sweet, this is cute, you know, it's fine. And, you know, you're like, oh, it's Sora and Kairi, they're fine, you know, it's okay, you know, or you really like them, and that's fine. And then it kind of keeps going, and then they're like, okay, but what if we only focused on Sora and Riku the whole time, and their relationship, and all of Riku's motivation to do with Sora for, like, 10 games, and you're like, and they're like, where's Kairi? And you're like, she's not here, okay? She is not here. And you're like,
stop asking me.
Stop asking. And it's just like, that's just what the games are. It's crazy. So, like, again, you have no clue what's coming down the pipe, but you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out.
Look, when we were recording my lines, there were plenty of times where I was joking about, like, Riku's obsession with Sora. Like, this was something in real time as we recorded the games that we would laugh about and talk about, you know, like I know that it's clearly there. I know this is not a figment of the community's imagination. You know what I mean? So, like, but again, given the entire game's context is a different thing than just recording, you know, the select
Yeah.
bits that I have to voice, so
and like
it'll
it
be
still
nice to
exists within
dive
like, that
into it with
context.
everybody.
Yeah, it still exists like within that context, and there's so many like interesting complexities that like I won't get into now. We'll let you get more of the farther along. But like I'm not exaggerating when I say like I'd say like my career as a streamer is literally just talking about that. You say every time you're like, oh, Niku in an art forward channel, I'm like, buddy, I wish. I just sit up there in a camera and I talk for hours. Sometimes I draw. Sometimes I do art. Not all the time.
In art, how would you like me to frame your channel, Niku?
Fellow
you
yapper.
like. A yapper.
My fellow yapper.
Kingdom Hearts yapper.
Absolutely.
Niku Tsune.
There we go. Woo!
Yeah. I'll do it. That's fine. Well, Niku, thanks so much. I think we're gonna we'll tie it up, all right?
Okay. Can I pop off a couple things before? Because I had a list and then we just kept talking. I need to tell you really quick that I need to tell, because this story is just funny, but it's also just interesting. Okay. So you know how Mickey shows up at the very, very end of that game? Just kind of like at the end.
And
at the very
doesn't
end.
invite me to his castle? Yeah.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Mickey's castle is there because they intended to put it in and they had to cut it. So they kind of left it in there. I know. But keep your hopes up, maybe one day. Yeah. But so anyway, Mickey's inclusion in that game was like severely limited because of Disney. And what they had is they had a rule in place that made it so they had another project that was already going, that like some other game that was using Mickey Mouse, right? And they basically were like, we don't want to like self-compete. It was their idea, right? So they're like, well, this game is gonna get like, 90%, because it's like he's like in the game, you're playing as him or whatever, right? So they're getting like 90% Mickey representation. Like, you get the last 10% we're allotting for right now. So basically they gave them like this, like the parameters of using Mickey Mouse was that Mickey Mouse could show up, but he had to be at a distance or in a crowd shot. He had to be obfuscated a bit in some way.
Okay.
And so
that's an interesting limitation.
A very interesting limitation that I think, interestingly, like led to a very impactful moment. So because of this, because Nomura spoke on it and he was like, yeah, so I knew I had to make it count. So that's why throughout the game, you get these like little bits and pieces, that he left a letter for Donald and Goofy. He had already left. He's doing something important, and now they have to find him and they gotta do something with this key they're looking for and like all this other stuff. And so they're trying to find the King Mickey and everything, as well as Riku and Kairi, and now just Riku, because Riku's like, take care of her. Sora's like, yeah, no problem. And then he's like, all right, Kairi, I have to go. And then he leaves immediately. But otherwise, like, Mickey is there and he shows up at the very, very end in this big impactful moment because that's all they could do. That was literally it. So that's why he shows up like he does, and he's like cast in shadow a little bit, and then he like looks over the shoulder and he's
silhouette,
like talking.
which is a great way to reveal him at the end anyway.
Yes, yeah. And he has his little keyblade and everything, and it's this whole like wonderful moment.
He has the recolor of the Kingdom Key. It's like a reskin of the Kingdom Key with like Mickey inverted colors.
Yeah, it's like a golden keyblade and then like the silver hilt and everything, and it's really cool. So, but yeah, that's why he shows up when he does, like he does. And then once Kingdom Hearts is successful, they're like, oh, never mind, you can just like use him, it's fine. So it's
and then Mickey gets lots of time. I know this because I do specifically remember that I spend quite a bit of time with Mickey in some of the future games.
Oh yeah, yes. He's basically your adopted dad, like your adoptive dad. He's very much like Riku, we'll get through this together, and you're like, yeah, okay, Mickey. That's the general running joke. It's just like, oh, Riku and his dad, Mickey Mouse, And then, okay, let's see. I have that, and then one of my other notes was things that you missed. Very early on, when Riku's like, we don't need our parents or whatever, we're just gonna get out of here. And I remember you were like, you guys have parents? I didn't see any parents.
It shocked me.
it shocked you, even though I kid you not, maybe like 5 minutes before that, probably less. Sora's mom has a voiced line you just did not nothing, because you were just like,
No.
all right, cutscene, and then you just immediately looked at chat. And we were just sitting there, we're like,
No
stop
way.
reading chat. She has famously, it's like a running joke that it's because it's like Sora's back in the house, and you know, he's looking up at the little ship with the dolls, and you were like, where's my doll, Sora? Because you were just so Riku pilled, and you're sitting there. Like,
I was just locked in, okay?
Yeah, locked
to
in
the
for a moment.
Soriku.
Yeah. And you were sitting there doing this, and then like he notices the storm, right? And he's like, oh my god, the raft, and he gets up to go, and then it shows like his room empty as you hear his mom calling like, Sora, dinner's ready, Sora, and then like, you know, he doesn't respond because he's not there anymore, and everyone's just like, and that's his mom, and so that's just like the one line she got, Sora, dinner's ready. And then immediately you were like, what do you mean there's parents?
I don't know how I feel about this information.
Uh-huh.
I feel like maybe it's like a Norman Bates, like it's Riku, like in a wig, like calling out to Sora, like, dinner's ready.
Dinner's ready,
like
Sora.
He's just playing house with Sora in his mind because he loves him, and that's really what's happening. I don't know. I feel like maybe
Sora
maybe
comes down
that's
to the dinner that I made him.
as possible as they actually have parents that exist on some other island.
Well, if you'll
Chat's
recall,
like, don't worry, their parents are on another island. I'm like, sure they are.
We were on the island. When he looks out the window, you see the island that we just left. And he's like, oh no, the raft on the island that you see across the ocean.
There's no other islands. The entire world is one island. And they live there as three humans who came from nowhere. No?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, now, because again, I know you're trying to wrap it up, and you're trying to push me out the door, and I'm like, no, wait, hold on, because we just kept talking.
No, we can hang.
Stuff.
Look, all I'm gonna do when we're done is play Silk Song. So I just figured that.
Oh yeah, because it's Friday.
Because it's been almost 5 hours. So I just figured that we were, if we slowed down, that I would say, all right, cool, let's wrap it up. But if you want to steam ahead, Niku, don't let me stop you.
I can go first. You have no idea the powers that I have.
I could guess.
Yeah, you can probably guess. I have like a video that's, I am not doing this to promote, I just need to give scale. I have a video called a Soriku TED Talk where I was just like, listen guys, I'm gonna break this down for you. And I spoke for about 5 hours straight on it by myself. And people love that video. It has so many views on that video.
TED Talk.
That's what it's called. And then the thing is, that was 5 hours.
Did you open it with applause and stuff? Like, did you do the whole TED Talk opening? That'd be great.
I think I was playing some clips at the beginning. I was playing, the beginning of The Lion King. And I was like, yeah, Soriku and a beast. And then like I'd stop it, and then I was like, I don't want to get in trouble anyway, and I just keep. There we go. Anyway, the point being here is that was 5 hours at the end of a 12-hour stream. I was just like crazy. I was just going. That said, I'm like, better about it.
I'm tired and delirious. So let's talk Soriku.
Now is the time to talk about it.
Now is the time.
Yeah, now that I'm at peak performance, this is what's gonna happen.
Hell yeah.
And hey, people love that video. In my mic, it sounds like shit. It sounds so bad. Because I didn't know how to set it up. I was just like, talking. I had no webcam, nothing. I was just like, hey guys, and I'm like writing things like handwritten, you know, I'm like, okay, and then it just, for 5 hours of this. No, it's a good video, Niku. Everybody loves it. Look, and I know they do. But
my first introduction to you. I bet a lot of people found Niku that way.
Yes, yeah, a lot of people have. It's either that or they find Tennille's video, which mentions me explicitly within it, and then and then they find me, and it's like
you and Tennille have conspired.
Oh yeah. No, it's great. When we got to when we were at the event, when we were at Reconnect, right? And we're like meeting people in the community and people who make like regular ass videos and they're like doing stuff and engaging. And like we would walk up And we're like meeting people, and Tennille will be like, yeah, hi, I'm Tennille Flowers. I made Riku is gay. And people are like, oh, holy shit. And I'm like, hi, I'm Riku. I wrote the Sleeping Rope Theory. It was like, like every time, like coming in with the fucking 1-2 punch, you know?
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Well, late in the series, we'll have to do like a community watch of those videos with me, and then
actually, that'd be really funny.
Instead of watching like a movie or something like that will be our movie. We'll watch those videos. We'll catch me up all the way.
Oh,
on
yeah.
the
And then you'll have it.
On the depth and breadth of the breadth of the
people,
community.
They're gonna eat that up. They're gonna go crazy about that. It'll be great. And at that point, you're just gonna be like, fire.
And then we'll title that video, Riku learns that he is gay.
Yeah. And you'll finally once again get to come out of the closet like you love doing.
And then I will finally exit the closet.
Yep. For sure, 100%. That'll be good. I'm penciling it in for like a year from now when that gets to happen. Okay, let's see here. All right, hold on. Now let me look. Let me view. Because I keep having like little bits of people being like, don't forget to say this thing. And I'm like, yeah. And then everybody's got all these little comments and little things that they wanted to say. Oh yeah, really quick. I'm seeing this now, which is really good. The gummy ship that you did try that did not have a gun at all. But it went really fast. Someone said, because it was called Carbuncle, which is a summon in Final Fantasy, right?
Okay.
Do not Google carbuncles. Okay, don't, because it's also a medical term. It's really gross. But it also is a word that existed separately, and it's just like, don't do it. Anyway, so the carbuncle, well, I'm trying to save you, okay? Don't do it. Anyway.
I wasn't going to, and now now.
On your own time, all right? That's your choice.
Do it.
That's your choice if you do, all right? You can tell me later if you do and be like, oh, I wish I hadn't done that.
I'm gonna text you late at night. Thanks a lot, Niku.
God. Okay, anyway, all they said was just justice for Carbuncle, because that's what we named it, and I forgot. They're like, justice for Carbuncle, it tried its best. And I'm like, it did try its best. It did go very fast.
It did.
Clipped, Riku finds out the truth. Let's see here. A lot of these the bonus comments were basically, they're people just being like, hey, this is really, this has been great. This has been so fun. This has been such a bright spot for me. All very sweet. I also, topically, thank you for gracing us with Kingdom Hearts content during the Kingdom Hearts drought, TM. Also, it means a lot to me as a queer person that you're chill about Suriku. So that was just like, that very nice and welcoming kind of a thing that I think a lot of people will probably be like, yeah, this is really nice. It's something that's really easy for like people to be like, oh no, that's weird and you're weird. And like, even though they're like, that's just my taste, even though they're being like kind of homophobic on the down low about it,
Yeah, I mean, look, I am like a cis straight white guy, and
right.
but I've never had this kind of like issue with it or like around it. I don't have these kind of like
hang-ups.
I don't know, hang-ups about how people feel about the lore and stuff. Like, I've always been I'm very pleased and wasn't quite sure, if I'm totally honest, if the community would be okay that I'm like, that I trounce into that world and joke around about it. You know what I mean? Given my kind of outsiderness to the specific context. So like, I hope everyone in the community knows that like, I got nothing but love for you guys, and I'm super happy with the way that the community, all the different corners of the community have like kind of come together on the stream to like hang out and talk shit. You know what I mean? That's what I keep saying, and I mean it. So, and I'm I'm very proud and happy to have like my LGBTQ friendly tag on my stream, and that it's a safe space for the community to hang out and be yourselves and not not take any of this so damn seriously and have some fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I think just being like, I don't know, you've been so like open and friendly and clearly like it's not like, oh, like as if you're just tolerating people being here like, oh, that's fine. It's just like, we're having fun with it, guys. Let's go, but like in the most respectful way possible. Where it's just like, no, you're doing
I want to
great.
be able to lean in and joke around with everybody about it and
I heard
I
you.
think
Let's
everyone
go
knows
lesbians,
that
like...
I think you guys all know that I have no problem like joking or like being the butt of jokes and joking around about myself and and so
just not so
like
precious about it, you know what I mean? It's
yeah,
just like
I don't like
for
being
some
precious
reason to
about
take
it.
offense. Yeah.
At the end of the day, we're playing some games and we're supposed to be hanging out and having fun together. So like that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm focused on. I want to just be able to get to know the community that has supported the games that I've been a part of, and I want to have fun hanging out with them and joking around, So I appreciate that everybody has a great sense of humor around here. It makes me very happy. You guys often break me with all sorts of things. So I'm very pleased that that we get so many good laughs, you know what I mean? That's what I care about.
Yeah, it's more fun when everybody gets to hang out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's nice when we're just getting, it's not made a big deal. And like I said, it's just been very like open and accepting and comfortable, where people don't like, I'm used to it having to have my guard up in some certain, circumstances or like in groups and stuff. And even sometimes in the greater like Kingdom Hearts fandom, which frankly, when I went to the event, completely turned that on its head for me. I was like, wow, this is so like accepting and everyone's so nice that I totally just like was like, wow, I can just like be friends with everyone. And that's really sweet. And that continuing with being like, wow, like guy who voices character I like a lot is actually just like really nice and went so far as to ask my pronouns one time. And I was like, what is going on? And it just, so even just small stuff like that means a lot to people. And so I think your general attitude, and whether you're joking or even half joking about like, haha, Riku, oh, that guy, he's got some feelings. What's going on with him? People are like, oh, thank God, we can at least even just like look at it. You know what I mean? We can have fun with it.
Yeah.
We can hang out with you.
I'm just
so
having fun with it.
Yeah.
And and people have asked me like at the cons and stuff when I see the fans in person. A lot of people ask me about like the shipping jokes and the stuff, and I'm like, I'm just joking around. You know what I mean? I don't have like I don't have skin in the game, I'm just messing around. I'm just having fun playing the game and joking around with the community. You know what I mean? So like it's not something that I think makes or breaks like the way I look at the game or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's just like it's just another thing. I like to feel like I can be in on the joke with the community as well. In on the fun of it, That's all.
Yeah. No, I think just in general, it's just been like, it's been so nice. That's all. Thanks for just being, not a crappy person about it.
Well, you're welcome.
Good job.
Thanks. I'm happy to clear the low bar of not being a crappy human.
Dude, look, the amount of people who don't, my God. So it's...
I do my best to step over the bar that you have placed near the floor.
Well, look, I didn't put it on the floor, all right? That wasn't me. That wasn't us. Well, maybe it was me because I was homophobic earlier, but, Some people get really bent out of shape at even the implication of Riku maybe having feelings, which is silly. Since that's something the community's been joking about since day one.
I think the argument about stuff like that is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be...
discussing the media should just be discussing it, right? But...
Yeah, like at the end of the day, we're discussing, like, fictional characters and their feelings. Like it is not the end of the world, and I don't understand the people who have the negative emotions about the argument, who get angry about it or upset or put off by Who cares, man? It's a game. We're all playing games. We're just hanging out playing games.
We're
It's
talking
so
about
easy to
characters.
have
We're just
fun
playing a
together,
game.
and that's
Yeah.
what we should be worried about.
Yeah. Yes. I agree. Let's see. All right. Got that one out of the way. Let's see. Somebody said, "You my goat," by the way.
You or me?
You. No, you. I mean, I won't say no, but they believe that one's addressed to you, so.
All right. I'll take it. Thank you.
Let's see. Where's one that I ended up liking?
Goat Gaga.
Goat Gaga, yeah.
Goat Raga.
Goat Gaga.
Oh, God.
Where was it? Hold on. There was one that I liked, but it was
Just so everyone knows, when I pick a clip to post, I pick the one where I am the dumbest. That's what makes me laugh, okay?
If it's funny,
all of my
clips
where I'm being a dumbass, that's what makes me laugh, okay? I'm laughing at how stupid I am, okay? It is the joke.
I'm looking forward to seeing Graven's experience with different gameplay mechanic styles, as he's great at reading patterns and learning movesets, and seeing his reaction to story as it unfolds. That's somebody's comment. I'm looking through my little thing. And I can agree. I think you're good at picking up on patterns. That's why I was like, no, you're going to have a good time. You're having fun. It's good.
That's my favorite part. That's why at first when we started playing, but when I first started streaming, I told the community I don't really like turn-based stuff. And the reason is because I like live combat. I like that one of the things I enjoy most in games is like overcoming like well-designed combat, you know? And so turn-based has never really appealed to me. But then the community immediately kind of turned my focus into the Persona series, and I'm sure we'll get into some other turn-based stuff as well. And I've been enjoying that too for what it is. It feels more, turn-based combat is just more strategic, whereas like the live combat is more like muscle memory, twitch, like reaction time, that kind of stuff.
Proactive element to it, like you are playing the game.
That's historically what I've always kind of like liked and leaned into on games that I've played, but I've come to appreciate the turn-based stuff too.
Why can't I find it? Whatever. I remember one of the. I have to remember it because I for some reason can't find it in the comments, where somebody was like, "A request from my dear sister is that you dress as Riku for Halloween." So there's that.
I don't know. I would be. I feel like the pressure of doing that well is very high.
You don't got it. It's Halloween.
For me.
You don't
I couldn't
do
phone that in. You know what I mean? It wouldn't work. Okay, I couldn't phone it in, Niku. I'd need a serious cosplay. Like I'd have to get a real good one. You know? Yeah.
I'm sure that can be arranged.
I'm sure that could be arranged is kind of what I expected you to say.
Yeah. I know people. Don't worry about it. I got my finger in every pie. I got a guy. You know what I mean? You need it. I got it. I got somebody for you. Let me see here. I'm like skimming.
The entire fandom will help you. Yeah, I know. That's why I've been tiptoeing around this.
Well, because we got to get you the setup so you can have your workout stream with your blindfold on. But...
That's right. So I can embody Buffku eventually.
Yeah. You can be a good old Riku Sports. It'll be good. It'll be really good. Of course, now that I came here and I was like, oh yeah, I'm just finding ones, picking them out, and now I'm like, Calling mods, probably not. There wasn't an audition process. La 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 la. Oh, here's a good one. What's your favorite Heartless so far? Which is like such a basic question, but like it popped out.
Now this would be like regular mobs, right? Like not like, you know, Kurt Zisa or something like that.
I guess since we already know that Kurt Zisa is like one of your favorite designs, anything that's not that is easy. Like
Yeah.
what's a
So like from the standard mobs, let me think. The big fat ones I hate.
the large bodies.
Hate's a strong word. I don't hate them, but like they're not
annoying.
I don't think
This
I don't
guy?
find them very that guy. I don't find their design particularly interesting, and they're kind of annoying. The regular Heartless design.
Fat people, Graven? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
They're heartless.
Yeah, okay.
And they breathe fire. Okay.
Yeah. Well, those ones do. Yeah.
There's a couple of really cool designs. There's the demons that have the sword. We fight them a lot at the end of the they're in the Hollow Bastion. They're at the end of the what do you call it? The Colosseum stuff.
Yeah, they're
very traditional looking demons. They float around.
Yeah.
They send the orbs after you. They spin around you, and then you get a second to dodge out before they do. They have that attack. Those guys are cool, but they are very like traditional looking demon designs. They're not all that unique, really.
You really have to work up to like getting to that point. So they're kind of cool in that sense that they feel kind of powerful because you're like, that's just like a demon, you know.
I think that's why like they feel more formidable as a regular mob once you get to that point in the game.
Yeah.
I like the animated like armor suit stuff. That's cool too. And how
really
each piece of the armor like is a different mob, and sometimes they attack together and sometimes they separate and attack separately. I think that's cool design. I'm certain that I'm not thinking of one. I'm trying to think of the different zones and stuff that like what they have. Like in Atlantica, it's like jellyfish and stuff. That's whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, like the invisible one is cool, but then when he becomes visible, he's just like a Heartless in armor. There are those like gargoyle Heartless that are kind of cool designs.
With the little flying
and
ones.
I think they have they fly. They have the wings. They fly. And then there's the variant.
Pirate ones are cute.
There's the pirate variant. Yeah. There's also the Halloween Town variant.
Yeah,
that's like scarecrowy, like patchwork
that
kind of
sticky,
or something.
Yeah.
That one's cool. Yeah, I mean, some of the designs I find like the mushroom guy designs are like
these guys
are kind of basic, and I think mechanically they're interesting, but I don't know if their design is all that interesting.
I mean, they're cute. And they got their own little thing going on, you know.
They got their own thing going on for sure. They are cute and collectible. Uniquely, since they come in flavors, you know.
Yep.
What I'm trying to do is think of like the Heartless that come from each zone that are like unique to the different zones.
I actually like the little the monkeys in
the monkey design is a cool one too.
Because I like their arms are kind of like they get that big kind of arm to hand little shape, and they're called Power Wilds. I don't know. That's one I've always remembered for some reason. Just that one's just locked away for later. I don't know why, but
here's a question for you that I'm sure you know the answer to. The pink, I don't know, female Power Wilds
the cute
that
girl
pop
monkey,
up.
yeah.
The girl ones that are like, what's the deal with them? Because when I saw one for the first time, chat went, "Oh, here we go," and I was it's a little monkey thing, and then I killed it, and then like another one showed up and I killed it, and then another 3 showed up, and then all of a sudden I was like dead, and I had no idea like what happened. So like, what is the mechanic twist with that particular mob?
Yeah, so that's called a Sniper Wild, and it's like a unique one. It shows up in Traverse Town in that big area. That's one of those ones where you're like, you have to kind of go in and out and hope it like spawns, basically.
I saw them in Jungle as well, though. Deep
Well,
Jungle.
they look similar, but so this special one was like added with Final Mix, and they're like, let's put a special little, little one in there. So they it's like a variant off of that.
So it's
But
the same mob, but there's a variant just in Traverse Town that has that move that killed me, whatever that was.
Yeah. So it's basically, it's like a reskin, yeah, but it's like this one unique like little Heartless called the Sniper Wild, because like the pink whatever cute girl monkeys in like Deep Jungle are like, they run around and stuff, and like you can like slip on a little banana peel and drop your money everywhere, and like, they do a little thing. But like this one in Traverse Town is specific. It's called a Sniper Wild, and it's one of those ones that like you get a crafting material from it that you need for the synthesis list, which is part of what makes that the synthesis for some reason in Kingdom Hearts 1 is like way more difficult than it is in the rest of the games. Like, you will pretty casually, as you move forward, like KH2 synthesis list, no problem. You're gonna pop it off and you're gonna get it done. And you're gonna be like, wow, this cool stuff I get from it.
You'll do it in sync with your progress. Like, you'll be able to go through it.
Yeah, it's really not that. It's really not that bad at all. But like in KH1 with Final Mix, because they're like, we're gonna mix it up and put some cool stuff in there, and also have the English dub or whatever. And so it kind of got harder in a way that's like kind of grindy, where you're trying to get materials and doing stuff. But the Sniper Wild is one of those ones where you need her drop really specifically, and her whole gimmick is that you can see her at a distance. She's standing there and she has like this big kind of laser cone of vision. And if she sees you, she will just at that point you just have to leave, because she will just like see you, you will be targeted, you have a big target on you, and it will like count down, and then you will just get hit. And if there are more of them are shooting you and you are dying. And so it's really
and then
easy.
you'll get overwhelmed no matter where you go. Yeah, because the target just sticks on you, right?
Yep. Yeah, and so it's one of those ones where it's like you have to be really deliberate about how you fight her, and you just happened to kind of stumble into doing it correctly for the first like half. Is you just need to do it without.
I was like, oh, chat, this isn't so bad. And then I was like, I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly. So like what happened is like you kill one and then two spawn, and you can't let them see you. And usually if you get on it fast enough, like they won't spot and then have the time to start taking aim. Because once that happens, you just kind of got to start over. But otherwise it's just like, yeah, you have to, you get them, and then you have to be prepared for the next two that come out, and then boom, and then like there's like three, and you just have to clear them all the way out. And then once you get through all of those waves, it will drop the item you need. And so it's just one of those things where
I never got to that item because I didn't clear the final wave of them, and I only ran into them that one time, I think.
I think we've seen her like one other time, and you're like, you just gotta stayed away and like went.
Oh, I just ran away.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Actually, I did see him again and went nuh-uh, and I just
basically
went through.
But that's pretty much it. It's like as long as like she doesn't see you, you're fine. And that's kind of how you have to operate. Is like you just need to keep killing them before they can see you, and then you get your item out of it. It's not the hardest thing, but it is also just like easy to fail. You know what I mean? It's just easy to whoops, and then that one was just a little too far away, and I didn't, kind of the thing. But if you're using your magic, it's usually a little easier, but like you probably don't have to. But that's what that is. So there are a few where it's like special ones, like the one you fought in Monstro where you had to heal it, where you had to like use items on it, basically. In Final Fantasy, there is like, if a character or like an enemy is like a zombie, healing it hurts it, right? It's like a holy on like kind of a cursed type idea, right?
Yeah, okay.
So when you were in Monstro and you went up there and you're like, what is this giant
giving
ghost?
Life to an undead causes damage.
Exactly. So that's more or less like what this idea is that this big ghost in Monstro, you can go up and like you can just use high potions. I think you used like an elixir and everyone was like, because we only like, they're kind of hard to get your hands on. It was fine. Yeah. But like, yeah, you just kind of keep popping high potions on it, and then he just blows up and dies, and you're like, thank you for the item, bye. So.
Yeah, I did. I used a base potion, and it didn't work. So then I went straight to my best potion. And then
you were like, well, what if we use the strongest thing ever? And it was like, oh, that did something.
Hey, it
But
worked, whatever.
yeah. So there's stuff like that where it's just like part of the synthesis grind is fighting these like unique enemies that drop stuff for you. And one of them is of course my blue screen. Well, you can see it okay. The really big one that stands there and dances for a while, it's called a pink agaricus. Again, another name I just remember not from studying anything, it just kind of stuck up there. But pink agaricus is like a specific thing that you have to like hit X amount of times and you get an item depending on how many times you hit it. So you have to like figure out ways
That's
to
a
like
pain in the ass.
and yeah, and there are answers
That's
for
a
it.
pain in
Like
the ass to figure out. Jeez, how long did it take everyone to figure that out?
people, again, you're 12 years old, you got time, it's summer vacation,
Yeah, I guess.
you know. But it's just one of those things where it's like they're a little annoying, and that's another reason where I'm like, I'm not gonna, because like you need to defeat one to add to your Jiminy journal, and you need to do, you need to get all of the Heartless that you're missing, you need to beat Sephiroth, all of these things. So that's why I was like, it's okay if we don't do this and I just show you the video, but like if you're gonna go back and you're gonna do it, more power to you,
We're doing it. No, but I don't want to like hold up the fun of playing through all the games to
yeah.
grind. I don't want to grind our progress and fun to a halt by just saying, okay, now for the next month, we're going to do this grind and only people who are into
Right.
the grind are going to stick around. Like we'll move on to the next game. And then, once in a while I'll be like, hey, let's jump into Kingdom Hearts 1 today and have a grind. And we'll, we'll have at it for a little bit and then we'll go back to the other game and we'll do it on the side.
Yeah.
It'll be a nice little side quest.
If for some reason you have not completed and seen the video by the time you finish Chain of Memories or something, if that's just happened where you're like, oh, I'm having momentum and I'm playing Chain of Memories and like we just haven't gone back and done it, because it is kind of grindy. That's the one thing where I was like, I know you didn't
How
want to do
long would
anything.
you say is Chain? Like playthrough, given how I play, given that I'm not in a rush. Would it be as long as Kingdom Hearts 1? Because I spent 70 hours in Kingdom Hearts 1. It's a pretty long play.
I don't think it's going to be long as KH1.
Okay.
That's for sure. And like,
is it like 40, 50?
Shorter. It's not that long. Shorter. Chain is a mid
30, 40?
Game. Probably. Yeah, I feel like 30 to 40-ish, somewhere around there. And that's depending on like how much like are you having fun going and getting some stuff, or like, it's kind of also how the game is built. It's definitely not going to be as long as KH1.
30 to 40, it feels like, we'll be done with it in a couple weeks.
That's where I'm like, if you don't, like, I'd just be like, let's have you see the video before you go to KH2. And that's it. That's my one requirement, is like, you're just gonna want to see that secret movie before you hit KH2, because it's like a part of like all of that. So that's my one stipulation.
Maybe we'll fill in some Kingdom Hearts 1 grind more often than I thought, to see if we can we'll stretch it out a little bit. But again, I wasn't trying to kill the momentum of playing through the games. That's why I wanted to.
We'll keep moving. It'll be fine.
But we'll start off. We'll get we'll dip the toesies into Chain, and we'll so like next week we'll play Wednesday, Friday. We'll do Chain both days.
Yeah.
We'll get a good nice feel for it. A good start. That's a good 8 hours. And then we'll see. I'm sure I'll have stronger opinions about how I want to go about it then.
Yeah. I think you'll feel it out. I think also Chain of Memories is something that, like, if you take too much of a break from it, you might go and you're like, what did I have set up? You know what I mean? What was I doing? A little bit more than like KH1, where you're like, I had a weekend away and I come back and you're like, oh, okay, and then right, this and that. Chain of Memories, we're just gonna have to see when you get into it. I think we're just gonna have to see how easily you take to it, I suppose. Some people, like I said, bounce off it hard, and then I think you're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I've definitely gotten that message from some people in the community.
oh yeah.
So look, again, I'm not sure. I like to think I can go with the flow, and I can get into it, at least play through it. But we'll see.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to feel that one out. Let's see. I'm looking through my notes, trying to make sure There's the Sora has a mom. And then, let's see. Explaining... Nuh-uh. No way. I also have a note. This is just a tidbit.
This is the hill I've chosen to die on.
Yeah. Sora doesn't have a mom. I'm making him dinner. Let's see. This is a fun fact that people typically bring up, and they did, but I don't think you saw at the time because you were just playing the game. But like when you are in Neverland for the first time, and Riku's like, check this shit out, makes a heartless, it's Sora. Like exactly. And you're like, yeah, okay, man, sure. But like he makes that, and like you're running through the whole time, and you're kind of fighting this like shadow Sora heartless thing that's going on. But like,
well, I remember mentioning that it reminded me of the Shadow Link fight from Zelda.
Oh,
that
it
seemed like a call to that. Yeah.
It is.
But it is interesting that the heartless that Riku can conjure looks just like Sora.
Yeah, it's just another one of those things. Yeah. Yeah, okay, guy. He's like up there, like, you know, really gloating up on the pirate ship, and he's like, look at what I can do. It's like, oh, sure. Anyway, one of the fun things about that is that, like, at the very beginning of Peter Pan, you know, Peter Pan is chasing his shadow down, right? And he's like trying to like pin it back on and everything.
That's right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, so when you're going through Neverland, Sora doesn't have a shadow until you beat the Shadow Sora, basically. The whole time you're running around. Yeah, you just don't have a shadow under your feet at all.
I did not pick up on that. That's
I
a great
didn't know
detail.
either until like the last time I was playing and someone in chat was like, hey, did you know? And I was like, what the? You know, I was like, zooms in, like, there isn't a shadow there. And it does, in fact, come back after you beat him, so... And then also, like, sometimes
and then each time you go back to Neverland after that, the shadow is back.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, yeah. It is.
That's really cool. I like that.
It's only gone during that segment when, like,
a very tasteful little detail for Neverland. That's very cool.
Yeah, even if you leave the world while this has happened, you still don't have a shadow. Like, you don't have your shadow back until you beat the shadow. And then you just have it. So that's just...
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's just like a fun little tidbit. And you can sometimes come in and the little shadow Sora is like hanging around, like kind of like lounging and stuff in the air a little bit until he's like, oh, you know, and then you get like into a fight. It's pretty cute. Lots of little details and things. Let's see.
All I remember about Shadow Sora was that it kind of walked with like the
the little jaunt, you know, he's like
Mickey,
kicking his
like,
heels,
bounce, you know. And
yeah,
I was like, what
he'll
is
like
happening?
click his little
like,
heels together and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it had a very kind of like silly tone to it.
This is how I see you, Sora.
Fight, you know.
And
then it's funny because it's Sora. Like the darkness in Sora is a little silly, and that seems appropriate and cute, you know.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's just like a fun little detail, you know. And it's hard to, especially when you're like in these like cramped confines and the camera's weird and you're not always seeing everything. It's easy to miss some of the details that are in there, but it's a cute little detail that people like to point out. I also have another thing that is interesting. I don't have them pulled up per se, but they are just like a neat detail again. So because you can skip worlds entirely and beat the game. Like, you don't have to go to Atlantica. You don't have to, like, you can, as long as you can get through one side of that route.
You can beat the game without closing the world's
entirely
door.
Yep. Yeah. And so that was another thing that, like, you have to close you have to lock every lock to get the secret ending. Like, you had to lock all of the worlds, you had to beat the Hades Cup, and then you had to... What was the last one? I don't remember what the last requirement was, but you had done it. It's pretty natural, like, just doing it. Oh, the puppies. You had all the puppies. That was another thing that you just did that yourself, and that was like
I was going to do that, yeah.
And so you doing all
also
of that
locking all the worlds, I don't think I would have skipped over that.
Yeah, exactly, because you were thoroughly going through everything, but people can just be like, I'm just continuing to go forward, and they can just keep going, right?
Yeah, so the puppies you could easily skip over, yeah. Yeah,
for sure. But, like, basically, if you get to Hollow Bastion, you know, you beat Riku the first time, you get the Keyblade back, and then he runs off, and Ansem's like, hey, kid, I can give you power, and he's like, yeah, okay, let's do it. And then he's possessed from that point, right? You can hit that point, and then you can go do Monstro. You can like skip over Monstro, and then you can get all the way there, and then you can go back. And they accounted for this. So when you go back and Riku's, like, hey, chase me around about it or whatever, and like being kind of a turd,
is now possessed.
Now he's in this possessed state, and like the cutscenes are different, like a bit. Like he talks like less, like you say less. And things just like the scenes end
That's
awkwardly
cool.
because he just like leaves. And Sora's just like, what is going? He's like, you're not Riku. And then he'll
That
just
is definitely something that they would have, if I didn't voice for the other cutscene, they definitely would have shown it to me.
Yeah.
For context.
It wasn't really, I don't think there was
really
anything.
Cool,
I think there was there a different, it's been a bit since I just looked at the cutscene itself. Yeah, it's a really neat detail where it's like, it is a little different, and like Sora reacts differently to it because he's acting even weirder. You know what I mean? He's being like really like curt and kind of cold. And he's just like, that, you're not Riku. You're not the Riku I know, so it was voiced. Okay, where is that?
It is voiced. I mean, that's probably something that I would just look up and watch and not necessarily play through
because there's no way you could, because you'd have to play through again and then
I'd have to play
back
through it again. Yeah.
If somebody wants to fetch me the link, boy, I can always pull it up, but I'm like, I'm gonna get like, it's hard to talk and chew gum at the same time, if you will. So well,
we could do it. We don't have to do it now, but that could be something that we can.
That's something that you can see
at some point. Go back and check out.
On, let's see, my other tidbit and fun fact that I was bringing up is that there is a difference. This isn't like super important, but when you see it, you're like, oh, they said that, and there it is. In the Ansem reports, Ansem talks about how he starts artificially creating Heartless, right? He's like, okay, Heartless exist, people's hearts fall to darkness, and they turn into one, right? And he was like, let me see what I can cook up at home, you know what I mean? And so he goes and he starts artificially doing this, and he does get Heartless out of it, but he basically starts to, like, he gives them a mark that marks them as, like, I created this versus naturally occurring Heartless, essentially. So they have the Heartless symbol on them, and that's why most of the ones you see them, they have that symbol. But when you see like a shadow, like the little guy, like when Sora turned into a Heartless, you're just one of the little dudes, right? You're Chad.
Yeah.
And because those are just naturally occurring Heartless. Like those are ones that just, they are, right. that happens.
The artificial ones have the symbology.
Yes, they have that. They have that little
body.
Heartless symbol on them. So that's something where you're like, oh, these were like created. It's not really that, it doesn't mean that much, but it is important that if you're like, I am seeing this symbol and it's on this or it's on that, it may clue you in to something or another, which is a really roundabout way of me saying that it does appear on a character in the game, that would then be like, wait a second, hold on. And if you want to chew on it, or I can tell you. Huh?
You want to tell? I'm lost.
Okay, so the Heartless emblem shows up on things that are like, it's an artificially created Heartless, right? If you look at Ansem's design, he is wearing a big one, not huge, but he has a Heartless emblem.
He has the symbol on him.
Yes.
Okay.
So
this is the suggestion that he's also created artificially? Or was it part of his clothing? Is it not part of his clothing?
I mean, it's definitely, I think it's not a part of his clothing. I'll just say that. I'm like, I could lead you around it.
Okay, yeah. It was on his chest. Like he had like a cape thing or whatever. This was when he was attached to the yacht, right?
Well, I think when he's up there, I think it shows that when he's wearing his like outfit and he's like floating around and he's like, come guardian, and he's doing all this stuff. He has like a big Heartless symbol, like right. I know you're laughing. Anyway, he has a big heartless symbol, like, right at his, kind of around his, honestly, his tit line. So, like, and it's just, that's just there. And you're like, wait, what is that supposed to mean? And you're like, yeah, keep that one in mind, you know? So that's all of the implications
Foreshadowing.
that I have thus given you. And you're like, does that mean? Well, it may just mean.
It is what it means. But
yeah.
the context of which we'll have to wait for, yeah.
More or less, yeah. That's just one thing where you're like, oh, that is something. I remember when I realized that later, when I was like, oh yeah, sure, heartless, and then some of them have emblems because they were like made or whatever, and then like later looking back, I was like, wait, hey. So, did he ever read Ansem Report 13 after beating the unknown? No.
No, I
did
didn't.
not. You got it, and then you were like so like high off the fight.
I was like, I did it. Good night.
Goodbye. The end, dude. And you really,
we will read it the next time we get into the game. If chat reminds me, I'll go read it. But no, I was so happy that I beat the fight. That we called it. It was late. I was very tired.
Yeah.
And I was gonna take my win and go to bed. So. And I did.
6 hours and you did it, and it felt so good. Goodbye. Yeah. Okay, that's right. I have one other thing. Where is it? Okay, so another thing that I wanted to bring up was so Oblivion. One thing that's really interesting about Oathkeeper and Oblivion is that the teeth of the what would be like the key shape at the top, they are each designed to, they are basically based on the kanji of like light for Oathkeeper and darkness for Oblivion.
Yeah, I think I've read that actually.
Yeah, it's just like a really neat little detail because it just like looks cool. And then you're like, oh whoa, there's layers in it, right? Everyone going yippee because I'm finally bringing it up. So when Sora first gets the like Kyrie's little charm that she was making, right? She was like, it's my lucky charm, you know, make sure to bring it back to me, okay? And you get that. That's because that's like a keychain, right? It becomes Oathkeeper. So like her charm becomes Oathkeeper, beloved Keyblade. But this is the thing where you're like, oh yeah, Oblivion has like Sora's necklace on it, and like that's never like elaborated upon exactly, right? And it's something where like there have been like theories knocking around, things I'm not gonna bring up obviously now, like these are future, but anything like that, but like things people have discussed, right? They're like, why is it the necklace, what is this? And then like later we finally just got like this, and we were just like, it just kind of blew the doors open of being like, what do you mean like So anyway, in the discussion when he's like talking about the design of Oblivion, its development name was the Riku Keyblade, like straight out. Like that's when I was like, it's explicitly based on him. Like that's because they literally said it. It is the Riku one. It is the Riku Keyblade. In early stages, we planned to have Riku give you a keychain, just like the Lucky Charm, which is why the keychain is a different colored version of Sora's necklace. And then it's just like, yeah, and then anyway, the teeth look like the kanji for darkness. And we're just sitting here like, what do you mean what do you mean?
Yeah, so Sora's, and that's where the lore of Sora's necklace being a gift from Riku comes from that interview.
Yeah, more or less. Like, that's something where, like, people had kind of been speculating this already because of other things later that you're gonna see, where it's just like, huh, yeah, maybe. But this is something then later we got this, and we're like, you just are saying it? Like, just saying this to us?
Yeah. You're just casually dropping lore on everybody
basically.
that we've been fighting about this whole time.
Yeah, see, I've been seeing That's So Cool, never knew that, because this is something that came out, like, later when people were like, oh, hold on, there were, on a lot of these art assets, there were just comments from, like, Nomura being like, I designed these, here are my thoughts, you know what I mean?
I do know about necklace theory, yeah. I mean...
I'm sure people have been saying it.
You guys gotta know that, like, as I exist on all these platforms, everyone loves to tell me this stuff. So, yeah. And then when I go to cons and stuff, and people share this stuff with me readily. So I've heard necklace theory more than once. I've heard I know that The Keyblade has the kanji in the teeth.
Yep.
I've heard that
Little stuff.
before. Yeah, a lot of these little details are things that the community readily brings to my attention when they
Yes,
get the
I'm sure they
chance,
do.
you know?
Yeah. Look, I was being like so good about. I was like, I want you to have your time to figure things out, and like I'm gonna like lead you in at least the kind of the right direction, at least where I'm like, here's just information to know, things to keep in mind as you like go forward. And then you're like, yeah, the necklace theory, and I'm like, yeah, well, you know. Of course, that's fine. But it is something where it's like, this is just text. This is stuff that they've presented, being like, this is important or whatever. And like, we were going to have Riku give him this. That's why it's shaped like his necklace. And we're like, okay. So anyway, there's still stuff about that it's like,
Where's
just keep
Kyrie's charm? In his drawer somewhere. Where's Riku's charm?
Right here,
right here, baby.
Nice. That was a good one. That was good. I saw your eyes get so big when he said it. Probably. I was like, oh, okay. We're in it. We're in the weeds. I hope everybody clips that. Yeah. Us just in stereo. Right here, baby.
Exactly, chat.
Exactly. 100%. Yeah, there's a lot of like interesting little comments about the Keyblades. I'm very excited for you to see moving forward. They get a lot braver with the Keyblade designs.
I'm really looking forward to like, I guess that's another thing, because in the same way that the worlds are so interesting and there's this embarrassment of riches for them to draw on for the different worlds, the Keyblades are like, so like they're drawing off of the Disney canon for all of these different realms and level design and guest characters and all of this lore that they can tie up into their story and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But the one thing that, because then the original designs, you have the original characters, you have some of the original mobs, a lot of the original design elements are character designs, but the one real original design element that's iconic that they have to tie directly to the Disney worlds are the keys. And so like, it's so cool to see each key that corresponds to each world that they pick.
Yep.
And so in the same way that there's this embarrassment of riches of worlds for them to go to, you have this embarrassment of riches for inspiration on keys.
Yeah.
You know, and I imagine that there is
such a wealth to choose from and how to translate it, and how do you want to represent this movie in one key? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And it's so cool to like, how does anyone know what the count is? How many keys there are in the series?
God, off the top of my head, I have no idea. There's a lot.
I bet someone knows the number.
Oh, I'm sure we got the number on hand somewhere. And I'm sure somebody in chat is gonna is
500.
Is that real? Oreo, are you lying?
No, Oreo.
1 gazillion.
1 gazillion. Yeah, exactly.
1 gagillion. At least 70. There's quite a bit. There's a lot. At least 2. I think there's at least somewhere over 2 Keyblades. Somewhere in there.
There's definitely 2. I have it on good authority.
$1 William. Yeah, it's KH1 starts kind of humble, like looking at these Keyblades. I'm like looking at the art directly, and I'm like, yeah, some of these are like really. I really like the fairy harp. I think it's really cute. Did you have a favorite Keyblade that isn't just the Riku ones?
Out of the Keyblades that you use, I mean, besides Oblivion, because Oblivion is, I think, my favorite design.
Yeah,
my favorite design cool. Aside from Oblivion is probably Metal Chocobo. Is that what it's called?
The one you got it. No,
the one I didn't
the one you
use.
Never used. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looked so dope.
Yeah, it's just
like I preferred the Metal Chocobo design to the Olympus design to a lot of the other designs. As soon as I found, I was like, oh, it looks like industrial and
yeah.
It has such a cool like Yeah, a different vibe than the other keys. It's not quite as flamboyant. It's very like it has this industrial design to it that felt really like heavy.
Steel.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It felt really, it looked like it was heavy. And I was like, oh, this one's really cool. And then it like the stats on it weren't good enough compared to what I had. So I ended up not using it. But I thought the design of that one was really dope.
Yeah. No, it's a fun one. I remember my long ago, my friend who first showed me Kingdom Hearts, which I have a funny story about that, but like her favorite was the Metal Chocobo. So that was one I always, even though I'm like, I have not played, but I know that one because it was my friend's favorite. But like, you need to know that, because I thought of something else that reminded me of the story, so I'm going to have to tell it anyway. You know, I've always known about Kingdom Hearts and everything, and I just kind of hadn't really played it for myself until into my adulthood, right? But when I first got introduced to it, my newfound friend this is how she like hooked me in. And I mean, it worked, but she was like, I think you'll really like Kingdom Hearts. What's really cool is that you have the Keyblade, but when you put a different keychain on it, it makes it look different. And I was like, that is pretty cool. And so whenever I went to her house and she was like, I'm going to show you, okay? I'm going to show you Kingdom Hearts. Don't know why. The first thing that she showed me was the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1, and I had no idea what was going on. And I always remembered it. I was like, what's this big door? Why is that guy stuck on the other side? Why can't he just come out of the door? You know,
why are we having a party on Satan's yacht?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
What is this music video?
What am I? Yeah, I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at, you know, because I remember she was like, look, and she's like making me watch it and everything. And I'm like, we got a big boat, and we got you know, and then there's the big door, and then, you know, he's trapped on the other side or whatever. And I remember the first thing, because she was like, isn't that so sad? And I was like, is he stuck? Did he die over there? I was like, I don't know what this is. And I don't think she was
anyway?
I don't think she expected that, but I don't know what else she expected because I didn't know what I was looking at. And then after that, she was like, let me show you the intro. And I was like, sure. And then I'm seeing it, I'm like, oh, okay. And then I guess he does something bad, the wave, the symbolism, you know, I'm like, I'm picking it up, but like, why did you show me the end of it?
You got spun into the community backwards. How did that
exactly.
happen?
And then I just sat with that information for years with like no other context around it. So that's, there you go. That was my introduction to your work, was you stuck behind a door and not coming out for some reason, which actually reminds me, sorry, that leads me straight into another note I had left. That they actually specify in game, because I had that question. I was like, why can't he just come out? I don't know why. He's obviously making some kind of sacrifice, but I feel like I'm missing something.
Why doesn't he just come out of the closet?
Why doesn't he just come out already? How long is it gonna take? Of the giant closet.
Oh god.
But like, there's like rules, and like, it's kind of said in the game, but it gets like it got a little obfuscated in the translation. I found out, right? So, you know, when you're going through like all those tiers of the
Queen.
Like, bye, Queen. Queen also was admonishing me for being like, maybe next time we should have a third person who snaps you back to like talking on point. And I was like, I guess. We'll see. A wrangler.
What do you mean?
Third party wrangler.
It's only been 5.5 hours. We're doing great.
I mean, we've been talking about what we said we were going to talk about.
We're talking about the games.
I think everybody's enjoying it. Anyway, so there's when you're going through, and you know, you have to go into those rooms and you're fighting all the, this is not descriptive at all. This is at the very, you're going to the rooms and you fight the guys and there's a chest there. No, at the very.
Oh yeah, I remember that part. Yeah.
Yeah. At the very end of the game, and you have to like kind of go through those big portals, and then eventually you fight Chernobog at the end of it, right? Mm-hmm. In one of those rooms, you found this like big weird machine in there, and there was like this bunch of text that was all cryptic and stuff that you were like reading, and it all looked like Hollow Bastion.
Mm-hmm.
So that meant something. When you're reading it, you're like, yeah, darkness, blood and darkness, whatever, you know.
The mechanic. No, wait, I remember this. It was
Yes.
that like steampunk room that looked like a control room or something.
Yeah, and it had like there was like a big ball and like a
And
bunch of little...
there was like darkness kind of seeping in weird corners
yes.
and stuff. Yeah,
That
okay, I
place.
remember that.
Yeah, that gets to be important later, but not now. Anyway,
Okay.
in that room, there was like a bunch of text that you could read, and it was kind of like talking about like darkness and the door and the blah.
Mm-hmm.
So in that, it does specify that there is a big door, and that like only darkness can go through this door, and that you need 2 keys and like 2 hearts, like on either side to close it, basically. And I'm summarizing this because again, it's all kind of fluffed up and it didn't quite keep all of the points that you needed to know. And so later, this is one thing where I was like, why can't he just go through the door? And I had to go and like look up and like read about it. And then I was like, oh, it just got translated a little funny, but like, here's the information, basically. So more or less, the rules for like that big door to Kingdom Hearts is that like only darkness can go through it. So Riku can't go through it. Like, he's a guy. He's stuck on the other side. He literally cannot go through the door because he is not darkness. So that's why he's stuck on the other side, for clarity. That's just, like, the rule, and that's what was said, like, in the game. It just kind of wasn't something that you're gonna pick up on right away, because it just, the way it talks about it is so, like, ye old, oh, and the old darkness flows through this door, but it's like more specifically like only darkness and nothing else can go through the door. So it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
So he and Mickey are stuck on the other side.
It's a bit lost in translation.
A little bit.
And there's a lot of pomp and circumstance around the lore to try to pick up what they're trying to say.
Right. Yes. Yeah, basically. It's one of those things where it's just like, I don't... and now I present this information to you and everybody else who's listening, but it's basically like, yeah, he can't go through the door because he's not darkness, and he's just a guy, right? He was just stuck on the other side after he basically kind of got, like, Ansem was like, I'm done with this guy, get out of here, and he's just like, I have a body now, thank you, get the hell out of here. And then Riku is like walking around in the darkness, and he's like, no, I need to see Sora and Kairi, and and they're like, hold on, Riku, it's fine. Close your eyes. What do you see? You know in your heart the truth, and it's like just Sora running for him. You're like, oh, sure, yep. Anyway, that
and
totally
I closed
aside.
my heart back up, and I said, don't look.
Don't, no, not yet, no. But yeah, that's there. But anyway, what was it? Oh yeah, the text also kind of specifies that it's like you need 2 keys and you need 2 hearts. And if I remember, it kind of specified, I have like one bit of the quote that is not all of what I need. I think it got elaborated on later. That's fine. But it was like, oh yeah, it's kind of implies that it has to be like Sora and Riku on either side of the door. But then Mickey provides the second key because he shows up and he's like, hey guys, boop, and he just like has it, you know? So it's like, now let's close this door for good, he says, and then they use both keys to lock it from both sides. And so that was a whole thing where it was like, you needed those 2 and you needed like the 2 hearts of Sora and Riku to do it because they're so special and important and stuff.
They are indeed.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So that's why Riku's stuck on the other side. People are reminding me. Yeah. People are reminding me of other things, other details in the final world, or not the final world, sorry, the end of the world. When you were going and everything's like, oh, it's all kind of crumbling and coming apart, and it's all like, frankly, really cool looking. Mm-hmm. You fight Chernobog, you go deep down, you're doing your whole thing or whatever. There's a detail that I know you didn't see because you were like, what am I, just go down a hall and through a hole or whatever? You just kind of kept going. But yeah. It's this whole place, the final, like the end of the world is like all of the worlds that have been falling to darkness are all kind of congealed and broken down and like here in a bit, like in pieces and parts basically. So when you're going through this hall, like on the walls, you can see like the really distinct hills from like Sleeping Beauty and like you can see some like the thorns and things from like Snow White and other stuff like that. Like worlds that have fallen that we haven't seen are like they show up in the environment, and it's
That's
like really
cool.
interesting.
There's details from yet more Disney worlds that weren't
exactly
made into full levels. That's cool.
Yeah, it's like super interesting to see.
Awesome
Once you
details.
see it, you're like, and there's the other ones, because these worlds have already fallen. You know what I mean? So it's like they're here a little bit in like chunks and pieces. So that was just like, there's a lot of weird little details like that people just like find. Snow White Woods, Hills from Sleeping Beauty, and the Road of Cinderella's Castle. That's what they show up there. So another interesting thing is that like so at the very beginning of the game, when you fall in you're on the stained glass, you know, and you're like, ooh, what's going on? Snow White is here. The big stained glass ones that you see are of princesses where their worlds had already fallen. So they like show up here as like asleep, basically, and it's like just an interesting little thing.
The other more princesses?
No, so it's the princesses that like we never saw their worlds, but we know that they had already fallen. So like Sleeping Beauty and, you know, Cinderella, Snow White. We know that their stuff, because they were there, right? They had already been like kidnapped. Their worlds had already fallen and stuff. So when you like Sora like, you know, wakes up and he's like,
the characters make appearance at the end when all the princesses are gathered around at Hollow Bastion.
Yeah. Yep,
but their worlds had fallen before the adventure began.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Okay.
Yep. That had already been happening. And so, so it was something where like you show up and you're like, what is this? And you land on like, what is Snow White's like little station, little stained glass thing. And then like when you go to the next one, I don't remember the order it's in suddenly, but it's like, you have like Aurora and Cinderella and like Belle and stuff like that. And then there's like one last one that's like, there are like 3 general princess shapes on it, but like theirs hasn't fallen, but like, you know, it's the foreshadowing of it all. But like, it's just neat little things that you're like, oh, I wouldn't have remembered that was a thing, you know, later. But that's, as I see people go like, tell them about this thing. And I'm like, yeah, all right. Okay. that thing. But
was Belle in Beast World shown crumbled? I'm not sure. Lauren Minora's in the house, everybody. Hey, Lauren.
Lauren Minora.
Thanks for coming through.
Yeah, there is also, as people are also reminding me, that you can, if you skip Wonderland and like you kind of go forward, there's a scene where they're like, hey, we kidnapped a girl, and they like push Alice into the, like what you saw, they like push Alice into the light or whatever, and you're like, oh, we got her. But if you skip it, so she hasn't like been kidnapped yet, Snow White shows up instead.
Okay.
There's just like a little details.
It's all very good design that they went out of their way to account for like different paths the gamer would take.
Really. It's like the very extensively different paths that you can take. They have like a lot of accommodation for whatever reason, because they were crazy, I guess. Do love it.
Yeah.
Do love to just be like, wow, you thought about that. That's really cool. Very intentional design,
you want your game devs to be a little crazy, right?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Nobody
100%.
wants perfectly sane game devs.
No, and Nomura's not one of those. So, you know, it's good. Let's see. I think as far as my notes go, oh, no, wait, hold on. Here's one last note. Teach boss about Hatsune Miku.
Oh, yeah. When did that come up? And I don't know what that is.
Okay. All right. I'm going to tell you about Hatsune Miku, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
Nothing to do with Kingdom Hearts except for the fact that Nomura drew her one time and it looks really cool. Hatsune Miku is a character. You have definitely seen this character before. Have you ever seen the girl with the really, like, the kind of the teal to, like, the kind of blue-green colored hair, long, like, pigtail design?
I just saw it, like, the other day or whatever when it came up. Somebody, I forget what, if it was in the server or, like...
guess doodled some joke.
Or it was, it was a guest drawing maybe or something. I know I just saw it. So, yeah, it's a girl with the long kind of teal hair.
Yeah, and her, like, kind of dual kind of... pigtails
design.
Yeah, so she's a character. It's actually a software that's like a voice synthesizer. So it's like for making music. And so she's like a virtual idol, you could say. She's just a character representative of the software. She has her own like sounding voice cuz like they had somebody come in and like record a bunch of, basically vocal whatever ranges and everything.
Yeah.
And so like she has a distinct voice. Um but she's the mascot of a software, but people love her so much she became a character, basically. Yeah, to summarize it very long and short, she's just a character that represents this like vocal software, so she has a distinct voice and like a cute character design, and like it's truly like people just make music using her voice synth a lot, and think like the Gorillas, but more. But that's basically
the Gorillas, but anime girl.
Yeah, more or less. Is
Yeah.
the only ethical idol is the one that's not real. So, yeah, it's true. I have been forced to watch the concerts, but you say that as if I did not enjoy or want to see them. Anyway, the music can be made by anybody, right? And so there are very well-known producers. There are other ones. They're called Vocaloids. Miku is a Vocaloid, and there are other Vocaloids with all their own character designs that are all beloved by fans, and people just they're kind of just playing with dolls. I'm gonna be honest, right? Like, there is no really one distinct personality or whatever, but everybody kind of just loves these characters and what people have built up as a community, and it had gotten so big and strong. How old is Miku now? Is she like 15, 16?
Like
I
the
think
character or the design?
When they released her, so she's technically now.
What's up, pup?
She's been around for
Puppies
a
in the
long
house.
time. 15, I think. 16. Okay. Yeah, Miku has been a thing for 16 years. And in that 16 years, she's had a whole, she's got like a whole community-made mythology about her, you know what I mean? Like, it's just something
That's
where
cool.
It's like, you can kind of put her into anything, and people will make videos with the songs that they release, and make kind of their own little story or universe out of it, and it's like, just super interesting to see, like, the creativity. There are a lot of artists who started by making Vocaloid music, and then became very popular or famous like musicians, like accomplished musicians. Like there are a lot of people making anime intros these days that started as Vocaloid producers. They were out here making Vocaloid music for fun, and they made bangers, and then they were like, what if I just went and made music? And then they do. Like Deco 27, yeah, or Eve, or there's a lot of them out there. But anyway,
I love Eve.
Yeah, Eve, like the band, like the musical artist Eve, started making Vocaloid music, and like there are several songs. I also love Eve, and like a lot of those songs that have been used or are really popular from Eve. Like you can go listen to the original version that like instead of like their vocals, it's Miku who's singing it.
Yoasobi too. I also love that artist as well. I don't maybe I don't know how to pronounce all the names.
Yonezu. You're doing okay.
That well, but
you're doing fine.
But I'm familiar with all of the OPs that they do for the anime. I have a very extensive anime OP playlist on my Spotify page that I add to regularly. Yeah. And actually this morning, I posted my favorite OP right now is the Sakamoto Days Season 2 OP, which I just adore.
Nice.
And I've been listening to it all day. Every time we watch the show, I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta put this on my damn playlist. I keep forgetting.
Yeah. It's
so good. I love the Japanese version of like funk rock. Like whenever Japanese artists do funk rock, they fucking nail it. They nail it so hard in a way that like I don't even think Western bands are nailing it these days with the funk. They hit funk so hard.
It's so good, dude.
I love it.
Yeah, as is said, basically any relevant J-pop artist right now in the anime circle is from Vocaloid. Like
that's
everybody
awesome.
out here. Yeah, it's really interesting, and it's really interesting to dive back and be like, this is a good song, because it's like, because she's like a synth, right? Is that it's like you can have really interesting like the way the vocals can sound, you can do a lot with it. But also, she can speak as inhumanly fast as you want, which makes for some really interesting songs. But it's something where it's just like a lot of this comes back to like Vocaloid, and that's Hatsune Miku. And because she's just kind of more or less a design, she can just get put into anything. So she's like, Sega kind of has the rights to her design a bit, and so the new Sonic racing game just has Miku.
Nomura designed the character?
No. Nomura just drew her in a collab once. Because Miku's really popular, and so they did some promotional thing. And
so he is just a fan of this character as well.
Basically. Yeah.
He was making fan art.
He made fan art of Hatsune Miku. It's just like
nice.
Everyone's like, yep, that's Hatsune Miku.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
I also love how that ties into like
it all comes back.
Like the Japanese music scene and stuff, which is just like one of my favorite parts of the culture. I adore it.
What's also, and this still, it's all interconnected. So the main artist who makes the intro songs for Kingdom Hearts, like Simple and Clean, Utada Hikaru, right? Who's also non-binary, by the way. Very exciting development that happened later. But anyway, they
as of late, that all came to light later.
Yeah. Like, especially over the pandemic, was like, hey, I found out what this is, and was like, oh my god, that's me. You know, we're like, yeah. Anyway,
it was like,
woohoo! Yeah, basically, it was pretty great. But like, already loved their work and everything. Anyway, what a great singer. But anyway,
yeah, totally.
So also speaks English and Japanese fluently. So the Japanese version of the song, like Simple and Clean, which is called Hikari, which means light. Like, they wrote that, and then they also wrote the English lyrics by themselves. Like, they're just doing both sides because they can.
Right.
And so it's interesting. You're just like, oh, cool. This isn't like translated. It's just like, you just get to do whatever you want. But anyway, they very recently, so they're making the song for the new Chainsaw Man movie, but they're doing it with somebody.
I can't wait.
Oh my god, Kenshi Yonezu.
Utada's doing the Chainsaw Man theme for the film,
that just
for the Reza
recently.
art?
Yeah. That just got released.
Awesome.
Am I remembering? Suddenly, I have that self-doubt where I'm like, I'm saying his name, and then I can't, and then I feel like I'm saying it wrong. But like, is collaborating with another artist who is Kenshi Yonezu. That I did say it right, and then I was like, why did I had a second of self-doubt. Anyway, Kenshi Yonezu is a very popular artist right now. Also Vocaloid producer. Who got really, really big. And so it all comes down. Hatsune Miku, Kingdom Hearts. It's all linked. But yeah.
So we're going to start a band with the Vocaloid software, you and I.
Yes. Yeah. We'll make our own Vocaloids with our voices.
That's what we're getting to.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
100%. Good. And we'll say the same things at the same time. It'll be really good. But yeah, it was Utada's doing the song. I went and listened to it. It was really good. For the Chainsaw Man movie. So if you go and look at it, you're like, oh, there's Utada, super cool. And then there's like, oh, there's Kenshi Yonezu. He's there, and also he did Vocaloid music, like really well known Vocaloid songs. So, but what was it? Oh, here's another fun fact.
Riku.
Hatsune Riku, yeah. Niku, Miku, and Riku pipeline. It's all the same. But what was it? Oh yeah, so Utada. So one other. Sorry, I'm laying them all on you. But so Kairi's hairstyle throughout the games is based on Utada's hairstyle at the time. When the design was made.
That's cool.
Yeah, so like Kairi's
so she's like a muse for the character in a way.
Yeah, it's so like Kairi's short, cute little hair in
sweet.
KH1 that's because that's the style that Utada was wearing at the time.
Yeah, so, like, now that you mentioned that, I remember the art around the song and Utada at the time. She had like the bob like shortcut. That's cool.
Exactly. So yeah, that was like an intentional thing. There is like a funny story about it because like Utada was like really popular at the time when they were like developing. It was just like, wow, this really big kind of like, you know, artist and everything, and Nomura's over here like working on Kingdom Hearts and is kind of just like, we don't know if this is gonna work or anything. And he was just like, what if we had a song by like really popular artist, right? Like, what if we had a song by like, the first thing, we should ask Utada. And they were like, that is not going to happen.
Did Kingdom Hearts invent the anime OP?
the self-made AMV, like about your own stuff, basically. But yeah, he was just like, just ask. Let's just ask. And then like immediately got back where it's like, oh yeah, no, Utada likes video games and we'll do it and it's fine. And they were like, what? Like, he's like, I don't know, I just figured, awesome. Just ask. And
I loved it. So because I always had, like, back in the day, so I never played the games or anything, but I remember when we
Until
recorded
now.
and made the first game and it was released, like, I had like, I had heard Simple and Clean and was like, yo, this track is so
good.
dope.
It's
and I had
so
heard
good.
the like club mix and then like the acoustic like slow mix, right? I had both versions of the song. And back then you would burn CDs, you would make like mixtapes.
I know.
So, like,
I would do that.
So I had
I was there.
I had multiple burn CDs in my truck.
Yeah.
And that had Simple and Clean on it. And I remember my friends, like, I would have all these like hip hop and pop and dance songs and all this different music that I was into. And then I would just hit you with this like Japanese pop dance mix. And everyone was like, yo, what is this? And I was like, it's dope though, right?
It's good. That's what it is.
And it was like, it was always a curveball on my mix burn CDs that I would make. I would have the Simple and Clean track on there because I thought I loved it. I thought it was so good.
I was in this, I was in this game. By the way, dope song, right? Yeah, I was in that game. Just by the way, no, it's a great song because I also. Similarly, it's because I hadn't played Kingdom Hearts, but I sure knew about it. And so I was just like, wow, this song is so cool without playing the game. And I would just like listen to it for so long. And I was like, it's a good song. It's a good song though.
Yeah. I just remember at the time, it was such an outlier for the music that I was listening to at the time. And so like, but I meant it. I had it on like multiple burn CDs and stuff. I listened to it in the car and stuff. And I remember some of my friends being like, yo, what is that song that you played? I'm like, it's good, it's a Japanese pop song, dude. It's in this game that I recorded. It's awesome. You know?
Enjoy it or get out. Oh boy. And it all comes wrapped back around. Always. Oh, what was it? Somebody put it in there earlier where it was like the mangaka for...
Watch your heads, everybody. Zen came in with the raid.
Whoa.
Welcome, you guys.
Hell yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the mangaka for Chainsaw Man. Like, I remember seeing people being like, oh yeah, he's not necessarily known as a guy who plays many games, but apparently he played Kingdom Hearts, loved Kingdom Hearts. And it, like, influenced his work in a way where he was just like, because at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, right? And then, like, Sora's like, okay, I gotta go, And so, like, Sora and Kairi are, like, separated and whatever, and he leaves, and he was like, Kingdom Hearts is, like, that's what told me that it's, like, it's better when a man and a woman aren't together. And we're like, oh, well, that makes sense with what you're writing. This makes a lot of sense now.
And so all anime was born.
Yes.
And every anime story from then on out was about love that is never two characters that love each other at a distance.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. And then now
That's
now
so
he's
funny.
got Utada making a song for a movie based on his stuff, and I'm like, it all comes back.
Yeah,
around.
that's awesome. I love Chainsaw Man. It's a fire series. I was really into it when it came out. I remember there were stories about how it didn't hit as hard as they had expected it to, or something like that. Didn't make as much money as they wanted, or something like that. And
it was really expensive to like produce.
Yeah,
and then,
you could tell it was very. it had a great, very high production value, but I love, and again, this is something you guys know about me, but I love stories with bite, stuff that has edge, stuff that isn't afraid to get dark. And Chainsaw Man has that kind of darkness to it.
Oh yeah.
I was just like, man, I love this show, dude. This show is so weird and dark. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's nice and kind of refreshing sometimes to have something that like goes into the messier sides of the human experience. You know what I mean? Where you're just like, we're not gonna really
Very
pull punches.
messy.
It's gonna go into like some of this stuff is just like not great, and sometimes it doesn't get resolved. You know what I mean? And that's just like life, and you just have to keep going.
And that, in one of the endings, I remember being blown away that that Chainsaw Man had a different song for the end of every episode. And I remember being like, that's
crazy.
They're just going crazy with their budget. They're just flexing. Like every episode gets its own ending song or whatever. But one of the songs was Fight Song by Eve, and that's my favorite song by that artist.
Yeah.
I
Eve's
adore
stuff
that
is
song.
really good.
But Fight Song in particular, I love that song. It's one of my favorite like Japanese pop songs or rock songs or whatever.
Hi, Perry. Saw Perry come in swinging. But yeah, no, I'll have to like send some of my favorites from Eve. I'll like put them in the music channel or whatever, and be like, go listen to this one because I have some favorites. That's for sure. I love their stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hell yeah. I'm trying to remember. Oh, okay. Sorry. One other thing, and I think that's kind of rounding it out a bit more because I'm like, my notes are there. I feel like I kind of exhausted the things off the top of my head that I needed to inform you about. Not that I'm not just having fun talking. I do enjoy just talking.
Are you trying to get rid of me, Niku?
I'm not trying to get rid of you, okay? I'm having a great time. But we have like, I don't know how many total viewers we have at all, by the way. I no idea, but all of them are going like, Niku, say this one.
Over 430.
Yeah, okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. Well, a lot of them are like, oh, but try to say this one. But don't forget that one. And I'm like, okay, all right, okay.
Hey, Niku.
Yeah. What is it?
Seething Dragon is here.
Oh my god, hey.
What's up, Seething Dragon?
People putting Yapku as if they aren't sitting here the whole time listening to us anyway.
As if you don't like the Yap chat.
Yeah, come on. That's why that's what most people come to my stream for anyway, so, you know. But anyway,
that was what we slotted out a whole block for the Yap with Niku, okay? You knew what was happening.
Oh yeah, 100%. And we've definitely pushed past the typical allotted time. But, you know,
right,
Silk Song is there waiting. And I know I'm going to get off this and I'm going to be like, I want to go play Hades 2 so bad. Ooh, I'm thinking about it. But, okay. Anyway, people want me to tell you about the elevator pitch.
Okay, so, elevator pitch.
Kingdom Hearts has a very well-known origin story at this point.
Okay.
That is very funny. The happenstance of everything that brought Kingdom Hearts to be is
What's up, Perry?
Fascinating. Perry.
Perry's in the house.
Where did everyone go? Bingo? So basically, Square Enix, there are a few different things that were there, but this remains true. Square Enix and Disney shared the same office building. All right, in Japan, in Tokyo, they're hanging out, right? And they're like, we have the same, because that's common. You know, you're gonna be like, it's an office building, one floor.
Yeah,
is
they
like
have
for
space
whatever.
in the same building.
Exactly.
They're a couple floors apart or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Disney and Square Enix were like in the same building, and it happened to be that like they were kind of already thinking about stuff based on other accounts. Like Nomura was like, I really want to make a game. He was really inspired, and he's talked about it before. He was really inspired by Mario 64 in that the 3D movement was so alluring. You know what I mean? That it was so like, wow, they really did it, and it feels good, and it's like fun to play, and everything. And he was like, it is good, and I love Mario 64.
And also, the theme of jumping in and out of worlds was present.
Yeah,
as well.
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah. But yeah, he was really inspired by Mario 64 and like just especially, you know, what they were accomplishing as soon as they got into 3D. And so he really wanted to make something that had that element of being like, we can move around in a 3D space, you know? And so when you look at all of the other games that came from that time, they're all largely, you know, turn-based RPGs, not just Final Fantasy, but somewhere in that territory, usually. Not every single one, but most of them, right? And so it was like, okay, I really want to try this. And they had said to him, they were like, hey, you know, good luck making something that really stands out like that, because it's like, you would need something like, because you can't, it's hard to compete with Mario. You can't compete with Mario, like, jokingly, like, you would need to have something on the caliber of, like, Disney characters or whatever, right? Like, you would need something well known if you wanted to hit that kind of success or that stride. But that was something that was just kind of cooking in the back of the brain, right? So, fast forward a little bit, and we have a Disney executive in an elevator and a Square Enix executive in an elevator in the same one, as they are in the same building. And they, in this elevator, was like, hey, would you guys want to, like, do something together?
You guys want to go out sometime?
Hey, you want to, like, hang out? You want to go get coffee or something? I don't know. But they were like,
hey,
coffee? You want to go get... Hey, you want to go get, like, some coffee sometime?
I really like your briefcase.
Are you guys, like, free? Anyway, so, yeah, basically, because they happened to be in the same elevator. And Niku Riku podcast when...
Right now.
Yeah, right now. You can expect this again sometime, I'm sure. But,
I like my coffee like I like my video games, in the closet. Nice on Discoveries.
That's
Touché.
pretty good. What was that other one earlier that was really good? It was, oh, yeah, oh, the HUDless Obey Me Now, Sora. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The HUDless Obey Me Now, Sora. I have nothing to fear. Shoot. Anyway, the conversation was basically like, hey, you know, would you like to collaborate and do something like we make games? You're Disney, you know? And he slipped a note to him in the elevator, and the note said, I like you, do you like me?
Yeah.
Circle yes or
yes,
no.
YN circle.
Sorry.
God.
I really like the idea of the big executives at the two major companies, like, flirting with the idea of working together. I like this joke. Yeah, giggling about it.
Kicking their little feet at the desk, you know. Oh, God. Well, one of the people who was in there was, not that it matters, he's a producer that was on the series for a long time, Shinji Hashimoto. So it wasn't Nomura, but he was, like, a guy who was like, hey, can we do something? And they're like, you know what, yeah, let's think about it, let's talk about it. So when he brought up this, like, opportunity, he was like, hey, so we maybe want to try making something with Disney, you know, what, you know, how do we feel? What do we want? And Nomura was like, me. I have an idea. I have something up here. I want to do it really badly. And they were like, oh, okay, all right.
They were like,
you can do it.
Anyone? Anyone? And Nomura's
the back.
Please.
Me.
He's jumping up and down. Please. Like, okay, all right, you.
Yep.
What do you got?
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, really good, I love it. Yeah, literal elevator pitch is really funny.
That's awesome.
But, yeah, there was a lot of stuff where, like, in development too, like, his first design for Sora, like, beta Sora, is, like, really interesting, because he's, like, kind of like a lion boy. He's got, like, little ears, and he's got, like, a tail, and he has a chainsaw blade. And he brought this to them, and they were like, no. No chainsaw blade. And he was like, yeah, that's a bit too much, isn't it? Okay. And then eventually,
like, too
you know.
Square? Not enough Disney?
Yeah, exactly.
Character too Disney, weapon too Square? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, wait.
Went back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and a part of apparently why it's called Kingdom Hearts is because he was inspired by like, oh, Magic Kingdom and like other like Animal Kingdom and stuff like that. So it's like, let's use that Kingdom
Yeah.
Hearts. So that's kind of like where that came from.
I think that makes sense. I think intuitively that I would have thought that to be the case, that the
you're like
Kingdom Hearts is homage to the many Disney kingdoms, right?
Yes,
and the
yeah.
Disney castle that is their iconic logo for all their films and stuff. So I think that fits into the Disney theme like really nicely.
Yeah.
Poltacan's in the house. What's up, Poltacan?
Poltacan. I can hear the why not? 2 words.
Yeah. Everyone's got we have such an eclectic mix of walk-ons these days. It's awesome.
Yeah. I do love it getting mixed up. Every day I go like, but what if I had one? And then I'm like, I don't know what I'd use. No. I can't think of what it would be.
Well, some of them are just clips from the stream of me. Like Kino's got the one of me telling him to slow down in Mario Kart.
That one's really good.
Like I love that the system lets you cut anything you want, like even your own audio. So like people can get really creative with it,
Yeah, it's pretty good. Kino, slow down. Kino, could you just stop? Could you stop for a second? Could you just slow
Yeah, there's Zero's got one hell of an idea as well. Zero wants to set one up. He was telling me about it the other day, so we'll wait for that. But yeah,
I was about to ask, and then we'll leave that. It'll be a surprise. For later.
It'll have to be the big reveal when the time comes.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm reminded. Here's another fun fact. So, once we get you a little farther along in Kingdom Hearts, we can have you look more. Now you'll have context, but looking at Sora in Smash is really cool. And like, because Smash is always really good about like the level of detail and like the dedication to like representing this character as best they can. They're always really good about it. But so I was especially excited because I also just really like Smash in the first place, not just Kingdom Hearts, as it turns out. But at the very end of like the reveal, like if you like look at the trailer and it's like, oh, all of this stuff, they have a lot of really neat references in there. But there is a final shot where Sora and like Mario like grab hand, they're like a nice firm little handshake. They're like, yeah, like together, and like that final shot of like them kind of like holding hands like that was like Nomura's specific request because he wanted it like I said earlier, he was really inspired by Mario 64. And because of that, he was like, I want this to be like a thank you to like Mario and everything for like, because we wouldn't be here without it, right?
That's awesome.
And so that was his request where he was like, please have this shot. I want this to come full circle. And so like that's why that's there. And it's just like really, it's just like a really neat detail that it warms my heart.
Yeah, it's really cute.
Yeah, it's really neat. And there we go. Right? Isn't that so cute, you guys? Everyone's like, oh my god, oh. It was like in an interview about it, so that was his one little request.
The Mario 64 domino effect. Yeah, I mean, that game was...
Yeah.
I mean, some of you guys are old enough to remember the N64.
I still have
I at the time, I still have multiple N64s because I had one. I think I had 2. I had gotten one of the special edition ones when they came out. My brothers and sisters had one. Like we had a number of N64s in our house by the end of the generation. And I have a killer N64 cart collection. I
remember you saying this.
I have like 200
almost have a
games.
Complete collection or something.
It's the closest I have ever come to a complete collection, and I'm missing a couple ones that are really expensive and rare. I don't think I have like there's like one like really rare like Clay Fighters cart that I don't know that I know that game. Yeah, like there's some stuff like that, and then but like as
Clay Fighters probably is what's said in the chat.
Yeah, as far as what was really good on that system, I had it. I mean, I have a really mean N64 collection. I love it. Yeah. But it came out, what was it, 98? Or was it 96?
I thought Ocarina of Time was like 97, right? And then
it might have been 96.
Mario
I
60
moved to California. I'm shaking my whole
96.
desk.
It was
I
96.
moved to California in 1996. That's the year we started Seventh Heaven. So I had just moved out to California with my family. I had just booked a television show, and Nintendo was dropping a brand new system, and my parents were like, "You got it." You know what I mean? Like, like I was able to go and get it. So I went on launch day and waited in line overnight at 13 to get my N64. And I remember like the launch of it fondly. I remember taking it home late at night, setting it up and turning on Mario 64 like late at night to look at it before I went to bed. And like it blew my mind because I had lived with the Super Nintendo and the regular Nintendo for, 5-6 years, but for like my whole life at the time. It was such a massive jump.
Yeah.
And
People
experiential
these days have no
jump
idea. Even
in
just
what games could be. And Mario 64, talk about an old game holding up.
Yeah.
Mario 64 is still very playable, very enjoyable, like tons of content. It's an incredible game. Even by today's standards, it's a great game. So like it was mind-boggling, like how excellent that was. And for a kid my age, it was like I was like the prime target, for that to hit, and it just like had a huge impact on me. So I look back on that so super fondly. I adored my N64. And that's obviously I had a huge that big old cart collection. I was basically just buying stuff that came out all the time
just to get
for it. It was like it was my thing. Like I just was so locked in on that system. Star Fox 64. Yeah, I mean you could.
I love Star Fox.
There's a list of classics on the N64 that could rival any system, honestly.
Yeah, I have a Pikachu 64, like the special edition big Pikachu 64. I still have like my controller and everything because I was, I'm younger, not too much. Like I was born in 91, right? So I was still young, but like I got my Pikachu 64, and considering how old I was when I had it, that thing isn't like perfect condition. It's crazy. I don't know what I did or whatever. I was just like, hooray! I still have, because I had the I have Hey You Pikachu, which is the one where you speak into the mic and you're trying to talk to Pikachu, and it doesn't work very good, but like it, I still have all of the everything all perfectly taken care of, like ready to go.
That's awesome. Did you have the slime green N64 controller?
I wanted it so bad.
I got it. It was my favorite one. I had the clear plastic like electric lime green N64 controller. So mean. It was so good.
I want it. Because you know what? I miss that. I miss that like 90s kind of 2000s
clear
when they had the
aesthetic.
Because I had a pink Game Boy Advance that was like the see-through kind. Because I was so desperate. I wanted the like the blue, the powdery blue one, but they didn't have that. So I took the pink one, and I was like, it's still so cool, and I was just like so excited because it looks sick. Bring it back. We want it. Except for now, as I'm remembering that clear plastic is more fragile, seeing as my statue broke apart. But whatever.
But that generation that was kids for that era are now adults. Who will go buy things. So I'm sure that we'll see that stuff as part of our throwback aesthetic, once that really locks in.
If they bring it back around, yeah,
it'll come back around.
It'd be pretty cool. Would like to see it again. Even just like give me some Joy-Cons that are just see-through. I'd be pretty stoked about it. You know what I mean? So we can also take care of our stuff better. Hey, I took good care of my stuff. I still have my perfect
care of my stuff.
My perfect condition. We shake hands.
Yeah, I took good care of my stuff. All I had to do is keep my shit away from my brothers and sisters, and it was fine.
That's kind of the trick, yeah.
Pseudo with a gift. Thank you, Pseudo.
Hooray! Yeah, I think that's something that's like hard to convey to people, having experienced going from like, we only have like 8-bit, 16-bit, like the first games I ever played, again, I had like an experience that was not necessarily reflective of how old I was. The first video game I remember playing was the Frogger port on the Atari. Couldn't tell you what, that's what I first played. Wasn't very good at it, but boy did I keep trying to play. And then I got an NES, and I was playing Duck Hunt with my gun right on the screen because I'm like a child. And then
everyone played right on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that worked with any sort of accuracy seems like a technological marvel.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
The way the technology on those tube televisions did it know where you were pointing? I still have no idea.
I know it's all about like how the light is bounced into like the gun, and that like reads what is like being. So I think, don't quote me on this, but I think it's more about that it can tell the difference between like the pixels of like, you know, like the sky and then like the ducks in their different colors, you know what I mean? And so at that point it can tell if you're hitting. No, okay, that's fine.
No,
it's
parents. Black magic.
No parents, black magic.
It is black magic, Niku. That is how they designed the original Duck Hunt gun. It is known that it is black magic. It's blood magic. That's how they did it.
You're right. That makes a lot of sense, you know.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see it now.
Yeah. If you think back, it was.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. I'm just gonna. Okay, yay. Yeah, it's quite a thing. I remember playing some Peanuts Olympic game. It was like Peanuts at the Olympics, and it was like, here's a boot tossing mini game, and I had no idea. And it was basically like you get it really spinning, and then every time I would just throw the boot like straight up into the air. And I was just like, I'm a child, and I'm like just losing my mind because I can't figure it out. It's the good old days, you know?
Yeah.
Who's shooting at us?
Did you ever have in the
KH
Super
guides.
Nintendo era? Did anyone have a Super Scope?
I never got the Super Scope, but I did have, you know, NES light gun. Hello, Mr. Guides.
A bazooka.
Came and rated my stream. Hello, everybody. You're definitely hitting the tail end of us talking about Kingdom Hearts. I definitely front-loaded the information, and then we started talking about old games.
Yeah, well, we're veering again. Maybe, perhaps, for the last time. Trafalgar's in the house. Yeah. What's up, Trafalgar de Riku?
I'm sure we've meandered here. Yeah, I mean, I look at my notes and the things that I'm like, I wanted to make sure to highlight this and that, you know. I wanted to highlight the meteor shower thing, and like Kairi arrived on the night of the meteor shower, and like, you know, just other little things, Riku and how he's the one who was meant to have the Keyblade, etc., etc. Like, there are certain story things where I'm like, I have to tell you how to say, so it's pronounced Trafalgar. By the way.
Oh. Well, now you tell me, chat.
Look, I need you to know that good old Trafalgar D. Riku came into my stream at one point, and I was like, hey, I'm sorry Graven doesn't know how to say Trafalgar. They were like, I wasn't going to say anything.
You guys, stop letting me do that, all right? If I get it wrong, tell me, damn it.
Don't
leave me hanging on the internet saying things wrong. Come on, chat.
And now it's saved to YouTube forever.
Forever. People think I just don't know shit. Come on. I don't, but come on.
I am more than sure I put it in mod chat, and you probably just didn't see it. I was like, just for later, it's pronounced Trafalgar.
Trafalgar.
Yeah.
What is the reference? Because I obviously don't know it.
The character.
Oh, it's a One Piece reference.
Yes,
okay, cool.
It is Trafalgar. Trafalgar Law is a character. And like Monkey D. Luffy, so it's like Trafalgar D. Riku. Like, that's just there you go. That's just a combination of stuff. So yeah, it's Trafalgar.
I'm with that. I don't know. I haven't watched the live action One Piece, which is the one that I thought about watching because it's short and I could watch it.
A little more.
Obviously, I haven't gotten into One Piece because it is incredibly daunting to get into something that has that much content to watch. But I know they're rebooting it.
Yes.
And the studio that's rebooting it is a studio I really like. So I'm really looking forward to when it's rebooted, I'm going to watch it and keep up with it, for whatever that's worth. I hope it's good. I hope it lives up to, obviously the version that everyone loves. But
there is also a Trafalgar Square in London, apparently. So.
No, I didn't know that either.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that until now. So, asking.
It's actually Raikou. Thanks, Iwit. It's Raikou.
It's Raikou.
This whole time, you guys.
Dude, when I was like 12, my mother, right? Because she loves like animated anything, so she would watch anime, right? And at one point she was like, "Oh, I think you'd really like the show Inuyasha," and I remember watching it, right? And later I'm like on the computer like trying to type it in, and I keep saying anime because I don't know how it's pronounced, and my own mother has to go, "Honey, I think it's pronounced anime," and I was like, "No, Mom." No, it's not, Mom. It's anime. It says it right here. And she was like,
"You don't know, Mom."
You don't know, Mom. No, Mom was right. Mom knew how to say anime.
Mom was right. Mom's always right. Damn it. Damn it.
Mom knew how to say it. So, we're all starting somewhere. I did see somebody bring it up, and I'm like, I'll bring up this one last thing because it is a fun detail. Then I know you were like, okay. When you're in the fight and you're fighting Boat Ansem, when he's a boat, and he's a big old boat.
Oh, yeah.
And, everything like Donald the Goofy get pulled away and Sora falls. And then, what's that? He hears Riku's voice and it causes him to fly. Being a whole thing, but like, if you'll recall, to fly, as far as Peter Pan is concerned, is that you have to think happy thoughts. So that's a fun little... His happy thought, huh? Hearing Riku's voice,
spark a little happiness with
just a little something,
with a little bit of Riku,
just a little bit
for your for your inspo. That is funny. Yeah, he flies at the sound of Riku's voice, makes his heart fly.
It makes him soar,
Love that. Yeah, no, I remember we laughed about that a little bit. I remember someone mentioned it when it happened in the fight.
Yeah, come on, Sora. I thought you were stronger than that.
I thought you were stronger than that. There's a few. There was like a couple different takes on that line that they used because when he hears it. It's different than the one that's used earlier as a fight taunt, right? Because there's a fight taunt version, and then there's the one that happens at the end, and I think they're different performances.
I'd have to listen to them side by side, because I think you're right. Like, when I'm recalling it in my mind a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, actually. I think
the tone is different. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And because when I heard the one that I always say is the fight one, is the one that is the performance that I hear often. So when I heard it in that part of the cutscene at the end, I went, "Oh, that's a different take on that line. That's cool." Yeah, they used something that's more friendly and less combative,
a little softer. Yeah, a little something. A little something more reflective. I love he has the little flashback memories, which was something they added in Final Mix, when it's just like, and the door is closing, and then it's just like, oh, and then like we're remembering all of our time with Riku, and he like puts him in a headlock, and you're like messing around and whatever. I think it's sweet though. It's just like it's cute, it's fun. But we're thinking about Riku. We're all thinking about Riku, okay? We're all thinking about that guy. I feel like there was something I was going to say off of that. I lost it. It's fine. I've only had some chips and hummus to eat today.
Oh, man. Well, I think we can wrap it up.
I think so.
We've been at it. We've been at it, Niku, for
yes, we have.
6.5 hours. We've had quite the recap discussion about the game and lore and things that I missed and things that I wouldn't know either way. it's been real. Thank you for having a hang with me after the game and going through everything.
Yeah.
I hope everyone had a nice chill stream, recalling our adventures. Chat.
I have two things because I have two people desperately being
Never
like,
mind.
hold on, no, I think we can wrap it up after that. But one Troopage is begging me to tell you about the clock tower doors. So you know how you showed up and you were like, wait, why is this door shiny? And then you opened it. Basically, one of those doors opens after every hour in game. So like on the hour, another one opens because it's like the clock. So you go back and then you're like, oh, another door it'll be lit up.
But gameplay hour?
I'm trying to remember
like
because
in
I remember,
game.
I'm letting Chad answer that one because I don't
How long
remember.
do you have to wait?
In game, yes. Gameplay hour, yes.
So every hour you're playing the game, you go back to the world to get another door?
Yeah. That's a thing that is there. And there are 12 doors that you can open because it's a clock, so.
And how many of those are hiding synthesis things we need?
I don't remember having to do it for synthesis. Based on the gameplay clock. If you miss an hour, you have to wait for the next cycle. None. No synthesis. Okay, you're safe on that one,
right.
but
at least there's that.
So that's the one thing. The other thing that people were like, oh yeah, so Riku, Kairi, and Sora, all of their names mean something pretty plainly. That Sora is the word for sky. It's also like a name, you know, in the same way that someone can be named Sky, right? But like Sora means sky. Riku means land. And Kairi means sea.
Nice, I like that.
Yeah, but they also have hidden, like, layered kind of meanings to them where you're like, oh, cool. Like Sora as, like, the kanji, and I just know this from my own studies a bit, where, like, it means, like, sky, but it also can mean, like, emptiness, because the sky is big and empty. So if you were to describe something as empty, you would still use, like, that in it, you know, kind of like a... Yeah. So, but, like, Sora can also mean, like, empty. And Kairi, let's see, what was Kairi's? I'm trying to remember because I was like, this is crazy. Why is it this? And I'm trying to remember more directly because Riku's, and this one's great. This one's fantastic. Riku's means, like, particularly, like, the agony of separation. So it's really like, oh, sure. It genuinely is like the separation, like the agony of separation is like the secondary.
I don't know,
meaning
chat.
To it.
I don't know. There's just breadcrumbs all over the place. I don't know what to do with all this.
I am telling you, it's all here, and you're just about to get the whole loaf as you move forward. Okay, crumbs no longer. You're eating slices of bread for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then Kairi's is like what was it?
This is a damn bakery.
Divergent, yeah. God. Kairi's is more like divergence. Yeah, that's what it is. Divergence and alienation is like what it is in a way that was like, what on earth? Hey, guys.
She splits us apart.
Separation, alienation, deviation kind of a thing where you're like, that's huh.
She alienates Riku.
I'm
she
sitting
tried
here
to
being
leave
like,
without me, chat.
I know. Let's take the raft
tried
and
to
go
leave
just
without
the two
me,
of
and
us.
I heard it.
Dude, you heard it. Is the thing. There's a lot of speculation that still is around of like, did he hear what she said genuinely? Like, was he around for that? Because there is a beta trailer that shows that scene, and you can see Riku in it, and they obviously chose to do the scene a little different, but it's still like, you had some intention of like, he probably heard this and like, frankly freaked out about it. All of his fears suddenly coming up to, he's like, oh no, it's real. So anyway, yeah, the agony of separation, Sora's emptiness, which will be a lot more relevant moving forward, which it's really interesting, and then Kairi's divergence and alienation is like, okay. Thanks guys, thank you Nomura. That guy loves a play on words, so take that.
That's awesome.
For what
I like the sky, sea, and land theme for the characters. Just like kind of broad strokes theme. It's it's nice and classic,
Yes, it's very it's very interesting, and it's very like there's something about it too that like speaks to their characters. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like there's this sturdiness for like Riku, and this kind of like just like there's a strength to it, and Sora's like light and like it's sky, you know what I mean? And it's just so fitting for him as a character, kind of a thing. It's just like, this is neat. I like that. Cool. Anyway, there you go. I believe those are the last facts. No more. Everybody stop reminding me of little things.
I know every fact now.
Now you know every fact. And you know who Hatsune Miku is. So.
That's right.
You're so rich
up
with knowledge now.
I don't know if I could retain it all. I'm sure chat knows that I can only hold so much in this head of mine at once.
I mean, it's fun talking about it, but
yeah, thank you very much,
get hammered in.
for hosting a little fireside chat post game, recapping the game, talking about the lore with me, filling me in on all sorts of extra tidbits that I missed and also could not have known. It's a lot of fun, and I appreciate you for many reasons, but I really appreciate you being a part of my community, helping me here as a mod, like stepping in to help me build my corner of the community here, and being a great friend to me from the moment I started this venture here. I really appreciate you.
Oh, well, I'm just happy that I feel lucky that we could be friends, and I've enjoyed our time spent together. I'm glad we can have this. I have a great time talking to you. Which is why obviously we go on tangents, and everybody has to just sit there through it anyway.
Everyone's got a deal. Yes, we're having a tangent.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, chat.
Sorry, it's a natural part of the process. We'll make our way back, But no, I'm happy that we can be friends, and I'm happy that we can do this, and I'm excited to see you further continue to rise in your streaming career, and I'll be there for it.
Thanks very much, Niku. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've had a lot of fun playing the games, and we're gonna get into the next one next week. All right, everybody, we're doing it. We're finally gonna get into the next game, and I hope everyone sticks around for the ride.
Yep.
We've only just begun.
Exactly. Barely started. You're in there, and I'm so excited for the rest of it. So
we've only had but a taste.
Yep.
Of the lore, and the experience, the community experience. So. We'll kick it off on Wednesday. All right. If you guys would like, I'm probably gonna play a little bit of Silk Song after this in a little bit, and tomorrow, which is Saturday, which is my community day. What the plan is for me, so everyone knows, is that I will start at 12 at my normal time. We're gonna have a bit of a Mario Kart tournament. If you'd like to join. And race around with me and definitely kick my butt in Mario Kart. We'll be doing that tomorrow. We're going to race for a couple hours, and then my stream's going to end early because I have to go to some family birthday party stuff. So I'm going to have a short day tomorrow on stream, but it'll start at the normal time. All right, everybody?
And I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna race in Mario Kart for fun. Will I be on stream? Probably not. But I'm gonna be there.
Yes, but that's all right. Niku, I'll catch you at the races. You're on.
Yep.
All right.
Sounds good. I'll get my own clip when you tell me to
Thank
stop.
you very much for doing this and for prepping up a bunch of stuff to talk about and everything. I appreciate you.
I'll do even a little more organized next time. I'll have the time to figure it out a little bit. So.
All right. Well, this was great.
Yes.
And if you and I will be posting the VOD of this up on my VOD channel for the Kingdom Hearts playlist. so that everyone in the community that's following over on YouTube can also watch our chat about the game. So if you're not following over on the YouTube channels, please do that as well. And everything will be posted up there for everyone to enjoy if they missed it. All right, Niku.
Yes.
I'll catch you later. Okay.
Okay. I'll
Thank
be
you so
talking
much.
to you later. Yeah, thank you. It's been fun. Okay. We'll split here, and then I will address my own stream, and I'm sure you'll hear from me sometime later.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
Niku.
All right.
Catch you
bye.
later. Peace.
Boom. Okay. Well, now I can sit in the middle of my own screen. Hello, everybody in my own chat. Damo, I saw you were in here, and I didn't get to address you because each time you spoke once, he was in the middle of talking, and I didn't get to say hi. But I did see, and I, hello, my friend. The rest of my question on Discord, is it because? No, I've just been busy, buddy. That's about it. I forget. That's all. The share chat is not going anymore. So, we're now split off, and now it's just me and the, like, almost 70 of you or whatever, but I am probably a brisk 6 hours between messages. Yeah, no, it's fine. I saw you, like, one other time, and I was like, oh, yeah, hold on. Okay, I'll just wait. Because I was gonna be like, this is Damo, he's a really cool guy, you know, and I just didn't get to it. Whatever, I'll tell him later. Damo said start a podcast. Start a podcast. You betcha. That's all I'm gonna end up doing is podcasts. I'm just gonna talk. It's all I know how to do at this point. Drawing? Never heard of her. Hey, wait. Now that he's not here, look at him. Oh shit, don't look at his eyes. Look. I really like how the lanyard came out. I think it's super cute. For those of you who did not see, I did put, oh god, hold on. Wait, no, hold on. I have to show this really quick before I go, okay? Real fast. I have to turn off this really quick, okay? I want to see monkey. Gotcha. Okay, look. Okay, one. Look at how cute. The charm came out great. I'm very happy because brown, it's touchy. It does not like to print. I wish... It's okay. I could probably try and push it a little bit. You can see that, like, Sora on here. Oh, the light helps. I could push the contrast more, but brown is so touchy. Anyway, you see these monkeys? You see these monkeys? The monkeys from the Super Nintendo Lion King game that throw you in every direction that you didn't want to go? I put them on it. I put the monkeys here. The bastard monkeys, here they are, hanging on the tree, okay? Really important. I needed something to fill it in, and I was like, I know just the thing. Monkeys. Oh, thank you, linking my big cartel. This is up there right now. This is available. You can buy this. I just received them today. Such a deep cut. And some people notice. Some people have gone, I know those monkeys. I know those stupid monkeys. They're on here. And also, it's a kitty cat. You see that? I have your Tron one and I adore it. Janie, hi! I'm so glad. That was the one thing where it was like, you know, Grayman was like, oh, I can't wait for the curveball worlds. And I was like, I had to sit on my hands because I was like, it's one of my favorite worlds. I can't say anything. I know, I wanted to, and I just had to be, like I said, I just had to sit on my hands and be good. I just had to, you know, Tron, Timeless River, Fantasia, and I was like, yep, Timeless River, wow, that would be, like, Steamboat Willie, that'd be so cool to go visit Steamboat Willie. Wouldn't that be really neat, you guys? Tron is the biggest curveball. It really is. Like, the only other one that I remember being like, what the fuck about, like, was having, like, I'm really at a point where, like, words are totally... Is having the Julius boss fight in Dream Drop where you're like, from the Mickey short for the Goofy movie? that guy, like, that's, like, not out of, like, left field, isn't it? It's, like, it's, you know, it's very much a Disney property, but, like, Three Musketeers is a deep cut, and then they're, like, also Julius from the short that we don't want to show people anymore. The Runaway Brain short. So, that one's pretty good. That's a pretty good one. A good curveball. Or the fact that Pirates of the Caribbean comes back and it looks like it does. That one's that was a pleasant surprise, but it's not a Tron curveball, you know what I mean? Let me put these guys back down where they belong. Wait, I think they were supposed to be a little more in the middle. Wait, hold on. There. Okay. Luffy the Lump. Monkey D. Luffy the Heffalump. Lumpy the Heffalump, yeah. Cars World when they finally commit and they stop being cowards, and it hurts me a little bit, but like I'd have to embrace it. I feel like at this point I don't have a choice. I already signed all the paperwork, you know what I mean? Like I'm here. Monkey D Lumpy. At this point, I'm locked in. You know, I have to just, like, smile and nod at whatever they put in the games, which I, you know, will, happily. They put a blue car and a red car in the KH4 trailer. Cars confirmed. You're so right. You're so right. Lion King 2. Let's go. Okay. How long? So, yeah, a brisk 6 hours and 45 minutes later, as Damo put it, I've reached the end of my stream. I hope that I satisfied everybody's needs for what I was like, oh, I thought he was going to spend more time fighting, like, Unknown, and then, like, Sephiroth, and then the fact that he was like, okay, we're doing this now, I was like, oh, fuck. And so I immediately was, like, trying to, like, put stuff in as I was thinking of it, and I was like, I know I'm forgetting. But, like, I know it will come up. Chat will help me. Because it's all in there. It's more about the active recall of, like, what should I be bringing up? What is relevant? You know, yada yada. He created Elevator Yowie. He can't be stopped. We just gotta prep the chain of memory one beforehand. Yeah, and I even, like, had some things where I'm like, I remember I was gonna bring this up, like the Sora's mom thing, where I was like, you did not see this at all. Here it is, you know, stuff like that, where it was, like, things while he was playing through, and I'm gonna try and take more notes, like, along the way. I was just so, like, I'm having fun watching. We could team up to create notes for... Yes, we can, Tennille, you're right. Make a little document, put it all in there. Like, I feel like there's going to be a lot of interesting discussion to be had that will be less like, I have to make sure you know XYZ. Versus, like, KH1, where it's like, okay, you're going to know about the Keyblade, you're going to know about this missable information, but, like, Chain of Memories is going to be, like, there's a lot of mystery and character drama, and I think he's going to do just fine on that. And then there's the other stuff that we're trying to talk about. We'll see how that goes, but, like, it's not going to be as much of, like, a, hey, we need to know all of these things. You have to go back and watch the VOD when he says the words necklace theory. Yeah, you're just going to have to clip it and show me where I'm like... Yeah, I am going to try and explain Aizu in more, like, I just want to explain, I'm going to keep it brief. I'm going to keep it simple and just be like, hey, this is a thing. There is a huge... document. I wouldn't be surprised if he's, like, seen people mention it before, you know. Again, he already knew about the necklace theory, so, like, I was just gonna gear him up, set him up so he could just be like, he's gonna go through Chain of Memories and notice, like, hey, there's a weird mystery here. Here's, like, but Kairi couldn't have been there on the meteor shower. She came with the meteor shower. You know, that's stuff where I was like, I just want to make sure you know this so you can figure it out when you're there. But, again, it's not like people brought it up. It's not like he knew exactly what it is. But, like, you know, it's something where it's like, well, just whatever. He's a grown man. He can do it himself. He can figure it out. It's fine. I'm not here to try and steer him explicitly one way or another. But, like, here is stuff. Go forward. Now go forth. I've been so out of the loop, so necklace theory was new. Interesting. There's a lot there. Especially Chain of Memories is very ripe for it, with just the conflicting accounts and information. So funny how he described Repliku. Yeah, he's finally gonna have context. I'm so happy for him. And you know what? I think he did a good job. I think he did a good job sounding a little different between Repliku and Riku, and he's going to see. Like, because Repliku is very much, there's so much more anger and frustration in his voice, because he's obviously, like, dealing with a lot. When you said Riku split your face is also funny. I know, I'd keep going and be like, you know, as he was saying stuff, because I knew he wasn't looking directly at me, because he'd be, like, looking down and, like, trying to, like, recount things. So, I think without the question about whose sword precious nasty stuff is easy, I have to explain away. Yeah, it's whatever. Anyway, I'll probably try and be a little better. I can have help from my friends, but it is just really interesting to talk to, like, this is the guy who's been playing Riku for 20 years, and now he's just like, it's always important to remember that people are just people. That's just a guy. He's just some guy. He has a family and a bird who bit him on camera. You know what I mean? He's just a dude, and he's like a pal, and I'm happy to be friends with him. It's very sweet. It's been very nice, you know. Now he knows how to say Sariku. Good for him. So proud of him. And now, and more importantly, most importantly, he knows how to say Trafalgar. Yay! Good for good job. Thank Christ, you know? You're welcome for the reminder. Thank you. Thank you for the highlight, Gabby, to like, because telling him anything through text is such a, is like really hit and miss. Because he'll like read it and then forget and then just like not come back to it. Saying something to him in person with my voice is the easiest way to get something through to him. We'll see what he retains, but I think the more he just plays the games, the more it'll just build on itself. You know what I mean? Like, he remembered quite a bit, even just about KH1, just because he played the game. So I'm confident he'll be able to, he's a smart boy. He can do it. So, you know. Isn't Trafalgar like a polling research company? Is it? The world is so vast. The world, wow. Unlocked Green Trinity. When did we get Green Trinity? Yeah. Says it out loud immediately. Is like, since when can we do this? Since like 5 minutes ago, dude. Keep up. You said it. Whatever. I'm surprised how much Ansem Report content he remembered. Yeah, I mean, again, I think, like, he's a guy, he's an actor, you know what I mean? Like, he knows how to follow and even convey character motivations and the drama and the emotion and the yada yada, right? Like, he knows storytelling, and so he still absorbs storytelling, but, like, as he's sitting there and it's just like, you unlocked this, it's just, like, fucking boink, and it, like, nothing sticks, you know? Total dad energy. Nice to see that he has his own opinions about the world. Yeah. The ADHD is strong with this one. And is strong. And it's strong with you. And also with you. Me. I'm already anticipating people saying the shippers influence him, but it's simply untrue. I mean, yeah, I was being a good kid. I would nothing. We were all pointedly being like, he's a person, and like, we don't want to push anything and don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. I don't know. And then he just out the gate swinging, just came out and was just like, hee hee, ha ha. And then now he's here like, oh yeah, I remember thinking it was gay when I was recording it. And we're like, okay, yep. We didn't have to do anything. Not that I planned on doing something, just that he was apparently predisposed to it in the first place. He saw it before any of us, like, had nothing. You know what I mean? It's something he was in the booth going, What is... I'm hearing baby cat dig. Anyway. He was at gay ground zero. Walking on eggshells was so strong, and then he came out to stomp on each of them. This hit, dude, and he sees and jokes about it. And then it's gonna get really unavoidable as he keeps going forward, and it's just like, well, yeah. Got so much of the KH1 surprised, and someone was just like, "Yep." I mean, it's more and more common as people just play through as like an adult, and they just play through all at once, and they're like, "Huh, that's kind of gay. What's going on there?" You know. But anyway. That said, we're almost at 7 hours. I'm like really tempted to push it for the last 6 or so minutes and then be like, okay, and done. But hello. We not?
I had checked. I went through the fridge. When I was like, I don't have steak for broccoli. I didn't check for the broccoli initially. I think we both.
It turns out we didn't have beef or broccoli for the
We
beef
had
and
neither
broccoli,
beef
and now
nor
we don't
broccoli.
have broccoli.
And now,
Okay.
now the rice
Yeah.
is going, the beef is marinating, and we have no broccoli.
Well, handle that in a second.
Okay,
let me, yeah.
I just thought it was
You Hades too. I know I'm thinking about her. Hades too. If it doesn't see the Papu keychain, we will make. Well, yeah, I'm probably gonna be like, hey, look, you know, but maybe he'll spot it by himself. I don't know. Selective vision with that guy. Quit your cool Greek mythology roguelike. Join my emo band 100 line. I started it a little bit, but it wasn't me that was playing. It was Gemma who was playing, and we only did a little bit of it. And that's something where I'm like, there is no way I could get through that game at a reasonable pace if I'm doing it with Gemma. So if I have to, I might have to go do it by myself. But anyway, the boob grab hands. The what? I love it when I grab a boob. That one? Is that what you're talking about? Did somebody say bisexuals? Yeah. What is it? The move over bisexuals. It's time for bisexuals. It's just like Hades and then Hades 2. With your hands when you were talking about Hades 2. Oh, wait, when I was doing this? Because I was like in parentheses. I was like, I miss her. And like nobody's just Hades 2. But otherwise, the Eminem grab a boob. For those who don't know, it's literally just him fucking kind of like freestyling a little bit. He does this motion when you grab a boob. It's, you know, whatever. What? You have to show. Pee. It's fun for me to just grab a boob. My Pete Nuss got an attitude. Yeah, that's right. It's not great. It's kind of hilarious. But it's hilarious. Ah, damn. Time to fix that. I'm not pulling it up, but I'll get it for you. What do you need? I'll get it for you. Okay. All right. Okay. Everybody, I'm going to sign off. We have to figure out what the hell's going on with dinner because apparently we're missing a vital ingredient to it. Oh, there you go. There's the YouTube clip. Go there. Find out for yourself. I guess technically I should be pointing up here. Find out for yourself. But I'm going to go figure that out, and then I'm going to yearn for Hades 2, because I don't know when I'm going to do it. Yes. Thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I know I asked and then I immediately got distracted, but I hope I sufficiently covered whatever people would want him to know. And I hope we had fun, and I'll do it a little more organized next time, and it'll be good. It'll be good. What a unique situation we found ourselves in. Okay? Okay. Oh yeah, have fun with Silent Hill Elf. Silent Hill Elf. Goodbye, everybody! On that note, bye! Goodbye, 69 viewers, let's go, goodbye. Goodbye, see you later. Goodbye, goodbye. It's been fun, goodbye. Bye-bye.